711. The old scholar brought Liu Shiliu to tour Huaihuang County. Liu Shiliu had never toured Lizhu Grotto Heaven, so he did not feel that things had changed. The big guy only felt sad. This was the place where Xiao Qi felt at ease despite being in a foreign land. True scholars were easily at a loss. The hardest thing was to find a place where they could feel at ease in the boundless sea of books. Liu Shiliu regretted his trip back to the mountain. He should have waited a little longer. Even if he could not change the ending of Lizhu Grotto Heaven, he should have let Xiao Qi know that there was a fellow disciple who was watching him when he was traveling alone. He would not have been so lonely as if he was the enemy of the whole world. How could he not be lonely? He would even be pitiful, a joke, and incomprehensible. The old scholar said softly, "Silly big guy, don't be too sad. We are scholars. When we read books, we understand what they mean. We are neighbors and friends with the previous generations. After we put down the books of the sages, we will not pass on our responsibilities. If not me, who else can do it?" The old scholar murmured, "If not me, who else can do it?" Liu Shiliu nodded, but he was still a little depressed. Restraining one's nature and heart had always been his forte. Time passed and the sea house grew. In terms of real age, not to mention his fellow disciples, even his teacher and his close friend Bai were not as old as him. They were far inferior. It was just that there was a seniority in learning Tao. That was why the short and thin old scholar beside Liu Shiliu was called Old Scholar. Huaihuang County was now a first-class county of the Dali dynasty. In the past, the biggest and only official in the small town was the manufacturing of porcelain. Now, almost all the local people had left the small town and the Dragon Kill. They had sold their ancestral homes and moved to the state capital to live a happy life. In the past, the biggest and only official in the small town was the manufacturing supervisor. Now, officials of all sizes could be seen everywhere. Now, the peach blossoms bloomed every year. Without the old porcelain mountain and the immortal's grave, there were incense from the civil and martial temples. On the top of the mountains and by the banks of the rivers, there were endless streams of pilgrims. In the past, the small town did not have a county government. Instead, it had an old locust tree that covered an acre of land. Every evening, under the tree, there would be a group of old people talking about old stories and young children who were tired of listening to stories and playing by themselves. During the hot summer, when the children were tired of playing, they would run to the iron lock well and eagerly wait for the family elders to lift the basket from the well. Then, they would cut the fruits that were naturally frozen. Even if the weather was hot and the clothes were hot, the water was cold and the knife was cold. It seemed that even the eyes were cold. The old scholar came to the ruins of the iron lock well. The well without the iron chain was still there, but the mystery inside was gone. Now that the government office had removed the restriction, there were fewer people coming to fetch water. This was because the small county was now mixed with good and bad people. Many cultivators came here for the dragon qi, spiritual qi, divine qi, and the qi of the mountains and rivers. Therefore, there was not much of the aura of the market in the small town. It was not as good as the city in the north with smoke rising in spirals and dogs barking. The old scholar suddenly smiled and said, "Your youngest brother was an apprentice in the kill in his early years. He was very good at it. Later, when he was young, he traveled far away. Because he did not really finish his apprenticeship, he did not work easily. So, if you see him in the future, you can ask him to make some literates offerings for you. You can choose any of the 4 treasures in the study or the 9 marquises. You can tell him directly." Liu Shiliu nodded. Liu Shiliu was not jealous at all. Instead, he was happy because Mr.'s state of mind had not been so relaxed for a long time. Mr.'s state of mind had not been so relaxed for a long time. Mr.'s state of mind had not been so relaxed in a long time. The old scholar obviously meant something, but after waiting for a long time, the blockhead still did not understand. He kicked Liu Shiliu's calf. The teacher felt guilty about his little disciple and did not have the face to ask for the items himself. Didn't the other students know how to share the teacher's burden? The blockhead was not as smart as his youngest brother, he was far behind. Liu Shiliu immediately understood and said, "I will also ask for a few items for you." The old scholar pretended to be in a difficult position and rubbed his hands. What a scandal, what a scandal. Liu Shilu said. The teacher did not say anything. My youngest brother is so smart, he will naturally understand. The old scholar's face changed immediately. He stroked his beard and smiled. Of course, your youngest brother is the best at comprehending by analogy. He is the most talented in the 2 words 10,001. You did not teach him well, but your disciple can learn by himself very well. Now, everyone says that my ability to recruit disciples is unparalleled in the world. In fact, the teacher is embarrassed. In fact, regarding taking Chen Pinggan as his last disciple, Suishan Guru did not say anything about the old scholar. The mellow scholars Chen Chunan, Bai Ziyi, and later Bai Yi did not say anything. So who was the everyone the old scholar was talking about? Only God knew. Liu Shilu nodded. Just by hearing some rumors from Bai Yi and the teacher, I am sure that my youngest brother is a very smart person. The old scholar laughed. It had been a long time since he felt refreshed. The blockhead praised him 3 times. The teacher had a good eye and the youngest brother was smart. As the eldest brother, he did not doubt. Very good, very good. In terms of social knowledge, among the 4 direct disciples, Kui Dong was certainly the best. In fact, the blockhead could be ranked second, but he did not like to talk and pretended to be taciturn. When he was willing to speak, he was often stubborn. For example, he once chased Alliance to beat him. There were 4 brothers in the same sect. They were not close or distant, but they spent a lot of time together. Although Xiao Qi and Zhuo had many disputes, they were actually closer to each other. Kui Shi and Liu Shilu had a good relationship. One of them thought too much while the other spoke too little, so they got along well. Liu Shilu walked in the small town. Other than strolling with the teacher, he also paid attention to many details. Whether the door gods pasted on each house had spiritual light, the size of the incense burning in the civil and martial temples, whether the flow of the mountains and rivers in the county was stable and orderly, all of these were the knowledge that the eldest brother Kui Dong had perfected. In the Dali dynasty, it was an invisible manifestation of the Great Way. It must be known that the human heart is dangerous. The Tao heart is small was the first 8 words of the Confucian literature's 16 characters, heart transmission. In Liu Shilu's eyes, Kui Dong's 100 years of meticulous cultivation in Dali and the Aquarius continent could be said to be lifting the heavy with ease and lifting the light with weight. In his early years, he was not the imperial tutor of Dali, just the embroidered tiger of the sage of literature. There were too many things that he wanted to say to the world. However, Kui Dong's knowledge was getting bigger and bigger, and his temperament was too arrogant. In this life, the only person who was willing to listen to him was Liu Shilu. Only this taciturn junior brother was worthy of Kui Dong's attention. Liu Shilu said, when the golden body of the ancient remnant was broken, my original intention was to give it to the northern mountain as a gift to Wei Shanjun of the cloud-splitting mountain. I did not expect that there would be a strange existence in the dragon-riding alley who could use supernatural powers to collect all the fragments of the golden body. Looking at Wei Shanjun, he did not seem to be surprised and did not seem to have any grudges. The old scholar nodded and said, the longevity Taoist of the dragon-riding alley has an extraordinary background. She is the incarnation of the ancient gold essence copper coin. She is now an anonymous consecrator of the Luo Po mountain. She came to collect the fragments of the golden body and is compatible with the great Tao. Other than Wei Shanjun, the cultivators of the northern mountain could only be confused. Wei Shanjun is also used to being the scapegoat of the Luo Po mountain. There is no pressure to have too many debts. So in the future, when you meet Wei Shanjun, you have to be more polite. Look at him, he is so generous. He held night banquets one after another without even blinking an eye. Liu Shilu said, then I will go find senior brothers were later and destroy a few more golden bodies that covet the northern mountain. In advance, I will tell longevity Taoist to remember to let her give Mount Biyun 50%. The old scholar nodded happily and said with a smile, it is indeed a good habit to help others and yourself. Left and right, the one with a one-track mind would not be a big problem for the time being. Even if there was an accident, as a teacher, he was not incompetent. Besides, Liu Shiliu was on the left and right of senior brothers were, so his words were useless. Left and right, this guy liked to put on the airs of a senior brother since he was young. Back then, at the wine shop of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he was hesitant and unreasonable. In the past, every time the old scholar wanted to drink more wine or open a special kitchen to entertain the 5 Viscera Temple, he would urge Blockhead to take care of the 2 sides of the money bag. They would negotiate that if they had money today, they would spend it today. If they did not have money tomorrow, they would borrow it tomorrow. In the end, they never succeeded. Xiao Qi was more honest. When he was free, he would go out to set up a stall and help people write spring couplets. Every time he earned some money, he would not pass it to senior brothers were. Then, the teachers and students would secretly leave their attendance and first go to the wall outside the house. After burping and dispersing the smell of alcohol, they would enter the house. Liu Shiliu asked, on the way here, Bai also mentioned something to me. He said that the former hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Xiao Chuo, should have merged with the wild world. The old scholar said, Xiao Chuo is a sword cultivator and has merged with the wild world. Of course, she should not be underestimated. However, if she was forced into a corner, she could reach the 14th level without merging with the wild world. At this point, the old scholar was worried and shook his head. He said, it is best not to do so. Which 14th level can be a free person? Moreover, your senior brother Zhuo is the most taboo sword cultivator. It's not like you don't know how great of a problem that is. If he gets stubborn, let alone you junior brothers, even my words as a teacher won't be of much use. In the past, I was not particularly willing to switch to the left and right to learn the sword. Liu Shiliu said, senior brothers were practiced the sword extremely late, yet he managed to turn the potential sword immortal into a joke on the mountain. Even Bai feels like the path of the left and right is not small. His sword skills will be great. The old scholar sighed. The path of profit and loss cannot be ignored. As they strolled along, many people on the street noticed the burly Liu Shiliu. Fortunately, the people of the Dragon Province had grown accustomed to immortals on the mountain, so they did not find him particularly frightening. Due to the matter of his final disciple Chen Pinggan breaking his contract with GQ from the Mud Bottle Alley, the Dali dynasty had only left behind a false image of the ancient well that was similar to a small dwelling as a reward. They had moved the truth to the pond behind the bamboo lofts on Desolation Mountain. There was a completely different world within the well. The Song clan were knowledgeable and knew about the many secret uses of the well, but they had always been powerless to open up a separate dwelling. At the end of the day, there were just too few sword immortals in the Aquarius continent. Otherwise, the dwelling within the well would be a rather impressive place for cultivation, especially suitable for serpents and diamonds of the water sheen. Of course, it was also possible that Kui Dongshan had purposefully kept it to himself, treating the well as his own possession a long time ago. The old scholar sat beside the well for a while, thinking about how he could open up a connection to the blessed land and connect the lotus root blessed land with the dwelling. After thinking about it, he found someone to lend him a hand. That would be fine. After all, the old scholar had accumulated some goodwill from the righteous nation. It was just a pity that money was far too difficult to borrow, so all he could do was sigh. A single copper coin stumps a hero. A poor scholar will die from worry. As a result, Liu Shiliu said, I can borrow money from Bai. However, the old scholar shook his head. He said that borrowing money from friends and never returning it would hurt their relationship. Afterwards, the old man raised his head and looked at the blockhead. Liu Shiliu thought about it and said that it would not count as borrowing money from Bai. It was said that when Bai sent Jun Qian back to the mountains for the first time, he wrote the word magnificent and deliberately added a little more strong. It implied that his friend Jun Qian had more than a little spirit and had watched the mountains and rivers of the human world for thousands of years. Thinking back to those years, the scholar who was known as the proudest scholar in the human world was able to write such a book. He was indeed not disappointed at all. After sending his friend back to the mountains, when he went down the mountain alone, Bai also wielded his sword in the human world. With one strike of his sword, he split open the Yellow River and the heavenly abode. The scholar resisted the heavenly Tao with his own strength and prevented the central divine continent from having to worry about droughts. It also caused the water fortune of the righteous nation to soar by 10%. How high-spirited and vigorous. As a result, Wei Pai, who came from the old deities of the divine water country, naturally held Bai in high esteem. The only person who could be so impolite to Bai was probably this brother Jun Qian, who had once visited the immortals with Bai. Only then did the old scholar smile. He stood up and patted the blockhead's arm with all his strength, praising him. "Shiliu, you have improved. How could there be a senior brother in the world who did not take care of his junior brother? Anyway, there was definitely no such person in the line of the sage of literature. It was not that the old scholar could not get some money by himself. The unification of Tao was vast in the 3 continents. Those heavenly materials and earthly treasures could not escape his eyes no matter how well hidden they were. However, there were some things that should be done and some things that should not be done. He still had to talk about the rules of getting money, especially the order of the great Tao. What he got today was unreasonable, but it was inevitable that he would lose it tomorrow. It was not worth it. As a teacher, he did not want to cause trouble for his youngest disciple who was gradually growing up. He brought Liu Shiliu to the Great Scholar Square, which was commonly known as the Crab Square. The old scholar stopped and said, "This is the ascension platform that Heavenly Lord Qing Tong was in charge of guarding. In the end, it was refined into this state." The old scholar put one hand behind his back and pointed to the sky with the other. There was once a heavenly general who was in charge of guiding the Earth Immortals to ascend. Of course, the so-called Earth Immortals at that time knew that the human world was real. They were more valuable compared to the heavenly Immortals. As for today's nascent soul and golden core cultivators, they are also called Earth Immortals. In fact, they are incomparable. The seeking the truth of the immortal realm was, in general, seeking the truth. They wanted to comprehend the heavenly Tao, be free of tiredness, and finally ascend. In that earth-shaking and extravagant battle, this heavenly general was wearing the great frost armor. He was the only one who chose to fight to the death and not retreat. He was given to a certain senior. No, to a senior who was not old at all. That person was nailed to the door with a sword. It was not without reason that the last true dragon in the world had to escape to this place after going through so many hardships. As long as Heavenly Lord Qing Tong was willing to reopen the ascension platform, it would have a slim chance of survival. Since the sky was gone, of course, it could not ascend. However, it would not be difficult to escape to a secret realm that shattered mountains and rivers. However, as one of the most serious criminals in the world, Heavenly Lord Qing Tong was in a difficult situation. It was no different from a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. It was as if he needed to hold incense with both hands above his head every day to prevent the incense from dying out. Naturally, he was not willing to break the rules with the 3 15th level cultivators for a mere true dragon. In the Pearl Grotto Heaven, Old Yang used a series of interlinked truths to cover the superficial illusion that the world could see. In fact, it was to hide the biggest truth. This was the real smokescreen. The old scholar stopped by the memorial arch for a long time and looked up at one of the plaques. Liu Shiliu asked, this time, when the wasteland entered the vast world, that guy named Ju Mi had many tricks up his sleeve. "Sir, do you know who he is?" Because of his identity, Liu Shiliu was not very interested in the affairs of the world. The old scholar's expression became serious, and he slowly said, "His surname is Jiao, but I won't say his full name, so as to avoid his prying eyes. He was once a student of our Confucian school, so I will call him Jiao Sheng." Liu Shiliu immediately understood. It's him. Thinking about it, he felt that it was both unexpected and reasonable. In history, many scholars after Jiao Sheng's death felt injustice for him. There were even people who said that Jiao Sheng was the greatest Confucian of the generation. Those who said that weren't normal people. The so-called Great Confucian praised Jiao Sheng for his talent, boldness, and generosity. It was obvious that within the Confucian school, there were some who had no objections to the current rules. In the Western Buddhist country and the Qingming world, there were no 100 schools of thought. Liu Shiliu asked, "In your opinion, what do you think of Jiao Sheng's 12 strategies for peace? A strong dose of medicine can really bring peace." The old scholar smiled and said, "It's a pity that there is a problem. Jiao Sheng only cares about treating illnesses. Even if he does save people, the strength of the medicine is too strong. For example, in the surrounding markets, no matter how good the medicine is, after a few years or 10 years, it will most likely become a pot of medicine. How can one not worry? This is just the surface. There is a huge problem, which is that Jiusheng's knowledge has a fundamental difference with the Confucian orthodoxy. Liu Shiliu asked softly, "Is that why you rejected senior apprentice brother's knowledge?" The old scholar hesitated and shook his head. His knowledge is better than Jiusheng's because he didn't rebuild the house and nail the windows, leaving only one door. Your senior apprentice brother's knowledge isn't as extreme as Jiusheng's. The old scholar pointed at the signboards that had lost their luster and asked, "The signboards are hung high up, and the couplets are usually pasted on the wide areas. Why?" Liu Shiliu followed the direction of his finger and answered, "Walking on the wide areas is the best way to walk steadily to the high places." The old scholar nodded his head to show his agreement. He then led Liu Shiliu around the signboard building and told him some inside information through telepathy. There were 4 signboards: not passing on responsibilities, hope for nature, don't ask for external help, and fighting bull. After circling around, they came back to the signboard that said not passing on responsibilities. The old scholar emphasized on the Taoist issue. The person who said hope for nature on the signboard was the first disciple of Daoist ancestor, the headmaster of Beko Keikyang building, who eventually transformed into 3 pure ones with one breath. On Fortune Street in Lizhu Cave, the scholar Li Shisheng, who was replaced by Peach as Li Jiang, was from Confucianism. The one from Shengua sect was from Taoism. As for the last one, even the old scholar didn't know who he was. Anyway, he thought that he was a disciple of Buddhism. The battle between the 3 sects is only between me and myself. I discuss Taoism with myself, but I stand aloof from worldly affairs. It's like an empty boat coming to touch my boat, but I don't get angry. This was the power of the first disciple of Daoist ancestor. Compared to the other 2 headmasters of Beko Keikyang building, the first disciple of Daoist ancestor had a good reputation in other worlds. Moreover, the second disciple of Daoist ancestor and Lu Chen were accepted by him on behalf of their master. Only the last disciple of Daoist ancestor was accepted by Lu Chen on behalf of their master. Liu Shiliu frowned slightly. The old elementary scholar patted his arm. "Don't think too much." Although Li Shisheng, one of the 3, was a latecomer in the Pearl Grotto heaven, in the vast world, Xiao Qi was the latecomer. Moreover, the first disciple of Daoist ancestor had no intention of targeting Xiao Qi. It was more of a ploy by the other 2 sects of Beko Keikyang building. Li Shisheng had no choice back then. If not for Lu Chen's scheming, the battle between Xiao Qi and Li Shisheng would have been like the collision of 2 pillars of the river, causing waves to surge. Regardless of the outcome, there wouldn't have been the slightest bit of filth. Perhaps. Even though the old elementary scholar was speaking from the bottom of his heart, he still didn't reveal his thoughts to his disciple. The old elementary scholar originally wanted to say, fellow Taoists, establishing sects and calling themselves ancestors, one orthodox and one vice, mutually benefiting from the great Tao. Whether it was Li Shisheng, the first disciple of Daoist ancestor, or Xiao Qi, once the 2 sides truly began discussing Taoism, they would all be open-minded. It was just that they didn't reach that stage. Now that things had come to this and the overall situation had been decided, there was no point in saying more. Just because the old elementary scholar didn't want to say more about it, it didn't mean that he didn't care. The old elementary scholar didn't advocate repaying evil with good without a bottom line. That wasn't open-mindedness, it was ignorance. Liu Shiliu turned his head. He still had to lower his head to see the side of his teacher's face. Teacher raised his head to look at the 4 words. He was also very sad. It's just that he was too lonely. There weren't many people who could drink with him and let him speak freely. The plaque read, "Not passing on my responsibility." The old elementary scholar didn't retract his gaze for a long time. If not me, who else could it be? Of the lineage of the sage of literature, Qi Jingchun of Pearl Grotto Heaven, Kui Dong of Aquarius Continent, left and right of Tongyi Continent, Chen Pingan of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Now there's Liu Shiliu who has returned to the vast world. A light breeze brushed past his face. The old elementary scholar looked around and laughed. He raised his hand to scratch his head and murmured, "The spring breeze knows my intentions, sending me back to the past. There are many inappropriate people in the world, there are many unjust things in the world, but don't even think about killing the beauty in my heart." Liu Shilu muttered softly, "The past is the past, the future is the future. Every moment is the past, every moment is the future. The past is the future will be the past." In the end, he was kicked by teacher, who scolded him jokingly, don't come, the lineage of the sage of literature has your little shiddy, otherwise people would laugh at us for being a monk's nest." Liu Shilu grinned and scratched his head like teacher, luckily he still had a lot of hair. But when he looked at teacher's thin figure, if he didn't merge with heaven and earth, would he weigh 90 kilograms? Liu Shilu was very sad, he was about to cry again. Liu Shilu raised his head, "Why aren't they here yet? Why is there no movement from the sky screen? If one's heart is unhappy, one can fight with one's fists, one can forget one's worries." The old elementary scholar laughed angrily, "Blockhead, have some hope. Fighting and killing, you're not a scholar." After that, old Xiu brought Liu Shilu to the old school. The old school was the old school, no one was the old school, but there was no decline. Everywhere was clean, everything was neat and tidy. He heard that the little girl Nuan Shu would come down the mountain on time to clean the school and the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley. Then, he went to the new school opened by the Chen family in Dragon Tail Creek. The old elementary scholar especially liked to see the children shaking their heads. Some children would memorize it by heart, some children would stumble over their memorization, but they were all very good. While the old elementary scholar toured the school, he also looked at the teacher's methods of teaching and dispelling doubts, he also looked at the teacher's godly tone. Actually, the true Buddha only spoke ordinary words. Being in the officialdom, it was inevitable to speak in an official tone, but one couldn't only speak in official words. One must remember that all official words came from human words. When one became an immortal on the mountain, one couldn't only have the immortal aura of clouds and wind, one had to have some human touch. After reading too many sages' books, one had to hope that the world would change for the better. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if one just grumbled and said strange things, dragging others into disappointment and despair. After the old elementary scholar left the school and walked in Apricot Blossom Alley, he said to Liu Shilu for no reason, "Back then, Xiao Qi accompanied Zhuozhuo to travel the mountains and rivers, while you visited White Emperor City with Kui Dong." Liu Shilu nodded and said, after senior brother Kui and the mayor of White Emperor City finished the Rosy Clouds game, he wrote a cursive calligraphy for Zheng Juzhong, "No one before, no one after, lives in it." The old elementary scholar smiled and said, "There was such a thing." Liu Shilu said, after all, he lost the game, so senior brother Kui didn't have the nerve to say anything. Zheng Juzhong. Look, which disciple of the sage of literature didn't treat others with sincerity? Later, the two met a handsome young drunkard on the road. It was the supervisor Cao Gengxin and the county governor Yuan Zhengding. They were both disciples of Dallas Upper Pillar State. Supervisor Cao had just finished drinking, and a full wine pot was hanging from his waist. He and the pot were walking leisurely to the yamen for the roll call. Sometimes, when Supervisor Cao was really drunk and couldn't walk, he would ask a familiar young waiter or a child he was familiar with on the side of the road to give him a handful of copper coins as a running fee. The waiter would help him take the wine pot to the supervisor's yamen and put it on the table, which could be considered helping him roll call. The old elementary scholar looked at the young man with a smile. Cao Gengxin also noticed that the short old man in a Confucian robe was sizing him up. Supervisor Cao didn't greet him, but he also didn't want to turn a blind eye. He burped and then walked sideways on the street. He smiled and bowed to the old man who he had never met before. The old elementary scholar nodded his head in greeting. Not all the officials and scholars in the world could be so elegant and unrestrained, but at the same time, there definitely needed to be a few people like that. As for the county governor Yuan Zhengding, the more the better. In the old elementary scholar's eyes, there was no difference between the two. They were both outstanding young people. He strolled through the streets and alleys of the small town. He walked past the lonely clay bottle alley, and then back to the Dragon Rider alley. The longevity daoist, dressed in a long white robe, was waiting for him on the stairs. She bowed to the old elementary scholar without saying a word. The old elementary scholar was grinning from ear to ear. The longevity daoist then took them to the shop where the old elementary scholar freeloaded a few pastries. Liu Shiliu also tasted them, but of course, he didn't dare to eat to his heart's content. The previous shopkeeper, Sharu, was shocked. She was about to bow to the sage of literature who walked out from the hanging statue when the old elementary scholar waved his hand with a smile, saying that there was no need. Liu Shiliu and the longevity daoist talked about business. Of course, she didn't have any objections. If there were 1 or 2 more golden raindrops falling on the northern peak, the lotus root-blessed land's empty seats of the mountain deities would spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Moreover, as the lotus root-blessed land that had just been promoted to a medium-level blessed land, in the future, whether it was the number of deities, city gods, or the rank of their golden bodies, they wouldn't lose to the top medium-level blessed lands in the world. Money falling from the sky was a rare thing. It was even rarer for the money to fall into one person's pocket. With the longevity daoist in charge of the Luopo mountain, money would come rolling in. It couldn't be stopped. Therefore, before the old elementary scholar and the longevity daoist entered and left, they both thanked her with a smile. The first time, the longevity daoist only said that it was her duty. The second time, she habitually smiled and accepted it. After leaving the Riding Dragon Alley, the old elementary scholar said, "Your youngest martial brother isn't here. Let's go see your youngest martial brother's best friend. He must be one of the people who protect Chen Pingan the most." At the blacksmith's shop by the Dragon Whisker River, Liu Shiliu saw Liu Xianyang, who was sitting on a bamboo chair and taking a nap under the sun. After Liu Shiliu reported his name, Liu Xianyang asked Mr. Wen Sheng to quickly sit down. He bent down and used his elbow to massage the old elementary scholar's shoulders. He asked if the strength was too light or too heavy. Then he said to Liu Shiliu, "Senior and I are from the same family." Same family. The old elementary scholar couldn't help but laugh. He didn't say which family they were from. Liu Shiliu also felt that it was interesting. He also didn't say anything. It could be said that he recognized the young man as his family. The old elementary scholar squinted his eyes and enjoyed himself. He told the young man that the strength was just right and that it was comfortable. Then the old elementary scholar imitated the boy who was reading and shook his head leisurely. He said, "Pearls and jade can be easily obtained in the human world. How can I be like young Sheni's head?" Liu Xianyang was surprised and said, "How can you know the poem that was just bought from our local county records? It seems that your knowledge is so great that even the vast world can't hold it. At least you have to add the 5th world." Since he was Chen Pingan's teacher, then he could be considered half a teacher to Liu Xianyang. He had flattered him. Liu Shiliu was tall and sturdy. He could only sit on the steps. He put his fists on his knees and looked straight ahead, pretending that he didn't hear anything. However, the teacher took it very seriously. This kind of words should be said among family members. Don't spread it. Don't spread it. Otherwise, it will easily attract jealousy and hatred. Liu Xianyang sat on a bamboo chair and said righteously, "Teacher, you are naturally righteous. However, as a student and disciple, if I have the opportunity to say a few words of justice for you, I will not hesitate to do so. You can't have too many nice words." Liu Shiliu couldn't help but look at the sincere Liu Xianyang. He had heard from the teacher that this was a Confucian disciple who had been studying in the South Po continent for many years. Liu Shiliu thought back to the scene on Luopa Mountain. Wei Shanjun, the sword immortal, the girl in the pink dress, Chen Nuanshu, and the girl in black, Ju Mili. They all seemed to be very educated and reasonable. He was relieved. As long as his younger brother didn't speak like Liu Xianyang, there would be no problem. The old elementary scholar chatted with Liu Xianyang about some serious knowledge from the books. The old elementary scholar was very satisfied with the questions and answers. The depth of one's studies and hard work indeed depended on talent. However, the sincerity of one's heart didn't depend on talent. After that, the old elementary scholar let Liu Xianyang ask questions. It was another round of questions and answers. From the beginning to the end, Liu Xianyang sat upright and still. The old elementary scholar finally said something to the young man. Xian Yang, take it as a lesson for you. Think carefully about how to harmonize the fundamentals of life and the way of life. After nodding, Liu Xianyang stood up and took a few steps back. As a Confucian disciple, he bowed respectfully with his hands folded in front of him. The old elementary scholar stood up and nodded with a smile. I won't follow the example of the Taoist scholars of the future and return the bow. Because I have a question that you haven't answered. It won't be too late for me to return the favor in the future. It was as if Liu Xianyang had stepped out of a small world of Confucian orthodoxy. He straightened his back and laughed. Teacher, you are too kind. Liu Shiliu understood more than Liu Xianyang. The teacher's question was a big one. In fact, the three doctrines of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism were similar in many ways. For example, in the Record of the Lamp, there was a monk who asked, "What about learning without a place?" The teacher asked, "Where will you settle down and live your life?" The old elementary scholar said, I'm leaving. Liu Shiliu quickly stood up and bowed. Jun Qian, farewell, teacher. The old elementary scholar said, the emperor loves the eldest son and the people love the youngest son. As a teacher, it is inevitable that I will be biased towards my last disciple. Jun Qian, don't think too much. After all, Chen Pinggan is different from the rest of you. He spent the least time by my side and relied on himself the most. He is also the youngest and is still too young, at this point. Only then did the old scholar stop talking, because he suddenly realized that even his last disciple was not young anymore. The young man with clear eyes, who did not know how to drink wine and who walked through thousands of mountains and rivers in straw sandals, was now 10 years old and was approaching the age of 40. The old elementary scholar sighed and stomped his feet. His figure disappeared. Liu Xianyang handed a handful of melon seeds to Liu Shiliu. Liu Shiliu sat back on the steps and shook his head. Liu Xianyang took the initiative to say something. Liu Shiliu either nodded or said a few simple words. In the end, the two family members who met for the first time became silent. They each had their own thoughts, but neither of them felt embarrassed. In the end, Liu Shiliu asked, when you dozed off earlier, I saw the signs of your sword while moving around your body. Were you practicing swordsmanship in your dream? Liu Xianyang nodded and said casually, there is a sword manual passed down from my ancestors. The method of practicing swordsmanship is a bit strange. It is a pity that it is not suitable for Chen Pinggan. Liu Shiliu said, I am also friends with Bai. His swordsmanship is good. In the future, if you encounter a big bottleneck in swordsmanship on your path of cultivation, you can go to him and learn from him. Although Bai has a cold personality, he is actually warm-hearted. If he meets a junior like you, he will definitely be impressed. Liu Xianyang turned his head and said with a smile, okay, even if the bottleneck is not that big, as long as Mr. Bai is willing to teach me, I am willing to learn. Liu Shiliu nodded. Young people were not narrow-minded, but big-hearted. He did not feel that he was giving alms from above. That was good. No wonder he could be friends with junior brother. Just like him and Bai Yi. Liu Shiliu stood up and said goodbye to Liu Xianyang. He did not like to talk, especially when it came to polite words. Liu Shiliu asked Wei Shanjun to help him hide his tracks and return to Luopo Mountain. He planned to stay here for a few more days. When the sky screen opened again, he would be able to receive guests. After staying on Luopo Mountain for a long time, he became familiar with Wei Pai and Miu from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Liu Shiliu and Mi Zhenxian asked about junior brother's hidden deeds. They were very gratified. Liu Shiliu now knew more about Luopo Mountain. Although junior brother often traveled, he did not spend much time in his hometown and spent more time in a foreign land. However, he still managed to save up such a large fortune. It was not easy. Luopo Mountain's fortune, other than the relationship with Wei Shanjun of Cloud Splitting Mountain, just the commission from the Oxhorn Mountain ferry business was enough to make a lot of money. It was a pity that Liu Shiliu was not able to meet Zhu Lian, who was nicknamed Old Chef. And the teacher said that junior brother's first disciple, Pei Qian, would shock the entire world sooner or later. Thus, Liu Shiliu was curious. Sword Immortal Miu, who had changed his name to UMI, had not offered incense at G Mountain's ancestral master hall. But in the Aquarius continent, a jade unpolished realm sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Chi was not light at all. However, this swordsman was indeed a little too lazy. It is said that through the ink-flipping ferry of her family, she asked people to buy a lot of mountain utensils used to watch the reflection of flowers, water, and moon, such as white bowls, picture scrolls, inkstones, rulers, and so on. She collected more than 20 of them for Miu and spent money like water. When Zhu Mili told Liu Shiliu about this, the little girl felt sorry for UMI. She said that it was obvious that UMI was going to be a bachelor. Zheng Dafeng, who was guarding the gate, was purely a martial artist, and went to the Fifth World. Center Yuanji was from Luopo Mountain's ancestral master hall, and at the same time, was Zhu Lian's unofficial disciple. The young lady was very sincere in her training, and would walk back and forth on the path at the top and bottom of the mountain every day. Liu Shiliu saw this, and planned to find an opportunity to teach her a few fist techniques according to the rules of the mountain. The siblings, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, were the direct disciples of Liu Baixiang. It was said that they had just left Luopo Mountain not long ago. Thus, the current Luopo Mountain was even more deserted. At the sword-worshipping platform, the bottleneck of Jindan realm was Kui Wei, while Jiang Chu became a Qi refinement warrior and walked the talisman Dao. The old Daoist Huan Yun of the North Continent, who wandered here, had stayed at Luopo Mountain for a year just for Jiang Chu, and taught him the talisman Dao. Because Jiang Chu was temporarily not a direct disciple of Luopo Mountain's ancestral master hall, teaching Dao was not a taboo. Both parties were not master and disciple in name, but they were master and disciple in reality. The other peer, Zhong Jiazhen, was not discouraged because she did not have the aptitude for cultivation. Instead, she chose to follow the big accountant, Wei Wenlong from the inverted Shen Mountain's Spring Banner House, who never showed his face in public, to learn the art of financial calculation. In the dragon-riding alley's sway shop, the female ghost, Sharu, was wearing the remains of an ascendant realm cultivator. As for the long-lived fellow Daoist, it was even more so. In the straw shop, the blind Daoist, Jiao Cheng, Zhao Dungao, and Tian Zhu'er were the three master and disciple. Zhu'er's blood was a natural talisman spring. Fortunately, they entered Luopo Mountain. Otherwise, their ending would not be too good. They could easily become a money tree for immortals. The black snake, who migrated from Luopo Mountain to Mount Grey Mist to cultivate, was born in Chiduan Mountain and was now in the Dragon Gate realm. After transforming into a human form, it was the black-clothed youth. His face was pale, and he was wearing a green crow robe, which was refined from a snake's skin. His alias was Yunzi, and his real name was Dazhang. Regarding the matter of his real name, which was equivalent to half of his life, he heard from Xiaomi that it was the decree of the big white goose. Yunzi did not dare to disobey. Fortunately, other than bestowing a name, Kui Dongshan also gave him an immortal treasure that was suitable for flood dragons to cultivate. As a mountain spirit water monster that was not easy to cultivate, the reason why Yunzi broke through so quickly was related to his own aptitude, but it was not much. It was still thanks to the snake gall stone that Chen Lingjun gave him. As for the hidden python in Yellow Lake Mountain, it had already reached the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm. However, the python was still unwilling to walk on the river. Wei Pai, the great mountain lord, had revealed the heavenly secret for Liu Shiliu. It originally had a chance to compete with a certain little loach for the opportunity of the great Tao of water of the five elements. Unfortunately, it lost and was unable to leave Black Pearl Grotto Heaven in the end. The python's cultivation aptitude was naturally not bad. It could already transform into a human form. However, it rarely showed up. When it occasionally appeared, it would show up with its real body. It liked to hibernate at the bottom of the lake and silently open up a cave residence of the water monster. The old owner of Yellow Lake Mountain, who had once bought the mountain with gold copper coins, only knew that there was a lake monster at the bottom of his lake because the python had never gone ashore in its human form. However, it was not clear about the level of the lake monster, nor was it aware of such a great opportunity that involved the flow of Black Pearl Grotto Heaven's fate. Otherwise, it would not have sold Yellow Lake Mountain to Luopa Mountain. The python's real name was also given to her by Kui Dongshan. It was Buddha pine on the registry. She would only occasionally leave the water and go ashore to meet Ju Meili. Ju Meili still did not dare to go down the mountain alone. She relied on bags of melon seeds to do business with Wei Shanjun. Every month, he would throw her to the shore of Yellow Lake Mountain. The woman in yellow had green eyes that were as clear as autumn water. After she went ashore, her entire body was filled with a looming natural mist of water. There was an old pine by the lake. It was also mysterious and restrained. It did not cause any changes in the mountains and rivers for the time being. What a good saying. When did the python not move for 1,000 years? When did the old pine not meditate? She was completely different from the overbearing Yunzi. The real python, the woman in yellow, preferred to be quiet and not move. The latter's nest was called Green Mud Slope. It was located in Grey Mist Mountain. It had the meaning of poisonous flying kites fall, stinky giant pythons pass. The white-clothed youth had once brought the left protector of the Riding Dragon Alley to tour Yellow Lake Mountain. When they were near the water, he smiled and said that the great scholar had once written a poem, "Stay to slay the flood dragon below the pond. Don't test the dog on the street." Hearing that, the python at the bottom of the lake buried its head in the mud. As for the dog behind the white-clothed youth, it shivered and lay on the ground. The vassal Yellow Court Country, Red Candle Town, and the old Divine Water Country were all part of Jiu Shu's territory. It was said that the Flood Dragon Cave was endless. It attracted sword immortals to appear between the clouds and water. The sword light descended and killed the Flood Dragon. However, Liu Shiliu did not plan to meet Yunzi and the woman in yellow. He did not want to disturb their cultivation. To be precise, he did not want to disturb their Dao hearts. After all, it was not a good thing for anyone of the water race to meet Liu Shiliu. Only Xiaomi, who carried the golden pole and green bamboo cane every day and patrolled the mountain day and night, did not feel tired. Even if she spent every day with Liu Shiliu, nothing happened. Firstly, this mute lake monster had a low cultivation level. Secondly, Ju Xiaomi's Dao heart was clear and pure. She was fine. Other than that, there were also some people from Luo Po Mountain's ancestral hall who were not on the mountain. After Liu Shiliu familiarized himself with Luo Po Mountain, he realized that from the young mountain master to the students and disciples, to the direct disciples of the ancestral hall, and to the consecrators, they were all traveling. The atmosphere was strange. Normal mountains would not be like this. Martial artists, sword cultivators, Confucian scholars, Daoist Qi cultivators, all kinds of monsters, and female ghosts. There was also that long-lived Daoist with special roots. Yet, they got along well. It was strange. Today, Ju Xiaomi pulled the big guy to sit at the peak of the mountain and accompanied her to watch the silly big sister center practice her fist skills. Her figure became smaller and smaller, making Xiaomi so happy that she covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. After Ju Xiaomi laughed, she felt a little sad without Pei Qian reminding her to be more ladylike. Therefore, she planned to say something happy. She turned her head and asked Liu Shiliu softly, "Senior brother half-mountain master, let's guess riddles? I know a lot of riddles. Not to mention big sister Nuanshu, even Pei Qian can't compare to me. She can't think of an answer every time, so she can only be anxious." Liu Shiliu smiled and said, "Go ahead." Ju Xiaomi coughed. "There is a drum in the sky, hidden in the depths of the clouds. Bang, 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 bang. What is it? Do you know?" Liu Shiliu said, "Thunder." Liu Shiliu glanced at the sky. The ancient god who was knocked down by him was not from the Thunder sect. However, the next one might be. Ju Xiaomi gave him a thumbs up. Then, the little girl began to ponder. "Oh, I've met an expert." Little Meili, who originally wanted to remind the big guy, asked again, "There is a grass on the mountain with many pearls. If I don't get it, you'll be running for nothing." Liu Shiliu smiled and said, "It's dew, right? In the book, there was a saying, for example, the morning dew is long gone. Fortunately, it's safe and sees the light of day again. As for the rest, it's only the morning dew." Ju Xiaomi crossed her arms and frowned. She thought of a more difficult riddle. There are many chess pieces, and the chessboard is big. We can only watch, but we can't play. Let me ask you, what are the chess pieces? Liu Shiliu smiled and shook his head. He had once traveled far away from the sky alone and saw the ritual Saint Dharma form with his own eyes. He picked up those chess pieces and stopped those ancient existences. Zhu Xiaomi shook her head and said with a smile, "It's difficult, isn't it? It's okay if you don't know. As long as you look up at night, you'll know the answer." Then, the little girl looked at the big guy, who seemed a little lonely. She said, "Small stone tablets, one by one, stand in 2 rows at the door." She opened her mouth slightly and chuckled. Liu Shiliu smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. "Got it. He's tall and close to the sky. I'm so envious." Xiao Xiaomi held her cheeks and looked into the distance. She was sad, but she was really worried. "Senior brother half-mountain master, let me tell you a secret. I actually don't like to patrol the mountain that much, but I'm on the mountain every day, eating melon seeds and doing nothing. I can't help much. Don't you think I'm worried? So every time I patrol the mountain, I run very fast. I'm secretly slacking off." Liu Shiliu nodded. "I'll keep it a secret for you." Zhu Xiaomi leaned closer and whispered, "Then let me tell you a big secret. When I was wandering the martial arts world with the good mountain master in the North Continent, the little girl placed the green bamboo cane and the golden carrying pole by her feet, then stood up and said, 'I stood in a big basket and knocked on Master Pei Qian's head with all my might. Chen Hao said that a piece of snow cost a chestnut, but I didn't even blink.'" Liu Shiliu smiled and said, "Then you're really amazing." Zhu Xiaomi, who was originally in high spirits, suddenly became gloomy. "He taught me those riddles. If he didn't come home, I would have forgotten." 712. 1 second to remember. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. A Luopo mountain where the mountain master was temporarily absent was like a gentleman hiding his weapon, waiting for the right time to move. If there was a Tao, then there was a Tao. If there was no Tao, then there was a Tao. There was no such saying in Luopo mountain. The way of the world is not good, it's not good for the immortals and hermits who keep by Yun and Qing Shan Company, so everybody goes down the mountain. However, the truth had not been revealed yet, so Liu Shiliu was not in a hurry. Moreover, with the choice of that little junior brother, as a senior brother, he could not ask for more. Therefore, as an outsider of Luopo Mountain who was the mountain master's senior brother, his impression of this mountain was getting better and better. But Liu Shiliu had a big doubt in his heart. Was she the sword attendant who had followed the supreme existence in the past to conquer the world? Was she the so-called spirit of the immortal sword? Or could it be that she was the true master of the sword attendant, but she had deliberately changed her appearance to deceive the later generations? Because in Liu Shiliu's view, the sword attendant or sword spirit did not exist, at least not a complete existence. He asked, but unfortunately, she did not give an answer. Her eyes were as cold as ever, and she even disdained to give a disdainful look. "You did not accompany Xiaomi to patrol the mountain today, but went to the top of the stairs and found Liu Shiliu sitting on the ground. You sat at the side and said, 'With Mr. Liu on Luopo Mountain, I am relieved.' You planned to take a trip to Old Dragon City with his sword. Therefore, You took off the blade-strengthening gourd Haoliang from his waist and said with a smile, 'I am not asking to die, but just in case, I will trouble Mr. Liu to hand it to Longevity Fellow Daoist. I will not go to Dragon Riding Alley and be rejected.' Liu Shiliu shook his head and said, 'I will not stay for long.' Suddenly, he thought of the existence of the Yang family's medicine shop. Luopo Mountain was adjacent to Cloud-Splitting Mountain, and the woman from Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Liu Shiliu changed his mind. "Sword Immortal, be careful. When I go south and reach Old Dragon City, I will fight for you. When the time comes, you can return to Luopo Mountain." You was a little helpless. Being called Sword Immortal by Liu Shiliu, why did it sound like a scolding? You was even more helpless. He had to remind him again, "My surname is even if he called me Sword Immortal it would be a little more intimate, right?" Liu Shiliu laughed heartily. "Sure, Sword Deity." You relaxed and looked at the scenery outside the mountains in the distance. He smiled and said, Then I will be thick-skinned and accept your kindness. In the battlefield of Old Dragon City, I will pinch my fingers and wait for Mister's arrival every day. For some reason, Liu Shiliu thought of the young man who practiced swordsmanship in his dream. The man became more and more worried. The people around Junior Brother seemed to be thick-skinned. It was a good thing to be polite with people who were familiar with each other, but it was rare to see people who were so polite, right? According to teacher, Junior Brother's temperament was gentle, courteous, and thrifty. He was able to scrupulously abide by etiquette. When he was young, his heart was free. When he was older, he became more cautious. He pursued a refined Confucian state. His knowledge was on the path of becoming a great Confucian scholar. He handled matters with a heroic demeanor. Teacher's words had always been targeted when the four of them were studying in the past. He would never praise his disciples. Just like back then, when the outside world praised the third disciple of the sage of literature, teacher only said that Xiao Qi's knowledge was all right. He was still far from being a true sage. You old fellows shouldn't spoil his growth by excessive enthusiasm. He could speak Kuidong, his calligraphy was passable, but his chess skills were SOSO. Look, he couldn't even win against the Lord of White Emperor City. He said that he learned swordsmanship late. The reason he had some skills was due to luck. How could a guy who wasn't even considered a sword immortal have any future prospects? Wasn't that logical? After senior brothers were got into trouble, teacher had more to say. You are all senior. Why are you getting angry at a junior? It's not worth it. I'll teach him a lesson when I get back. Why are you still glaring at him? Don't you know any etiquette? Hurry up and apologize to the seniors. Be more sincere and lower your head. You understood, but he was too lazy to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. It could easily backfire. Mr. Liu, who was abnormally tall, only looked simple and honest, but he definitely couldn't be thought of as a thoughtless person. Although Miu was a swordsman born and raised in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he had seen many gentlemen and sages. So he didn't have the face to say some strange things about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. For example, from afar, his alliance. From close up, his the hidden official. In his hometown, quarrels were common. As long as the hidden official was in person, he had never lost, whether it was in the Great Wall of Sword Qi outside the Summer Palace or in the inverted mountain outside the Spring Banner House. But he couldn't stop others from gossiping in private, could he? Moreover, the countless shills of the wine shops and gambling houses seemed to be fiercer than anyone else when they scolded the deputy manager who was in charge of delivering money in private. After all, Liu Shiliu was the senior brother of the hidden official. There were some things that Miu, an outsider with a literary background, couldn't say. If Miu was really stupid, then was he still the sword immortal who had incurred countless love debts? Liu Shiliu said, "You should be able to guess that I'm a demi-human." Miu nodded. "I've seen a lot. It's hard to find it strange." When it came to this, Miu was like a sword immortal. Liu Shiliu didn't say anything else. On Luopa Mountain, a little girl dressed in black was bouncing around. She first accompanied Sister Nwanshu to clean up the Jise Peak's ancestral hall before patrolling the mountain alone. She was in a good mood today. Perhaps because she had made a new friend, she didn't run as fast as before. At this moment, she was happily calling out to a little girl who was sitting in the water. She was dressed in red and didn't paddle a boat. The big guy couldn't guess what it was. It was a small red jar filled with red dumplings. The big guy didn't know. He still scratched his head. Liu Shiliu put his hands on his knees. "Sword immortal, I won't send you off. In the future, when we meet again in Old Dragon City, you won't send me off after we drink." Miu smiled bitterly. "My surname is Mi." He then smiled. "Mr. Liu, please take care of little Nwanshu and little Millet. Sword immortal, don't worry. With me around, there won't be any what if." Liu Shiliu's promise was said very casually. He then smiled and patted Miu on the shoulder. "You're a good person." Miu didn't care about being addressed as sword immortal without the word Mi. It was useless no matter how many times he cared. The green-robed sword immortal stood up with a smile and cupped his fists at Liu Shiliu. Then, he rode his sword and flew away, instantly turning into a rainbow and heading south. As he was worried that little Millet would be sad if she saw it, Miu deliberately restrained his aura and the scene of him riding his sword. The sword light only flashed. However, Miu still didn't know what Liu Shiliu's evaluation of him was. Previously, Liu Shiliu and Liu Xianyang had talked about his good friend Bai Yi. It was that good friend Bai Yi, his swordsmanship is not bad. Liu Shiliu continued to be patient and waited for the sky screen to open again. Shanjun Wei Pai was very loyal. As the senior brother of the mountain master, he had to help his junior brother get some favors. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to see Mr. again. Liu Shiliu suddenly laughed. Junior brother, you're really too secretive here. Have you already been looked down upon by many people? During the night banquets at Cloud-Splitting Mountain, the head butler of Luopo Mountain, Zhu Lian, and Chen Lingjun, who came from the Imperial River, had all appeared. As for Pei Qian, Chen Nuanshu, and Zhu Mili, they had gone to Cloud-Splitting Mountain but hid far away to join in the fun. At the night banquet where Immortal Master Fu, the large and small city gods, and the gods of mountains and rivers gathered, the three little girls did not attract anyone's attention. In the territory of the northern peak, the Luopo Mountain, which followed closely behind the Dragon Spring Sword sect, had a deep impression of them. Other than the fact that the young mountain master came from the shabby alley of the Pearl Cave, it was more because of the northern peak's mountain lord. Wei Pai's admiration for the Luopo Mountain was too enviable. Other than that, the relationship between the Luopo Mountain and the Dragon Spring Sword sect was not bad. It was also very interesting because the Dragon Spring Sword sect and the Luopo Mountain had rented 3 mountains. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. The key was that it was rumored that the young mountain master, who had made a fortune at the bottom of the market, seemed to have hit it off with the saint's only daughter, Wan Xiu, before he made a fortune in his early years. This matter was spread with nose and eyes. In addition, the saint Wan Tong and the only daughter, Wan Xiu, did not seem to have seriously denied this matter. This was worth pondering over. It was precisely because of Wan Tong and Wei Pai's protection that the young man surnamed Chen, who had never appeared in the Luopo Mountain, was able to soar into the sky and rise rapidly. He became an immortal mountain that could not be underestimated on the territory of the Old Dali. Sitting on half of the Oxhorn Mountain ferry, occupying all the construction industries left behind by the bag shop, and at the same time, forming an alliance with the Pearl Hairpin Island that had been moved from the Bookslip Lake. The Golden Core female immortal, Liu Zhongruan, even personally served as the ferry manager of the dragon boat, Turning Ink. It was a pity that this Luopo Mountain was an empty shelf. There had never been a cultivator who could show off. It was said that the young man named Chen Pinggan was still a pure martial artist. He was not even a cultivator. The territory was not small, but there were too few people. As the largest landlord of the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in the Pearl Grotto Heaven in the past, there had never been a top-notch figure who could stabilize the sea. In the past 20 years, he had been hiding in the shade of the big trees of the Cloud-Spreading Mountain and the Dragon Spring Sword sect, covering half of his face. It seemed natural to be looked down upon by outsiders. Liu Shiliu laughed because a black-clothed little girl ran along the stairs all the way to the top of the mountain. After stopping, she deliberately panted. Liu Shiliu was too tall. He could gently pat little Mili's back while sitting. Zhu Mili sat at the side and asked, "Do you want to eat melon seeds?" Liu Shiliu shook his head. Zhu Mili sighed. "Then I won't eat anymore." After sitting with the big guy for a long time, Zhu Mili said that she was going to see a friend. After saying goodbye, she ran away again. She took out 3 small bags of melon seeds and softly called Wei Shanjun, Wei Shanjun. Wei Pai appeared near the mountain temple and took the 3 bags of melon seeds. He smiled and said, "Do you want to go to the Yellow Lake Mountain or the green mud slope of Mount Huameng?" Zhu Mili looked a little guilty today. She hugged the green bamboo cane and the small golden carrying pole together. She stretched out a hand and said, "Wei Shanjun, I know you are busy with something important. Today is the last time. I promise." Wei Pai put the melon seeds into his sleeve and said with a smile, "It's fine for now. Right, Protector, you don't have to do this. If something really happens, it's useless for you to shout. So, whether it's fine or not, You can shout in the Luopa mountain. Ju Mili shook her head. I said I'll trouble Wei Shanjun for the last time. Today, I'm going to the Yellow Lake Mountain to visit Sister Hongxia. Wei Pai could only nod and throw the little girl to the Yellow Lake Mountain. The big python's real name was Buddha Pine, but it liked to call itself Hongxia on Ju Mili's side. Ju Mili put down the carrying pole and bamboo cane. Like before, she needed to take a few deep breaths to be able to pluck up her courage. Lying by the water, the little girl stuck her head into the water and opened her eyes wide. After a long time, she still didn't see Sister Hongxia. In fact, Hongxia, who was dressed in yellow clothes, was standing on the shore with a smile. She squatted beside Ju Mili and gently patted her head. Poor little Mili was so scared that she dived into the water. Her hands flapped wildly, and in an instant, she was dozens of feet away at the bottom of the water. Hongxia felt a little guilty for a moment. A moment later, she stuck her head out. She was so anxious that her eyes were blurred because she left all her belongings on the shore. However, the little girl soon grinned and laughed. She was here, grinning and laughing, and no one cared. Ju Mili jumped out of the water and swaggered on the waves. She squatted down, patted the carrying pole and bamboo cane, and comforted them seriously. Don't be afraid. I'm just teasing you. Hongxia thought about it, and decided not to ask Ju Mili about the terrifying Qi on Luopo Mountain. It involved the Great Tao, and was a huge matter. He shouldn't drag the little girl into it. So Hongxia only laughed. What story of the Jiang who are you going to tell me today? Ju Mili laughed. I'm a green mountain. Have you heard of it before? Hongxia laughed. I've heard of it. Ju Mili was startled. Tilda, damn it, I can't open the door today. Tilda Hongxia suddenly felt a sense of fear. The main culprit that made her not dare to walk on Jiang Xinxi had arrived at Yellow Lake Mountain for the first time. Dragon Spring Sword Sect, the Lady Yuan Xiu. She was an existence that seemed to have ascended to the Aquarius continent skyscreen, and had personally killed an ancient divine spirit. Luckily, there was still Ju Mili who was kept in the dark. When she saw the adorable Sister Xiu Xiu, she waved her hands and said, Sister Xiu Xiu, eat the melon seed. Yuan Xiu smiled and slowly walked to Xiao Mili's side. She bent down and rubbed the little girl's head, and took the big handful of melon seeds. Yuan Xiu glanced at Hongxia who was trembling in fear, and asked in her mind, Are you really a part of Luopo Mountain? Only know how to eat and wait for death? Why are you still not leaving the lake and walking on the river? Are you planning to wait for me to die first? Hongxia's face turned pale. How would she dare to have such thoughts? She was being wronged. Yuan Xiu said, After I leave, immediately go and walk on the river. Hongxia's teeth chattered, and could only nod lightly. In fact, she wasn't sure if she really nodded. Ju Mili blinked her eyes, looked at Sister Xiu Xiu who was eating melon seeds, and then looked at Sister Hongxia, and asked softly, Sister Xiu Xiu, why does Sister Hongxia seem to be afraid of you? Yuan Xiu laughed. She's timid. She's even smaller than a grain of rice. Ju Mili originally wanted to laugh, but Sister Xiu Xiu was talking about Sister Hongxia, so she didn't laugh. She didn't forget to stretch out her hand in front of her, and secretly waved at Sister Hongxia, indicating that she didn't. Yuan Xiu said, Let's go to the spiritual Grace Mountain to play. Ju Mili said awkwardly, I just arrived, and I haven't talked much with Sister Hongxia. Yuan Xiu said, Then you guys talk first, I'll sit at the side. In the end, the black-clothed girl sat in the middle. How would Hongxia dare to sit beside Yuan Xiu? After hearing a story about the mute lake, Yuan Xiu spread out her handkerchief, picked up a piece of pastry, and handed it to Xiaomi. Ju Mili immediately understood, and shook her head to eat the pastry first. Then, she would tell a story about the good mountain lord. She had a big basket of them. Like last time, she said that Chen Jilan and she met the mountain spirits by chance, and they couldn't recite a poem, and were chased out of the cave by them. Sister Xiu Xiu was very happy, and it was the first time Ju Mili saw her smile like that. At that time, Sister Xiu Xiu went from really pretty to the prettiest. Young family shop. They invited Liu Shiliu to help guard the array. Old Yang also called Yuan Xiu. Liu Shiliu was really helpless. It was fine if they didn't meet before, But now that they were face to face, it was really strange. Moreover, there was also that Li Liu who had a great relationship with them, but couldn't get along because of the divergent path. What was going on with the place where Junior grew up? Old Yang pinned the old tobacco pipe to his waist. Old Yang suddenly looked at Ruan Xiu, took the tobacco pipe, and said, "Here, help me pass it to him." Ruan Xiu nodded and took the tobacco pipe that Old Yang tossed over. Liu Shiliu's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Back then, in the line of the sage of literature, Liu Shiliu's 3 senior and junior brothers were all dragons and phoenixes among men, but all of them seemed to be chaste. In fact, there were many women who liked the 3 of them, up and down the mountain. They didn't dare to say that there were as many as the carps crossing the river, but there were indeed many. It was a pity that eldest senior Kui Dong didn't have any distractions, and his ambition was high, so he treated women with courtesy at most, although he never deliberately ignored them. Senior brother probably thought that women were annoying, so why did he like me? If you like Kui Dong or Qi Jing Chun, you can go. Xiao Qi didn't understand at all. After Liu Shiliu and Ruan Xiu, Shanjun Wei Pai was also called over. This landlord of Northern Peak had a solemn expression. Wei Pai and Liu Shiliu, who had used a camouflage technique, stood at the side. A few days ago, when they occasionally asked, Wei Pai would announce to the public that he was an old friend of Cloud Paw Mountain from the Central Plains. As for whether or not anyone believed it, Wei Pai didn't care. After all, it wasn't like he was telling outsiders that he would never hold a night party again. Wei Pai asked, "Do you need me to operate the mountains and rivers?" Old Yang shook his head. "I know a little about divine powers." Wei Pai was speechless. Liu Shiliu smiled. This old man who used to be serious was getting better at chatting. He didn't live in the mortal world for 10,000 years in vain. In the blink of an eye, the entire northern peak was shrouded in white mist in the eyes of the cultivators. As for the regular people, they failed to sense anything at all. Today was a day that had never been seen before in 10,000 years. It was because of this old Yang who had guarded the human world bitterly for 10,000 years to continue the path of godhood. He wanted to re-establish the ascension platform in the human world as the ancient heavenly lord of Azure Child. They still did not see old Yang use any divine powers, but the earth immortals who had secretly hurried to various parts of the Dragon Province seemed to find themselves on a high platform. It was far too strange, such that many nascent soul and golden core cultivators looked at one another. However, they calmed down very soon and steadied their minds. On the high platform were old people who had lived in the mountains for a long time, as well as talented young people from the mountains. This large group of golden core and nascent soul cultivators from the Aquarius continent had received a secret order from the Dali Ministry of Punishments. The contents were very shocking. At the end of the secret letter, the wording was extremely strict, telling them not to divulge anything to the outside world. They were only allowed to secretly travel to the Dragon Province of Dali. The Daoist priest of the Divine Grandeur sect, the military cultivators of True Martial Mountain and Wind Snow Temple, the bastard son of the Jiang family of Cloud Forest, Jiang Yun, the 2 old sword cultivators of Upright Young Mountain, and the patriarch of the Shu family of Clear Wind City who had reached the bottleneck of nascent soul, the first disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, Dong Jiyu and Xieling. The Golden Core cultivator of Luopa Mountain, Kui Wei, and the Golden Core cultivator of Rosy Cloud Mountain, Cai Qin Qian. There was also a sword cultivator from the Wind and Thunder Garden who had revisited the Dragon Province, Liu Baqiao. Even though the Garden Lord, Huang He, had received a decree from Dali, he had actually directly given up on this fortune of the path of cultivation, only allowing Liu Baqiao to set off. He told his junior brother that he, Huang He, would train with the sword for the rest of his life. He would only use his own sword, and he would not accept any favors from anyone else apart from his master. Liu Baqiao tried to persuade him. In the end, Huang He said to Liu Baqiao, "It's very Li Tuanjing, and it's very Huang He himself. Your talent is inferior to mine, so I want to focus on training with the sword for the next 100 or 1,000 years. As the new Garden Lord, your cultivation is too low. You're a disgrace to my master and the Wind and Thunder Garden. You have no right to bargain with me, so hurry up and piss off to the Dragon Province of Dali." Earlier, Yuan Bai, a direct disciple of the Hall of Ancestral Ancestors of Upright Young Mountain, had asked the Garden Lord of the Wind and Thunder Garden, Huang He. Yuan Bai had taken out his life-bound flying sword, the jade stone that destroyed everything in its path. As a result, although Huang He had not fallen to golden core, it was an undeniable fact that his path of cultivation had been damaged. However, even with that being the case, as long as he came to the dragon province of Dali, there was hope for him to recover to complete nascent soul. As a matter of fact, with Huang He's talent, he might even be able to reach the upper 5 realms. However, Huang He was still unwilling to come here. There were a total of 3 people from the Truth Realm sect, including Sui Yuyu, who had just broken through the bottleneck of the Dragon's Gate realm. In times of great chaos, there would be misery and suffering. The people would be destitute, and the mountains and rivers would sink. There would also be countless heroes and ambitious people who would take advantage of the situation and rise up. They would all show off their prowess. In the backyard of the medicine store, Liu Shiliu said, "I'll go wait in the sky's screen first, just in case I get flustered and fail to receive guests properly. It'll be more sincere if I receive guests at the entrance." Ruan Xiu had just finished eating a pastry. She clapped her hands and said, "Same logic." Old Yang nodded. The imperial tutor of Dali and the Confucian scholar Kui Dong held the Beko Keikyang building in their hands. The corpses of gods sat in the sky. Kui Dong uttered a single word softly: "Kill." On the continent, wherever Kui Dong's gaze could reach, there was a flash of light. He immediately beheaded an immortal great demon. In the area of the 5 peaks, in all the mountains and rivers under the jurisdiction of the Dali vassals, there were many incense burners that were used to worship the 5 peaks. The local civil and military officials led the people to worship the incense day and night. The various city gods and officials, civil and military officials, and mountain and river deities were in charge of inspecting and measuring the quantity of the incense burners. They would report it to the various departments of rites and then submit it to the departments of rites and academies of Dali. In the small Aquarius continent, there were tens of thousands of poems that were called the Poems of the 5 Peaks. Finally, 100 of them were selected and compiled into books. They were distributed to the various academies and rural schools in the continent. They were sung by the children on the streets in the form of ballads. The monarch of the 5 peaks kept half of the incense burners that flowed into the great peaks to maintain the majestic golden body. The remaining 20% was given to the mountain of the monarch, and the remaining 30% was distributed to the mountain and river shrines under the jurisdiction of the various vassal states. It would increase the fate of the state, and finally, it would increase the power of the state. Once again, it would nourish the Dali dynasty and the continent's geomancy. In the Tongyi continent, even the emperor ran away, even the land immortals ran away. But in the Aquarius continent, even the small children in the streets and alleys, in the villages, were able to contribute to the stability of the continent, silently contributing to the stability of the continent. Bit by bit, the accumulated water formed rivers, the accumulated soil formed mountains. Dali had already changed the laws, allowing the vassal states to choose 2 or 4 heroic spirits, from the capital to the cities to the countryside, to put up their own door gods on all the doors. They would rebuild the golden body, protect the place, and not be attacked by the demon race. They would work together with the immortal cultivators and consecrators of the country, to set up a plan to prevent the demon race from disturbing the people's hearts and causing trouble. On a mountain peak far away from Kui Dong's image in the center of the Aquarius continent, a dozen people were looking down at the mountains and rivers. It was the founder of Shong Clan, Mr. Fan, leading a group of Shong Clan ancestors who came to the Aquarius continent. The Shong Clan ancestor who did not look old, after Kui Dong's sword, retracted his gaze and said emotionally, "The distant waters see the distant mountains. Old friends leave behind stories." After reminiscing about the matters of the world, this Mr. Fan changed the topic and smiled. "Everyone, it is said that the water flows with the mountains, the world's water flows unpredictably, only the mountains cannot move. Is it true that only the water moves and the mountains cannot move?" An old man who had followed him for many years laughed. "We don't have enough money." This person was the master on the mountain who had besieged Liang and escaped. He even happily gave himself a nickname, Semi-Peerless Master. This group of Shang clan elders who were rich enough to rival countries in the 9 continents, upon hearing this, they all laughed out loud. They truly did not have much, but they had a lot of money. Shang clan had already forked out a large sum of money to move the inland mountain ranges to the coast, to create a pass, or to move the coastal mountain ranges that were obstructive to the Dali cavalry, to the inland, to create a seemingly natural, but actually man-made majestic battle line. Next, they had to fork out even more money. Immortal money, valley rain money, snow money, summer money. Naturally they did not have even one, it was too shabby. All in all, Shang clan had to ensure that the vassal forces of Aquarius continent that did not have enough cavalry could defend the pass. They also had to make space for Dalis' invincible cavalry to roam freely on the vast plains. Mr. Fan smiled. Everyone, go back to your work, spread the money across the continent. All of them obeyed their ancestors' orders, and disappeared with the wind. On the battlefield of Old Dragon City, the few spiritual gods that had appeared before were unstoppable. Ma Ku-Xian had only returned to Aquarius continent's military ancestral court, Zhenwu Mountain, and not long after he returned, he met with the spiritual gods that had descended from the heavens to visit Aquarius continent. Ma Ku-Xian, who was one of the 10 young candidates, had also ordered 10 ancient spiritual gods to return the favor and attack the heavens. There was also the Nanyu Great Mountain Lord, the only female mountain lord, Fan Junmao, whose golden body was over 10 kilometers tall. She held a portion of the ancient moon, Truth, which was secretly given to her by Lady Gui. In Fan Juanmao's hands, the crescent moon was like a bow, pulled to a full moon, using the pure light of the sun and moon as the bowstring and arrow. When the arrow was shot out, regardless of whether it was to kill the ancient spiritual gods in the sky, or to kill the great demons in the sea, it had a might that could shake the heavens and earth. On the Dragon Ascension stage in Old Dragon City, there was a lady, Ji Qiu. Her golden eyes stared at a king great demon in the sea far away. The other party was also looking at Ji Qiu. Ji Qiu's mouth twitched, she slowly raised her hand, and made a gesture of breaking Imperial Concubine Fei's neck. Bookslip Lake. An elegant old man with a laurel belt stood on the shore of an island. Sect Master Wei Ying of the True Realm sect was moved, but she didn't use the Mountain River View divine power to look into the distance. Hundreds and thousands of strange spirits, without exception, were all yin spirits who could still maintain a little bit of their true spirit after hundreds and thousands of years. They all surged out of the lake and returned to the human world. When they were alive, they were all at the Bookslip Lake, a lawless place filled with wild cultivators. Throughout history, there were many people who died suddenly. Some were innocent, some deserved it, and some didn't deserve to die, but they still died here. Then, they gathered around the old man and looked at the Bookslip Lake. Year after year, people's hearts remained the same. Year after year, life and death were uncertain. The strong wantonly killed the weak, and the weak didn't know what they did wrong. They probably felt that their cultivation was too low, and that was all. In the end, all the yin spirits and ghosts inevitably had the same question. Between the bottom of the lake and the shore, which was the world of the living and which was the world of the dead? In the end, a haggard young man from another city came here and answered the question in the hearts of the countless yin spirits and ghosts that lingered after death. Ji Yu Kan was wrong to kill indiscriminately. He was also wrong to not kill Ji Yu Kan. The customs of the Bookslip Lake would be wrong even after 1,000 or 10,000 years. Some mistakes in doing things and the pain in one's heart would definitely be painful for a lifetime. Because in the world, what was wrong was wrong. Therefore, if there was a mistake, it had to be corrected. It had always been like this, right? Did they want the people of the future to keep asking this question thousands of years later? Of course not. Of course not. The same answers were given by the ghosts who had died in vain after bidding farewell to the young man one by one. It was them and the young man who gave the Bookslip Lake an answer. An answer that would still be filled with sadness. An answer that was filled with guilt and regret. Surnamed Chen, you're as thin as a bamboo pole. How are you going to find a wife in the future? When you leave this damned place in the future, you must remember to eat a few more bowls of rice. I'm not bragging. My cooking skills are excellent. I'm famous for making a pot of messy stew that can make Buddha jumps over the wall. Haha, unfortunately, you don't have the luck to eat it. Chen Pinggan, take it easy. Let's not reunite too early. Also, you useless bookkeeper, remember to slap that GU can a few times to relieve your boredom if you don't have anything to do. You have 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have a son of a bitch like GU can don't meddle in other people's business in the future. It's not worth it. Mr. Chen, I still think that the world is not too beautiful, but it seems that there is still a little hope. I'll take my leave then. Take care, Mr. Chen. In those years, the foreigners who were just a few years old would smile and wave goodbye to them. They would say take care in a hoarse voice. When they couldn't say anything, they would reach out and tap their chests with their fists, or clasp their fists together to bid farewell. However, after those ghosts dissipated, the young people would become more and more silent. Other than acknowledging that the young people's actions of asking for trouble and making up for it, the old man was also gratified by those who left with regrets but did not completely despair. The old man collected his thoughts and smiled. Since you can still hold on to your spiritual light and not dissipate, it means that you are not numb. That's why you were imprisoned here and could not escape. Now that your souls have completely dissipated, I will help you gather some good karma. Mistakes will offset mistakes. Good karma will accumulate good karma. The old man's words seemed to contain heavenly law. Those otherworldly beings seemed to have received amnesty. From the heroic spirits, they seemed to have transformed into golden water gods. Before this, Da Li had already laid out a land divine path, allowing these heroic spirits to head towards the Qi Dao in the center of the Aquarius continent. The old man smiled again. The heavens, water, and mountain spirits are all my friends. Am I right? The old man answered his own question, yes and no. On the mountains and peaks of the continent, countless mountain spirits suddenly condensed. The old man raised his hand, heavenly falling elephant. There were a total of 24 mountains along the coast of the continent. There was a white-clothed young man who had buried 24 bamboo scrolls. The group of mountain spirits was majestic. Like an unprecedented army of ghosts passing through, they rode the wind towards the 24 mountains. The old man finally went to the verdant Canyon Islands ferry. He stood there and looked down. That day, after the young man fell asleep due to exhaustion, Wan Xiu and Zhong Kuei had come to visit the young man who was lying on the ground snoring. Actually, it was not just the two of them. The old man laughed. The boundless universe was full of strange things. The old man raised his head again. He saw that the Aquarius continent did not have the 3 enclosures 4 divisions formation. Instead, it had the 24 heavenly times formation that was even more majestic. The formation followed the flow of time, protecting the continent without any gaps. A middle-aged ascetic monk who was traveling with alms bowls had once traveled all over the continent, year after year. He chanted once. Wherever his feet touched in the past, on the ground, between the wells, beside the mountains and rivers, in the bustling and secluded places, lotuses appeared. The final continent, the Aquarius continent, resembled a vase on a bookcase somewhere in the mortal world. Inside the vase, there was a huge golden lotus flower. 12 sword boats that were as big as mountains were placed behind the front line of the battlefield, hovering behind Old Dragon City. There was a dense group of military soldiers using a secret method to beat drums to strengthen the momentum, adding a mysterious heavenly time to the sword boats and flying swords. On the flying swords, the talisman sect cultivators had already racked their brains, sparing no expense and spiritual energy to inscribe the cloud pattern secret records on every flying sword. In a moment, the flying swords were as dense as a storm, flying towards the demon army that was attacking the city. Although the Aquarius continent had the smallest territory in the world, it was the only continent that not only had a stable defensive position, but also had the strength to launch a magnificent attack against the savage world. Vassal King Song Jisin did not guard the Dali capital in the middle of the Aquarius continent, and did not even move the vassal residents to the relatively stable southern peak mountain. He stayed in Old Dragon City all his life, along with the 2 Dali military officials who were the highest-ranking hunting inspector Cao Gui and Su Gaoshan, as one of the backbone of the southern battlefield. But the 2 great generals would not be in the city, but on the ground behind Old Dragon City, waiting for the battle. And Dali Song Mu, who was no longer the young noble of Clay Bottle Alley, was now clenching his fists, his eyes were red. The war had been going on for a year, but the vassal king did not have the slightest intention to retreat. It was said that the savage world had once used tens of thousands of sword cultivators and sword chi to challenge the Great Wall. Song Jisin stood on the top floor of the vassal residence, his hands pressed on the railing, the veins on the back of his hands were exposed. He laughed angrily. Come. Challenge the Great Wall of Dali again. A gentleman from the Lakeview Academy, after arriving at Old Dragon City, before leaving, he bowed to the teacher of the headmaster of the academy. He was going to the front line of the battlefield. The gentleman held a jade porcelain bottle, which was crystal clear, as if it was filled with thunder and lightning, like a small thunder pool. In fact, the thunder and lightning in the bottle were the subtle manifestation of the sage's words. After bidding farewell to the teacher, he had a private conversation with a young man from the academy who came from the same hometown. Next year, the flowers in my hometown will bloom. Please take a few more glances for me. A Confucian scholar from the academy who had a dispute with him on academic matters, and even used fierce words, just happened to be going to the battlefield with him. It turned out that the dispute between scholars was really just a dispute between gentlemen. They were kindred spirits. Gentlemen and sages. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, but did not speak. The chief consecrator of the Fu family in Old Dragon City, an old sword practitioner who had cultivated near the dragon platform for many years, and a consecrator of the Sun family who looked like a woodcutter, walked together. They each excused themselves from the two family masters and rushed to the most dangerous part of the battlefield. When the two of them were riding the wind, the Sun family's master, who had also read the sage's books, but could not become a disciple of the academy, smiled slightly and said, "What is the green mud? 9 twists and turns in 100 steps and winding around the mountains. So what if my heart is muddy? That is not a reason for you bastards to barge in." The old sword cultivator smiled and said, literary and sour. "I said I can't, so I will follow your words and say a vulgar sentence, just take it as my last words. To pass this road, to enter the house, I have to die first." An old cultivator who had already left Tongyi continent safely, an old Yuanying who had once done a big deal with a young man from the outside and Jiang Shangzhen, gathered all the cultivators in the sect. The old man's sect was the Green Tiger Palace of Tianqiu Peak, located in the north of Tongyi continent. The old man was the old palace master who was good at refining elixirs, Lu Yong. Before the demons of the desolation world had reached the shore, old palace master Lu, who was well informed and best at protecting himself, had taken his disciples and fled to the Aquarius continent on an immortal ferry. If they had been 10 days later, they would have been refused entry to the Aquarius continent. However, like other smart people, even if they entered the boundary of Old Dragon City, they could not take refuge in the city. They could only be like other foreign cultivators, imprisoned in one place like prisoners. However, although their lives were saved, their days were not easy. The cultivators who followed the army of the Dali dynasty never spoke to them. They either killed some idiots who did not follow the rules, or looked at the refugees from Tongyi continent coldly from afar. Different cultivators followed the army, but they had the same vision. There was no pity, only the natural coldness of the battlefield, and the sarcasm of a person looking at someone who was not human. But if they were in a high building in the cage, and had the leisure to watch the battle from afar, Dali did not stop them. The old man had personally witnessed the desperate battle outside Old Dragon City, and after the day, he spoke less and less, until today. Lu Yong was enraged, his hair and beard standing up. "No matter how strong the wind is, or how fierce the thunder is, how dare you pull out the 1,000-year-old tree under my house?" In the end, the old nascent soul smiled bitterly and told the direct disciples to live well in this foreign land. It had not been easy for them to escape to this place, so they shouldn't die so easily. Even if they made a fool of themselves, they should cultivate well in the future and concoct more good pills. Finally, the old cultivator looked at the youngest children. His expression was relieved. "With my death, the number of people who would laugh at you for living like dogs in Treasure Vase continent would lessen. It would be much easier for the younger generation to gain a foothold in Treasure Vase continent. A monk from a large temple came to the battlefield of Old Dragon City and stood in the air, causing ripples. The monk finally sat in the air with his palms clasped together. The Bodhisattva's hooks and locks, the bones of 100 people resonate. His body was like a pagoda, emitting light like fire. There was an unknown Daoist sect's expert who rode on a treasured boat and rode the wind to this place. He had a leisurely expression as if he was here to enjoy the scenery. The old Daoist unleashed a divine ability that transformed beings into soldiers. The talisman papers were as many as the paper money that the commoners threw out. Above the sea of clouds, there were hundreds of talisman puppets that were a few meters tall. The vast area between Old Dragon City and Southern Peak stretched as far as the eye could see, and the ground was surprisingly flat. There were 2 groups of Dali iron cavalry, roughly lined up in a line, and stationed there. Like a tide, they were still and unmoving, waiting for the enemy. A military general who had not donned his armor was patrolling the battlefield on horseback, and had a blade and spear, otherwise he would not be used to it. This high-ranking Dali hunting envoy suddenly stopped his horse, 1 man and 1 horse, and faced the south. My Dali iron cavalry, from the north to the south, we will break through a continent. Wherever the horse hooves reach, their ability to kill, not to mention a continent, the entire world knows. Now, wherever the horse hooves stand, they will kill countless demons. General Su Gaoshan lightly lifted his iron spear and pointed to the south. If they dare to come here, I will crush them all into powder. Emperor Dali Song He remained in the capital of the north. After the court session ended, he ordered the eunuchs to temporarily retreat, and walked alone under a tall red wall. Under the instructions of the imperial tutor, he, as the emperor, issued a series of imperial edicts with the same content. Those who received the imperial edicts were all the vassal lords of a continent. If Dali lost this war, the mountains and rivers of a continent would be destroyed, and everyone would have no country to speak of. However, if Dali won this war, all the vassal lords of a continent, the 30 countries with the highest proportion of people who died in battle, could be restored, and they would be separated from the Song clan's territory. Even if there was only 1 person left, the Dali dynasty would take the initiative to help him restore his country. At most, in 100 years, they would definitely become one of the strongest countries in the future, and become allies with Dali for generations. Emperor Dali personally swore to the 5 sacred mountains that if he violated this agreement, the Song clan would be cut off. Before the imperial edicts were issued, there was a question and answer between the monarch and the minister, as well as the teacher's student. Kui Dong asked Song He. Imperial tutor asked the emperor. The teacher asked the student. Your Majesty, if this is the case, Dali might not even be able to keep its position as one of the 10 great dynasties in the future. But if this is the case, you, Song He, as a descendant of the Song clan, will definitely become a wise emperor for thousands of years. How to choose is up to you, Song He. Song He smiled and said, Imperial tutor is underestimating the tolerance of a student. There are so many 10 great dynasties in the world. How many emperors and monarchs are worthy of leaving their names in history for thousands of years? Song He wants the descendants of the Song clan to face the portraits of their ancestors when they worship their ancestors. They will stand under my portrait for the longest time, and they will be fascinated the most. When Embroidered Tiger heard the answer, he smiled and nodded. Song He had a question and couldn't help but ask, I only have 1 question. If I don't agree, won't I let Imperial tutor fulfill his wish? Kui Dong smiled and said, Your Majesty is well aware. Emperor Dali laughed and said, What a good embroidered tiger. Finally, the emperor looked at the imperial tutor who had overstepped his boundaries. Kui Dong nodded. The emperor had a sad expression. With embroidered tiger by his side, it was inevitable that he, as the emperor, would feel constrained. However, if the great Li dynasty really lost this embroidered tiger, how could he, Song He, not be flustered? Kui Dong finally said slowly, Qi Jing Chun and I have left so many different scholars for the Dali dynasty. Even if Dali's territory is reduced by half, there is still a great chance for it to rise again in the future. It's a pity that you may not be able to see it with your own eyes when you are still alive. I can only say that in this matter, you and the previous emperor will end up in a similar situation. There is indeed a great regret. It can be seen that it is Dallas' fortune to have an imperial tutor like me, but it may not be the fortune of you two emperors. It's just a small misfortune. Dali and Song he are both very fortunate to have such an opportunity and such a magnificent feat with your help. The emperor bowed to the old man and said softly, "Then I will bid farewell to you." Song he exhaled heavily and slammed the wall with his hand. Then, he supported himself against the wall and said in a deep voice, "Together, we will stop the fall of the heavens." A eunuch in an official's robe suddenly walked forward quickly and then stopped quietly. He said softly, "Your Majesty, there are people coming from the north." Song he was in high spirits. He quickly walked to the area between the two walls and looked up. Although he was destined not to see them, as those people would not come to Dallas capital so early, Song he couldn't help but take a look. Now, the eastern Aquarius continent and the north continent, under the heavens' influence, were like a continent's territory. Venerable fiery dragon, Li Liu, and the ascendant realm woman were still in charge of guarding this sea path. Both sides guarded the bridge that connected the two continents, one on the left and one on the right. A large group of sword cultivators from the North Continent followed the path and went south to the Aquarius continent. The first sword celestial of the North, by Shong, Taihui sword sect's patriarch, Huang Tong, floating duckweed sword lake. Other than the sword cultivators, there were venerable fiery dragon's two disciples, Yuan Linghall of the Xian Finger lineage and Bai Yun lineage. The Dayuan dynasty's Chong Xian Shu, the Taoism sect's perfected person, the Hemp sect leader Zhu Quan, and the white bone sword cultivator in the Ghost Valley, the female heroic spirit Pu Chang. Jingguan City's Jiao Cheng had once opened the heaven and earth restriction and let Pu Chang worship his sword. Now that Jiao Cheng had left the Guiming Valley, the cultivators of the Linen sect had nothing to do. As for Pu Chang, who died in this ancient battlefield, she chose to go to another battlefield. She took it as a silent farewell to her sweetheart that she couldn't let go of. Since she was destined to not be able to become a couple with him, why should she drag him down and make him unable to become a Buddha in the human world? Liking someone shouldn't be like this. The sword celestial of the Wind Snow Temple in the Aquarius continent, Wei Jin, once crossed continents to challenge the North Continent's heavenly monarch, Xieshe. This time, he was also traveling with the heavenly monarch, Xieshe. Both of them could be considered as returning home. Floating duckweed sword Lake Cai was with her eldest disciple, Rong Chang. Before leaving, she told her two direct disciples, Chen Li and Jiao Yuqing, that she was going to take a look at the old dragon city. "In your hometown, my master's foreign land, I killed many demon beasts. There's no reason for me to not kill some demon beasts in my hometown, How Ran world. Wouldn't I be a joke in front of my good friend, Li Yu? How can I put on the airs of a master in front of you two children in the future?" However, Li Xiai had another reason, which she was too embarrassed to tell her junior disciples. Over there, it was the southernmost point of the Aquarius continent. There was no need to be separated from the North Continent by a continent, so she could be closer to a certain heartless man. After returning home, Li Xiai kept hearing about the situation in the Tongyi continent. It was as if the knot in her heart had been untied. That heartless man had let her down. In fact, he had also let down the hearts of many infatuated women. However, in the end, he did not let down the responsibility that a man should have. This kind of Jiang Shangzhen was worthy of Li Xiai's sadness and love. When they were traveling south to cross the sea, no matter if they were sword cultivators or not, none of them had a heroic look on their faces. Their state of mind was calm, because it was as if they were doing something normal and natural. The cultivators of the North Continent, behind closed doors, no matter how much they fought, schemed against each other, used flying swords, cultivators, and martial artists to fight against their own people. However, when the general trend came, the cultivators of any other continent could be missing, but the North Continent could not be missing. When people went south, their chivalry went south. Liu Shilu drank wine with Miu at the dusty medicine shop. However, Miu, who was supposed to go north, said that he would return to Luo Po Mountain later. Liu Shilu drank an extra jug of wine with this sword immortal. On this day, Madame Gui, who was worshipped by the Fan family, suddenly came to the dusty medicine shop. Liu Shiliu said, "I am more surprised that you would do this." Whether it was Liu Shiliu or the world's most orthodox Moon Palace seed Madame Gui, accurately speaking, they could be considered as remnants of the ancient times. The books of the future like to talk about the strange and bizarre immortals. They said that there were ancient immortals on the distant sea, and that the sea had turned into mulberry fields. In fact, to the two of them, it was not a strange person or strange thing. They had looked down on the earth from the sky. They saw the human race appear, saw the human race climb the mountain, and finally saw the human race ascend to the sky. In the center of the Aquarius continent. A big blasphemy. The night was calm and peaceful. On a small boat, a child was struggling to support the wormwood. But there was a lazy young man in white, lying at the bow of the boat, his snow-white sleeves drooping into the water. Under the moonlight, the white sleeves became whiter. The young man closed his eyes and sang loudly, "The spring water carries the boat carries the people, the spring water is in the sky together." The young man suddenly sat up and complained bitterly, "The heavens do not pity me, the singer, for suffering." Kui Dongshan rubbed the corners of his eyes with one finger on each hand. He wanted to cry with grief and indignation. But before he could squeeze out tears, he saw two people walking together. One came from the skeleton beach of the North Continent, and the other came from a place even further away. Jingguan City's Gao Cheng. Kui Dongshan came behind the child who was supporting the wormwood and slapped the back of his head. "What are you doing? Turn around and call Big Brother. This is your big brother." On the shore, Gao Cheng finally knew why he had been uneasy all these years in the Ghost Valley's Jingguan City, even though there were no internal or external troubles. As for the old monk who wandered here from the Qinghuan kingdom in the southeast of a continent. Wearing a shabby kasaya, the old monk walked by the water. The mist condensed into clouds, and the clouds formed a kasaya. The moonlight reflected on the water, and the water reflected on the body heart. Brother Gao supported the wormwood with all his might, and Kui Dongshan paddled with all his might. When Gao Cheng saw this, he felt that he should not have come to see this person. It was too disgusting. In the night, the sky of the Fuyao continent had already fallen into the hands of the wasteland world. This meant that the accompanying saint of the Wen temple who guarded the sky of the continent was gone. Bai Yi and the old scholar hovered in the air. They were like immortals in the galaxy. The old scholar looked troubled. "Brother Bai, do you really want to do this? The wasteland world does not have any sovereign stage demons to provoke you this time." Bai Yi was too lazy to say anything. The old scholar chuckled. "As expected of Bai Yi, as expected of the Bai I once begged for poems and word. You know best that I'm not a shameless person, so I'll make an exception for you." Bai Yi did not want to say anything. The most proud swordsman in the world, the most famous immortal poet, looked down at the broken mountains and rivers of the human world. "I, Bai Yi, will not do anything. Even if you are the vice leader of the Wen Temple, or the Grand Chancellor of the Learning Palace, it is useless to persuade me. If I, Bai Yi, want to do something, even if you are from the Wen Temple, or a sovereign stage demon, if you want to stop me, then please try." The old scholar closed his eyes, as if he was listening to the sounds of the continent. The clouds moved, the flowers bloomed and withered, the elders gasped for breath, the children cried. Bai Yi used his thumb to lightly touch the hilt of the celestial sword at his waist, waiting for the old scholar's answer. When he got the answer, he, the frustrated person, would leave the sword one continent. The old scholar mumbled, "In a time of peace, no one would wear flowers, no one would coax wine, no one would care about drunkenness. That is also the way of the peaceful world. Today, the Fuyao continent was a place where no one would bury the dead. The Buddhists said that this world was the whirling world, which meant tolerance. It meant that the way of the world was lacking in every way. But even if that was the truth, everywhere in the human world, the spring rain, the apricot blossoms would fall, and the carriages and horses would travel slowly in the spring. The scholars at the foot of the mountain who did not know any spells and supernatural powers, when drunk, dared to say that they would draw the river into their cups and pour it on their breasts. The bright moon did not know that the ruler had left, and late at night, it still shone on the window. When a woman was alone in her hometown, she would turn her eyes and pray that the ruler would be like the moon, and the night would be bright and clear. When the strong person unsheathed his sword, the sword gleam would not only go towards the strong person, but also towards the general situation. The old scholar's sleeves billowed as he waved his hands, starlight sparkled. Bai Yi also pulled his sword out of the scabbard. He did not really unsheath his sword, but thousands of sword gleams fell on the mountains and rivers of the continent. In the places in the Fuyao continent that were lucky enough not to be affected by the war, as long as there were still books in the schools, a sword gleam as cool as snow would quietly descend. In this day and age, reading books was still useful. Each person wielded a sword, and the sword gleam turned into thousands of sword gleams. They were enemies with the demons of the continent. Bai Yi finally said, "Old scholar, no matter how annoying your nagging is, it is better than not nagging at all." The old scholar said, "It is enough." Bai Yi wielded his sword and went to the human world. The old scholar was silent for a moment, then nodded and smiled. Bai Yi's poetry is unrivaled, and dispels the worries of the ages. The old scholar suddenly wrung his hands. These words should have been said before Brother Bai left. In the wilderness. At the foot of Mount Tuoyue. A sloppy man who could not even drink the northwest wind was in an awkward situation, like a tortoise carrying a mountain on his back. He could only mind his own business and keep on nagging. A tortoise who did not listen to his chanting. "Li Huai, you little bastard, your mouth is really poisonous." An old blind man, leaving his own mountain for the first time, accompanied by a bony old dog, came to visit this bastard alliance. After all, it was not enough for one person to watch a good show. The old blind man did not get too close to Mount Tuoyue. After all, he was not here to fight. He only stood 1,000 miles away, his head tilted and his ears perked up. He happened to hear Alliance's nagging and was very happy. "Bastard, back in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, you used to stroll around my house. Didn't you like to jump around? Why aren't you jumping around now?" The old blind man touched the ground with his palm and sneered. "Back then, who was the one who shamelessly boasted in front of me, saying, 'With such swordsmanship, you don't need such looks, with such looks, you don't need such swordsmanship'?" Alliance was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Hey, old blind man, are you here to help me move the mountain? You don't know how comfortable it is to have a mountain rubbing your shoulders. Don't worry about me, if you dare to, I will call you uncle." Now that the hero was in trouble, he could only whisper, "Old blind man, you have been blind for 10,000 years, and you can't see my handsome face." He could lose, but he could not lose. A good habit had to be maintained. The old blind man laughed and said, "Seeing such a beautiful scene, I am at a loss for words." The old blind man felt that the old dog that was running around his feet was a hindrance, so he kicked it away. The skinny old dog rolled a few times in grief and indignation. "I'm kind enough to remind you that you shouldn't stay here for too long and that you should quickly finish chatting and go home." The old blind man remembered something and laughed. "Who is Li Huai?" Alliance laughed and said, "My good brother is your good brother, old blind man." The old blind man didn't care. "Just from that prophecy of the child, I like him very much." Alliance scolded, "Blind man, your fart is pleasing to the eye." The old blind man planned to leave. Alliance didn't urge him to stay and only swallowed his saliva. "Hey, us brothers are eating dog meat in the winter, old blind man, you have a very good conscience." The old blind man raised his hand and the two words Li Huai appeared on his palm. He stared at the name on his palm for a moment and nodded with a smile. "Li Huai, I'll remember it." Alliance was stunned. "Li Huai, can I call you Uncle Li? Your mouth is really blessed. Old blind man, help me pass a message to that kid. Get him to tell Alliance to quickly go home and eat meat." Then he said sadly, "Damn it, I'm really convinced. Li Huai, you are my uncle. Is it too late for me to agree to be your brother-in-law now? Is it okay?" The old blind man had a complicated expression and said, "It's not like you can't leave. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you willing to waste your sword will and cultivation like this every day? Do you really think you have completely stabilized the 14th realm? If you are so capable, why didn't I see you pierce through the sky when I was at the door? Oh, you like to pretend to be a great sword immortal of the 5th realm? You really have perseverance. Alliance bitterly laughed dryly and then fell silent. Damn it, the old blind man didn't talk like this in the past. Today, he was actually being eccentric. He didn't know who he learned it from. The old blind man retracted his hand and stood up. Who can you blame if you don't leave? In the vast world, opening the canopy of the sky attracted many ancient gods. At the foot of moon-bearing mountain, the earth veins were opened and countless malicious ghosts and spirits emerged. Therefore, Alliance wanted to leave this place. Firstly, it was because of the weight of moon-bearing mountain. Secondly, it was because of his conscience. He didn't dare, or rather, whether he was willing to release those creatures of the underworld and let them escape from the Western Buddhist kingdom to this desolate world. Then, they would be led to the vast world by the moon-bearing mountain grand ancestor. Alliance suddenly said, "Old blind man, open your eyes and look at the world. It's different now." The old blind man who had his back facing moon-bearing mountain stopped in his tracks. He put his hands behind his back and seemed to be looking up at the sky. Really? Alliance couldn't free his hands. Otherwise, he would have definitely patted his chest and said, "Trust me once. Otherwise, you're my father." The old blind man still didn't turn around. He smiled and said, "I don't dare." He had been living in seclusion in the small country in the North Continent. On this day, Li Shisheng, who was studying in seclusion, bade farewell to the scholar who was supposed to be called Li Baoju and said that he was going on a long trip. After Li Shisheng returned to his courtyard, he asked the servant, Kui Ci, to continue cleaning the courtyard every day and study diligently. For the first time, the Confucian scholar Li Shisheng hung the peach talisman on his waist. When he took a step and landed on the ground, he had already arrived at the central continent from the North Continent. The saints guarding the canopy of the two continents did not stop this phenomenon. Instead, they nodded and bowed to Li Shisheng, who had traveled across the continent for an instant. How could the sect leader of the Beko Keikyang building, even if he was only one of the three clones, not be able to receive such treatment? Li Shisheng stretched out his hand and patted the peach talisman. This trip to the central continent was silent. Even the saints of the canopy of heaven could not detect it. Li Shisheng did not go to the Confucian temple of the central continent or the mountains of the immortals. Instead, he found an inconspicuous middle-aged man in a market at the foot of the mountain. Beside the man was a strange young man. In Li Shisheng's eyes, the person he saw was the person of the future. It was like being pieced together by two pieces of paper. The yang spirit and yin spirit overlapped but did not completely merge. It was still the yang spirit's external body and the yin spirit that had yet to return. The yang spirit was the body of a man, but the yin spirit was the body of a woman. It was as if it was waiting for the real body. Only then could the two truly return and become a complete person. Li Shisheng was not willing to continue looking at the secrets of the heavens. Perhaps if he focused on looking, with the man beside him, with Li Shisheng's current Dao techniques, he might not be able to see the location of the real body. However, Li Shisheng already knew the background of the female yin spirit that was not here. She came from a blessed land and was now called Liucai. She was in the Aquarius continent. Li Shisheng bowed and said, "Greetings, Zhu Zi." Adding the suffix Z to a surname was a great honor. The school of yin-yang in the world had always had the saying talking about heaven, Zhu, and talking about earth, Lu. Zhu and Lu were two different surnames. The former was dying and did not have much influence. The latter was the school of yin-yang in the world and was fully deserving of the title of the most powerful family. The man in front of Li Shisheng, who looked dull, had monopolized half of the world of knowledge and was known as talking about heaven's affairs. As for the Lu family of the school of yin-yang in the talking about earth, they were the descendants of Lu Chen, the third chief of the Beko Keikyang building, who was Li Shisheng's junior apprentice brother. The ancestor of the Lu family of the school of yin-yang was named Lu Chen. It could be considered as a joke of the heavens. It was extremely compatible with Lu Chen's style of "I roam freely in the human world." However, Lu Chen could no longer be considered as the junior apprentice brother of Li Shisheng and the other two. This was because Lu Chen followed suit and took in a disciple of a Daoist ancestor. The latter's Daoist name was Shan Qing. Shan Qing was a homonym of the Three Pure Ones. Naturally, it was a heartless person like Lu Chen. The man, who was half a Daoist, politely bowed to Li Shishing and said, "Greetings, head chief." Li Shishing straightened his back and tilted his body slightly to avoid the greeting. He smiled and shook his head. "It's still not counted for now. Moreover, it might not be counted in the future." The man said bluntly, "Since the head chief is here, you should have calculated that I was the one who plotted against the head chief and the descendants of the Li family in Fortune Street. I wonder if you're here to condemn me or to seek enlightenment." Li Shishing smiled and did not speak. He turned to look at the young man with a string of small gourds hanging from his waist. 2 of them were related to the school of Yin Yang. As for whether he wanted to return them, it was completely unnecessary. There were different theories about how a bow attracted the sages of the 3 sects in the early years. In the end, the gains and losses were the same regardless of who or where they were. The 9-blade strengthening gourds left behind in the vast world were the same in the eyes of Li Shishing both in the past and in the present. Li Shishing said to the man, "I'm just confirming some things. I'll discuss the Tao with you in the future." The man smiled and nodded. "I couldn't ask for more. It's been too many years." Li Shishing retracted his smile and said, "But you can stop with the Aquarius." The man nodded. "I've already stopped. Many of the small matters of the past and the major matters of the future were all done in his hands. The difference between that useless junior sister and him was more than thousands of miles." Li Shishing bade farewell and left. Beside the man, the young man who had not spoken a word was brought to and out of a blessed land by the man. The young man had stayed in the Tongyi continent for many years and visited a Daoist temple many times. Within the great Duan dynasty of the central divine continent. Under the moonlight, a beautiful woman in red held a white horse with one hand and a wine flask with the other. She raised her head and drank. She was pleasantly surprised and embarrassed. She hid the wine flask behind her back and smiled. She called out softly, "Brother." Li Shishing smiled and said, "So you haven't forgotten about your big brother." Li Baoping still smiled and narrowed her eyes. Li Shishing hesitated and said, "You should know about the Aquarius." Li Baoping smiled and said, "I know. You're my big brother." Li Shishing also smiled. Li Shishing glanced into the distance. A young man with an ethereal aura seemed to be following his sister from afar. Li Baoping was a little helpless. "That guy calls himself Shu Bai. He's not too shameless. He just likes to follow." Li Baoping made a face at Li Shishing. "What's the use of this guy liking me? I don't even like him." Li Shishing nodded. In a flash, he came before Shu Bai, one of the 10 youths. He smiled and said, "Please leave." Shu Bai wanted to speak but stopped. He was a little guilty and wanted to speak. Li Shishing smiled and said, "One of the 10 youths. Very good. But don't like my sister. She won't like you. Why bother yourself and disturb others?" Shu Bai's eyes were firm. He blushed slightly but said loudly, "I just like her." Li Shishing shook his head and restrained his smile. He said, "I won't interfere in the future. For now, please go somewhere else. Don't disturb my sister's trip." Shu Bai whispered, "I won't go up and talk to her. I definitely won't disturb her." The next moment. Before Shu Bai could finish speaking, he was shocked to find that he was already 1,000 miles away. And that green-robed scholar was standing beside him. Shu Bai was about to speak when Li Shishing said, "Seems like it's not enough." He directly invited Shu Bai tens of thousands of miles away. Li Shishing returned to Li Baoping's side and said with a smile, "All right. If he dares to follow you again, call my name in your heart. Next time, I won't be polite with him." Li Baoping suddenly felt sad and wronged, but she didn't say anything. Li Shishing gently pressed her head and said with a smile, "Where did the little Baoping that I'm familiar with go? Help me find it." Li Baoping smiled and shook the wine pot. "I don't drink often." The brother and sister walked together under the moonlight on the mountain peak. Li Shishing said slowly, "Baoping, do you know why you have to wear red clothes since you were young?" Li Baoping shook her head. "I thought it was for luck." Li Shishing said with a smile, "Give me your hand." Li Baoping was a little confused, but she still extended her hand. Li Shishing patted her hand gently and said with a smile, "There won't be such rules in the future." Li Baoping asked, "Brother?" Li Shishing shook his head. "I'll tell you later." Li Baoping didn't care. Anyway, with her brother, there was nothing to worry about. Li Baoping tilted her head and smiled as she lifted the wine pot. Li Shishing smiled and nodded. The young woman in red took a sip of wine and thought of someone. In the past, she always had little Uncle Master by her side. It was fine. She would not like him tomorrow. A scholarly sage left the vast world and traveled alone, appearing in the Western Buddhist kingdom. An old man in a Confucian robe bowed to a bodhisattva who was shining with a dazzling light. "I'm willing to do my best for the Western Pure Land." The bodhisattva sitting on the lotus platform put his palms together and returned the greeting. The old Confucian was in hell, but he smiled knowingly. He flipped through the Buddhist scriptures and chanted the Buddhist Dharma. "In my heart, he is also a scholar of my generation. He traveled so far because of the righteousness of the Confucian school and also because of his family and selfishness." The vast world. It was located in the middle of the continent, Dali, which was adjacent to the Qi school. Kui Dong held a replica of the Beko Keikyang building in his hand, and his Dharma idol was as high as the sky. The continent was Kui Dong's small world. A voice broke through this large world and sounded in Kui Dong's heart lake. "How long do you want me to wait?" Kui Dong said indifferently, "Not too long." In the middle of the Jinjia continent, a slender young woman with dark skin carried a book box and held a mountain walking stick. She found Cao Ci. She first said that she was the first disciple of her master, Chen Pinggan, and then called herself Pei Qian. Then, she said that she wanted to fight 3 rounds with Cao Ci. But now that the battles were endless, she did not dare to delay Mr. Cao from killing the enemy with his fists. She waited and practiced her fist technique on the battlefield. Cao Ci was still the same. She smiled and nodded, saying that there was no problem. Yu Zhuanfu was the most shocked. Was she the tanned little girl who traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi? He saw her a few times back then, and he could tell that she was a clever little girl. How did she change so much? However, Yu Zhuanfu immediately thought about it. It had been many years since they parted, so it was normal for her to grow faster. The only thing that didn't make sense was what realm Pei Qian was at. Did she fall from the sky? Was Pei Qian really a pure martial artist? After that, among the pure martial artists on the battlefield in the center of Jinjiao continent, only Yu Zhuanfu and a 9th realm old martial artist could barely fight side by side with Cao Ci. There was another woman with the surname Pei who was younger than Yu Zhuanfu, but at the same realm and with a better foundation. She was quiet, but she did not lack etiquette. In fact, it was the opposite. She was very polite when she interacted with people between the battles. Later, everyone felt that this young martial artist was probably a person who did not like to talk. Zhu Mai and Jin Mengzhen sneaked to Jinjiao continent and found Yu Zhuanfu without any mishaps. Zhu Mai still liked to call sister Yu Zhuanfu Zaishi Zaishi. When she found out that Pei Qian, who came out of nowhere but was unknown, had reached the bottleneck of the far travel realm a few years later at the age of 20, Zhu Mai was almost scared half to death. In this foreign land, Pei Qian still punched a lot and spoke very little. But with Zhu Mai, Pei Qian would occasionally talk more. Because sister Zhu Mai had the same surname as old chef, Pei Qian was unreasonably close to Zhu Mai. That day, Pei Qian left the battlefield later than Yu Zhuanfu, but it was a pity that she left earlier than Cao Ci. She was once again alone by a river. After washing the bloodstains on her clothes, she stared at the river in a daze. In the past, when they were on the mountain in their hometown, they might have been lying on the 2nd floor of the bamboo house, sitting at the stone table by the cliff, walking on the mountain road together, stepping on the white jade railing together, or sitting at the old chef's table. When Pei Qian was a child, he often chatted with Zhu Mili about trivial things that were not a big deal. The white clouds leave without saying hello, the moonlight comes without knocking. Little Mili, don't you think it's infuriating? How can we make them stay and beat them up? Sister Pei Qian, it's simple. We'll practice martial arts every day, su 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 su. When the time comes, we'll let them know how powerful we are. Sister Pei Qian, why don't you call me protector of the right and vice branch leader? I haven't done that today. It's okay if you don't call me now, but don't forget it before it gets dark. Little Mealy, listen, the wind is fighting with the bamboo leaves, the birds on the branches are persuading them. Haha, Sister Pei, I also heard it. Sister Pei, I didn't lie to you, I really heard it. In all honesty, if I lied, I wouldn't be the left protector of the Riding Dragon Alley. The heavy snow has covered the green mountains with layers of blankets, and the stream has eaten the rocks one after another, growing day by day. Yes, the little girl first became a little river woman, then became a river lady, and finally fell into the sea, married far away. So I don't want to be a river woman. By the way, Sister Pei Qian, are you in a hurry to grow up? Not really, but a little, but Master told me not to be anxious. That's right, Sister Pei Qian listens to the good mountain lord the most. If I don't grow up, I won't grow up. I don't want to tiptoe and can't reach Sister Pei Qian. When Pei Qian recalled these words later, they were very silly conversations. It was something that happened on Luo Po Mountain many years ago. At that time, Pei Qian was only slightly taller than Little Mealy, and about the same height as Sister Nuanshu. Pei Qian looked at the other side of the river, in a daze. Yu Zhuanfu came to her side, and laughed. What are you thinking about? Your hometown in the Aquarius continent, or your master? Yu Zhuanfu liked to come to Pei Qian's side to listen to stories. Pei Qian did not speak much, and only when the two of them were in private, Pei Qian would talk to Yu Zhuanfu about the times when she accompanied her master to travel the world. Pei Qian did not answer the question this time, and only stood up and called out to Yu Zhuanfu, Sister Zaishi, and then sat down together. Yu Zhuanfu realized that Pei Qian's mood was especially bad today, and did not speak. Pei Qian took the initiative to speak. She turned and laughed. Sister Zaishi, do you know where are the two furthest places in the world? Yu Zhuanfu found it strange that Pei Qian's mood suddenly improved, and shook her head. How would I know? Pei Qian hugged her knees, looked at the other side of the river, and said softly, when I was young, I accompanied my master on the way home, and once I gave him a small gift. He was especially happy, and secretly told me about a small matter. Beside a small stream, my master was stewing fish, and asked me such a question. Of course I did not know the answer like Sister Zaishi, and so I made a bunch of random guesses, but my master just laughed and shook his head. Speaking till here, Pei Qian laughed to herself. The slightly tanned female martial artist, upon closer inspection, was actually a good-looking lady. Whenever her master laughed with her, Pei Qian's world was actually like the moon in the sky. Pei Qian continued, in the end, my master told me that he felt that the furthest journey was not some faraway place, not to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy, not even to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but when he was young, he encountered a rainstorm on the mountain, and then separated by a flooded stream. My master was on one side, and the way home was on the other. Pei Qian's eyes reddened, and she choked. At that time, I did not understand. Later, even when I saw the time scroll of the big white goose, I thought I understood, but in fact, I still did not understand. She sobbed softly, like a flowing stream. All the people who were regarded as family by her master, some departure, some change, would make her master sad, but her master would only be sad for himself. After Pei Qian grew up, she gradually understood, so she became more and more sad. Yu Zhuanfu was a little flustered. It was too strange. Pei Qian, a pure martial artist, had to admit that she was extremely pure. On the battlefield, she punched like a crazy demon, but her heart was as firm as a rock, and no matter how serious the so-called injuries were, she did not care at all. Pei Qian crying? This was something that Yu Zhuanfu could not imagine at all. Fortunately, Pei Qian quickly returned to normal. She turned her head, tears blurred, but still smiling. Don't tell my master about this. Yu Zhuanfu nodded gently. He looked at the silently flowing river with Pei Qian. Yu Zhuanfu suddenly said, after the battle, you will definitely lose 3 rounds with Cao Ci. Pei Qian nodded, and her expression and aura all changed. She said in a low voice, I know. Then she added, that's why I want 4 rounds of Q&A. In the Windy City, which was still bustling with activity and tourists, a shop closed for the day in the dusk. A man sat on a rattan chair in the backyard of his shop, holding a charcoal cage and quietly admiring the snow. He wore a green robe, cloth shoes, and white socks, a little shabby but clean. Like the family of the poor and downtrodden aristocratic family. And the lord of the Fox Kingdom, like a servant girl, was warming wine for the man. City Lord Shu Han had recently left Windy City, so as the only nascent soul cultivator left in the city, she spoke and acted without restraint. He remembered a trip to his hometown many, many years ago. It was at the end of autumn, and Zhu Lian covered his face to meet a so-called martial arts master, a famous figure in Jianghu. The young Zhu Lian, when traveling alone, passed by a rural village. There was a big persimmon tree in the village, and it was so tall that it reached many roofs. At the top of the tree, there were many ripe persimmons, but no one picked them. When they fell, they could see the smoke from the kitchen chimneys. Some bold children secretly climbed up the roofs and used the long tree branches to poke the persimmons, asking for a meal and getting beaten up. The noble son Zhu Lian was born in a family of bells and whistles, and had lived for generations. That trip was the first time he went out. He had some success in martial arts, but he was not sure how good his fist technique was. Whether it was in his family or in the capital where everyone saw him as a banished immortal, Zhu Lian did not have the chance to use his fist. Moreover, at that time, Zhu Lian did not see martial arts as a proper path, and casually took a few martial arts manuals from his family for fun. Therefore, that trip was the one where Zhu Lian paid the most attention to the mountains and rivers. Then, Zhu Lian went to a village shop that sold loose wine. There was a man, wearing wrinkled thick cotton clothes, cotton shoes, and a sickly cotton hat, who crossed the threshold of the shop with a hunched back. When he opened his mouth to speak, he straightened his back and raised his voice, telling the tavern owner to warm 2 tails of wine and add a plate of fennel beans. At that time, Zhu Lian bought a catty of locally brewed wine from the tavern owner. Perhaps the man felt that he had lost face as a scholar when he drank 2 tails of wine while an outsider had ordered a whole catty of wine. The man dipped his finger into the remaining wine at the bottom of the bowl and asked the children in the village shop if they knew how to write the word fennel. The children ignored the man and continued to play among themselves. Zhu Lian changed his mind and ordered another bowl of wine from the tavern owner. He asked the sloppy man how many ways to write the character fennel. The man wiped the wine stains on the counter, and Zhu Lian ordered another bowl of wine and handed it to the man who might or might not have read books. In the end, the man drank the 2 tails of wine that he had spent money on and the 2 tails of wine that he had not spent money on. When he lowered his head to drink, he secretly laughed to himself. After drinking the last mouthful of wine in the bowl, the man began to cry loudly. On the way, a dog looked at him. It was too scary. The host and guests in the restaurant laughed together. Zhu Lian did not say anything at that time, nor did he laugh. This was a small matter in his old hometown. There were some stories in his new hometown. For example, in the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City, there was the 1-foot spear senior who had met and hit it off with Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng. In fact, Zun Yuan and Luo Po Mountain had a grudge, and it was not a small one. However, before the mountain master and Zhu Lian could talk about the grudge, Zun Yuan was already dead. In that case, there would be one less person in the world who liked to flip through the books of the immortals, and even more who liked to silently watch the reflection of the moon and flowers in the mirror. With one less grudge in Luo Po Mountain, the world was also less interesting. Zhu Lian bent down and placed the charcoal cage by his feet and lay back. There were only a few confidants in the world, but there were fewer of them. The woman asked gently, "Yang Fang, are you thinking about something?" She was still used to calling him Yang Fang. If there were outsiders in the shop, she would call him shopkeeper Yang. Zhu Lian let go. Zhu Lian did not turn his head and said casually, "As long as a person is old, it's easy to think about old people. Other people's old sesame seeds and rotten grains are my favorite." The woman covered her mouth and laughed. It was a big joke for Zhu Lian to say this. Who would have thought that Zhu Lian would say something that ruined the mood for no reason? Many self-deceptions are sad and laughable in the eyes of outsiders. But to the authorities, it's lucky, beautiful, and necessary. For example, you think that Qingfeng City is not a place to entrust your life, but you feel that I'm different. I'm definitely much better than Shu Han and that woman. Don't be like this. You have to rely on yourself, don't rely on anyone. Even if it's me, Luopo Mountain, who has a good atmosphere, don't completely rely on anyone. She frowned. But Zhu Lian said again, all the women in the world should not be grass that falls with the wind. I've always believed that all women with their own strengths are not inferior to men. She was surprised at first, then suddenly smiled and nodded, I know, you're so reasonable. Zhu Lian turned to look at her and smiled, I'm a mirror. If you don't believe me, take a look. Do I have you in my eyes? She shut his mouth and did not look. Zhu Lian bent down and picked up the charcoal cage again. He stood up and joked, I see myself in your eyes, so you're my mirror. Of course, I have to bring you home. She was frightened at first, then her eyes became determined and asked, today? Zhu Lian nodded, I can't fight in public, so there's no need to deliberately fight and kill here. She hesitated for a moment and asked softly, don't blame me for being uncertain. Such a big movement can't be hidden. What if Shu Han comes after? Are we really okay? It was we, not I. She did not mean to say that, but she meant it first and then said it according to her heart. Zhu Lian smiled warmly. He gently pinched her cheeks with one hand and lifted the charcoal cage with the other. I can make Shu Han die with 1 pea. She turned her head away and glared at him in embarrassment. She did not care about other men, but only you, Zhu Lian, could not say such things. Zhu Lian said to himself, I have to go down the mountain to bring you and the Fox Kingdom back home. She was worried, are you going to the south? Zhu Lian did not give an answer. She was more and more worried. If Zhu Lian went to the battlefield right after she went to Luopa Mountain, how would she live in a foreign land? What would happen to the Fox Kingdom? Zhu Lian handed the charcoal cage to her, warm your hands. Don't worry, my master hasn't returned home yet. I don't want to die so early. She had a strange expression, you called that Chen Pingan master? Zhu Lian patted her cheeks lightly and laughed, bold servant girl, you're really impudent. Not only was she not angry, she smiled sweetly. She raised her hand and gently covered his hand. Few people in embroidered clothes know. The world's red-clothed man. Because of Dong Sangeng, the sky of the wasteland had lost a moon forever. Today, the entire world was in a state of panic, because for some unknown reason, they lost a second bright moon. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, a round-faced girl in cotton clothes unexpectedly landed on the heavily guarded city wall. The Dragon Monarch was an exception. He did not stop her from overstepping her boundaries. A young man in a bright red robe with a saber was walking slowly and punching slowly. After he stopped, he came to her side and stood still with his hands folded in his sleeves. He asked with a smile, is that Liu Cai? You made me wait for a long time. The round-faced girl was amazed, but she sighed faintly in her heart. Although it was not the truth, the guy in front of her was really powerful. Chen Pingan smiled brightly, one of the 10, and a sword immortal too. He's too powerful. I'm very afraid of death. Finally, someone came to the city wall as a guest and chatted with him. He was in a good mood. Even if you were a beast in the wasteland, he would treat you as a human for now. You'll die soon anyway. The world was big, but his wife was the most important. Therefore, other than Ning Yaro, even if you're one of the 9 young people in the world, if you're my enemy, you'll die. The round-faced girl said, I'm not Liu Cai. I did go to the Tongya continent to look for him, but I couldn't find him. Chen Pingan squinted his eyes and said with a sincere expression, since you've been to the vast world, why don't you pretend to be Liu Cai for a while? A joss stick's time will do. She could not help but laugh. Are you sure you can kill me in a joss stick's time? Oh right, my name is Kui Yu. Chen Pingan nodded and said, I've always been good at judging people. Miss Kui Yu is not Liu Cai, but you're still one of the 10. Not only did Chen Pingan not pull out that narrow saber to slash at Khan, he even took it off and threw it away. A short saber slipped out from each of his sleeves. He bent down slightly with a smile on his face and held the sabers with both hands. Kui Yu patted her cheeks. The 2 short sabers spun rapidly in front of that person. It was so dazzling that the atmosphere on both sides was chaotic. It was as if countless fine sword auras were running amok between heaven and earth. Finally, when that person held the sabers, the strange phenomenon disappeared. His smile became brighter and brighter, but his eyes became crazier and crazier. Then, that man said something to Kui Yu in the wasteland's elegant language, but she could not understand it at all. I've thought about it. I'll go by the name Cao Mo when I travel the world. Kui Yu, who did not plan to attack, patted her cheeks again and put down her hands. Shall I try? Chen Pinggan laughed and said, try it. 7:13. Chen Pinggan held his knife with both hands and was not in a hurry to attack. Facing a person of the same age as him who was ranked among the top 10 youths, how to fight this battle required some knowledge. One had to know that there was no order in the top 10. And he was only ranked 11th. As for the round-faced girl in cotton-padded clothes, her true identity, her origin, and everything else was still shrouded in fog, as if she was hiding in the moon. Since she dared to come here, she must have the confidence to leave alive. Otherwise, the old dog-dragon monarch would not have let her do whatever she wanted. So he could not scare her away. He had to let her feel at ease and free to beat him to death. Moreover, he was ranked among the top 10. If he could not kill someone who was only ranked 11th, it would not be good. Chen Pinggan walked slowly towards her. A pair of short knives spun quickly between his fingers and the back of his hand. The knife lights intertwined like fireflies. His movements were too fast and there were too many knife lights. The brilliance constantly lingered and wrapped around each other. In the end, they were like two cute pocket-sized moons in Chen Pinggan's hands. Seeing that the young man was not in a hurry to attack, Kui Yu patiently waited for him to make his move. She was curious about what method he would use to get straight to the point. Would it be a talisman who used a camouflage technique? Or would it be the sword cultivator's flying sword that made the sword immortal embryo of Shinding Jiao suffer so much? Or would it be the fist of a martial artist at the peak of the mountain? Kui Yu had heard of many legendary deeds of this hidden official from the last generation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, especially two sayings. Kui Yu, who did not like to remember external matters, remembered them clearly. Inside and outside of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she was a hidden official far away from Alliance. As for Chen Pinggan's fancy movements, Kui Yu turned a blind eye to it. In front of her, the supernatural power of playing with the moon was all a joke. In the past, one of her neighbors, the great demon of the Sovereign Lotus Nunnery, only took advantage of her because she was older. She merely shifted her gaze and looked left and right. She still felt that this famous young reclusive official in the wilderness was like the one she had caught a glimpse of from afar when she went north in her early years. His appearance was not bad, but that was all. He was not as good-looking as Jiang Shangzhen. Of course, it was not important whether a man was handsome or not. It was the same for women. There was once a neighbor in the sky who said that as long as you meet the right person, you will see the most beautiful scene in your eyes. It is as if you are on opposite sides of the sky, the sun and the moon are far away, but your gaze will never change. It was a pity that Jian Yu had no interest in the romance between men and women. She couldn't even imagine what it would be like for him to be truly obsessed with her. Chen Pinggan walked slowly and asked slowly. With a puzzled face, he asked tentatively, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky just now, and one of the moons was missing. Even I could feel it. Could it be that Miss Yu has kept it in her sleeve? If that's the case, how are we going to fight? I'm just a small world on the city wall, but Miss Kui Yu is in the bright moon great world. Moreover, I'm only ranked 11th. I'm only one step away from the top 10 people. I know this well. The round-faced girl did not mention the whereabouts of the moon, but said, if you don't want to fight, I don't care. I was originally here to enjoy the scenery, but you just had to be so overbearing and wanted to kill me. No wonder he was friends with Jiang Shangzhen from Tungyazhu. Both of them were quite shameless. When a man was shameless, it had nothing to do with his age. The two sides were still about 300 feet apart, but for their realms, they were very close. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were only a few centimeters apart. Chen Pinggan stopped at a distance of 20 feet. He suddenly withdrew his saber and pointed it backward, as if he was showing goodwill to the girl. He smiled and asked, Miss Qiyu, you're a guest. How do you think we should fight? Let's discuss the rules first. It's all up to you. Otherwise, it's easy to hurt our friendship. Jian Yu did not listen. She only looked at the opponent's twin sabers and said, Good saber. Its sharpness is unparalleled, but it's hidden deeply. What's its name? Chen Pinggan shook his head and laughed. I picked it up from the side of the road. It's not worth mentioning. It can't be compared to Miss Qiyu's heavenly skill of refining the great moon great world. It's a pity that Senior Dragon King was worried that I wouldn't be able to concentrate on practicing Dao, so he helped me isolate heaven and earth. It's a pity that I couldn't witness such a marvelous scene with my own eyes. Jian Yu said, although you've been pretending to be weak, once your killing intent is strong, you can't hide it. You shouldn't have accidentally condensed the saber light into a moon shape. Of course, I guess you did it on purpose. You're a hidden official. You left the city wall to fight. The details of the battle, big and small, have long been compiled into a book. I can flip through it. That Feiran likes to use it to flip through books and drink wine. Chen Pinggan stopped again and said helplessly, could it be that the killing intent was aroused because of the weapon in hand? It's my fault for not cultivating enough. I admire Miss Qiyu's unique vision even more. As for that brother Feiran, if he admires me so much, after we spar, please help me pass on a message. Let him simply take on my surname Chen. Goddess Jian Yu's expression was slightly strange. Chen Pinggan came to a realization and said, Feiran, this shameless thing, his alias is already surnamed Chen? You came here as a guest first and didn't even greet me first. Taking it without asking is a thief. What a disgrace. It had been too many years since she spoke to outsiders. She missed it very much. Therefore, Chen Pinggan was very willing to make an exception for her. Today's fight, let's talk more first. The more, the better. Even if it was just one more sentence, it could help him get rid of a lot of light. Chen Pinggan really didn't want to experience the torment of the long river of light that was almost stagnant again. The short saber in his hand was as narrow as a dagger. He had obtained it from the battle in the valley of the North Continent. At that time, Chen Pinggan had been ambushed and killed by a group of assassins from Deer Mountain. After a narrow path encounter and a dangerous battle, Chen Pinggan, who didn't believe that his luck was so good, asked Sui Jingcheng to help collect the spoils of war. Among them, he found this pair of short sabers for her. They were respectively the seal characters Morning Dew and Sunset Glow. In fact, Chen Pinggan and Sui Jingcheng weren't the only ones who didn't recognize them at first and thought that they were ordinary. Even the previous owner of the short saber, the female assassin from Deer Mountain, didn't recognize the treasures of immortals. After that, Chen Pinggan met his close friend Liu Jinglong, who had read countless books, and revealed the secret. Not only did Liu Jinglong teach Chen Pinggan the refining method according to the records in the book, but he also recognized the true form of one of the short sabers. The inscription Deer Pursuit was the Caozi dagger recorded in the history book. And that Caozi was the new alias that Chen Pinggan planned to use in Jianghu in the future, Cao Mo. In the future, no matter if he went to the wasteland or returned to his hometown, Chen Pinggan would kill all the cultivators below the upper 5 realms without knowing how they died. As for those dead people, whether they could see his true face and know his true name depended on Chen Pinggan's mood. Of course, the premise was that he could leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Caozi Cao Mo was the #1 assassin in that glorious history book. Moreover, the place where he lost 3 times was eventually recovered by Cao Mo. What a good omen. One had to know that on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chen Pinggan had indeed lost 3 times in a row. Just take it that he, as a junior, benefited from that senior cow. In short, Chen Pinggan promised that he wouldn't let the deer pursuit in his hands be covered in dust. Chen Pinggan immediately had a Caozi dagger in his right hand, which was recorded as Deer Pursuit by the official history book. Since there was no record of it in the history book, Chen Pinggan followed Deer Mountain and named it Deer Pursuit. First pursue the deer, then cut the deer. Naming was one thing. It was indeed good at it. Jiaoyu said, "Are you going to fight or not?" When Jiaoyu was in the Tongya continent, facing Jiang Shangzhen, who killed an immortal with a willow leaf, she seemed to have no strength to resist. Other than Jiuyu's temporary killing power and realm being inferior to her opponent, there was also a round-faced woman who didn't even think of tangling with Jiang Shangzhen. In Jiuyu's opinion, fighting with others was meaningless in the cultivation of the Great Tao. A fight that she was destined to lose to her opponent made Jiuyu feel even more annoyed. She would hide if she could. As for those fights that she was destined to win easily, the cotton-clothed woman was even less interested. Therefore, in the vast world, she traveled alone. From the beginning to the end, she rarely made a move. However, today, she was facing hidden official 11th, who was also one of the 10 young people. Jiuyu was indeed a little selfish. In the Tongye continent, Jiang Shangzhen chased her for thousands of miles but still couldn't kill her. Before leaving, he kindly whispered to her in her heart, which involved the foundation of Jiuyu's great Tao. It was like a prophecy that had its own will of the heavens. It was as if he was waiting for her to come to the Tongye continent to hear Jiang Shangzhen tell her. Jiuyu was not good with words, but she was definitely not stupid. When Jiang Shangzhen said that, she did not take it seriously at first. However, after hearing it, she felt a trace of her Tao heart palpitate. There was no doubt that it was indeed a mysterious great Tao. Jiang Shangzhen's words were like a traveling immortal poem that covered the world, like an incomplete void-step poem. If you want to ride a boat and ascend to the blue sky, you have to make up for the lack of money. Moreover, you have to go on credit and sell wine to the four seas and white clouds. Jiang Shangzhen did not say much at that time, but his previous words had mentioned the hidden official Chen Pinggan. It seemed like he was joking and wanted to come here to try his luck. Otherwise, according to Jiuyu's usual temper, how could she be so patient with this hidden official? She would either leave early or leave early. She would leave early if she made a move early. However, if she knew the truth after she went on credit, she might want to smash that person with the surname Jiang to death with a bright moon. Because the opportunity of the great Tao was in the hidden official, it was purely Jiang Shangzhen's nonsense. He just wanted to use the dual identities of Chen Pinggan's close friend and brother and Luorpa Mountain's consecrator to act as a matchmaker to find himself a sister-in-law. Therefore, he purposely pulled the two peers who were thousands of miles apart together. However, the most amazing thing about Jiang Shangzhen was that his prophecy was true. This involved a huge secret of the Tongye continent. In history, only the old sect leader of the Jade Gui sect, Zun Yuan, and half of the ancestor of the Jade Gui sect's revival, Du Maro, knew about this. Legend had it that there was a parasol tree that reached the sky in the Tongye continent. With such a tall tree, there would naturally be a pine tree with a lack of moon. The tree was close to the sky, and the moon came to the human world. The tree and the moon were together, half in the human world and half in the sky. Jiuyu would choose to go ashore in the Tongye continent first, and not go to the Fuyao continent or the Hassa continent. This was originally Zhu Emai's instruction. After the Lotus Nunnery master died, someone else would appear out of nowhere. As for Zhu Emai's request for Jiuyu to help find Liu Cai, it was actually just a side matter. However, the problem was that Jiang Shangzhen hinted that the great Tao of Jiuyu was related to Chen Pinggan. This was definitely a lie. Jiang Shangzhen was absolutely speaking nonsense. When Jiang Shangzhen dealt with the women in the world, he always seemed to mix truth with falsehood. In the end, he could make all the women mistakenly believe that it was the truth. Therefore, in reality, after Jiang Shangzhen left Jiuyu, he laughed heartily in his heart. Good brother, I, Zhu Fei, can only help you to this point. Consider it helping you find a round-faced girl in a foreign land to chat with. As for whether or not Jiuyu would obtain this opportunity, and whether or not it would really make up for the great Tao, Jiang Shangzhen sneered. What does it have to do with me? I, with my small arms and thin legs, have already done this much. Those who are watching the show from afar, roll up your arms and fight for me. What's more, the moon-bearing mountain of the desolate world might not be able to draw water with a bamboo basket and become a wedding dress for someone else. It was hard to say whether the round-faced girl would be able to draw water with a bamboo basket and the moon would not be able to draw water with a bamboo basket. When Old Man Zun was still alive, He had once deduced a few things and guessed that this prophecy might have something to do with Bai Yi, who was the proudest in the world. Jiao Yu went to look for Bai Yi on credit. Or did Ju Mi bargain with Bai Yi? Jiang Shangzhen found it interesting just thinking about it. Anyway, even if the little girl can't obtain a perfected great Tao, Jiang Shangzhen, am magnanimous. I've already given you a good friend, Brother Chen. Aren't you satisfied? Chen Pinggan didn't know the twists and turns here. If Jiao Yu mentioned Jiang Shangzhen here, even if it was just a sentence or two, Chen Pinggan might be able to guess a little. Unfortunately, the round-faced woman in cotton-padded clothes was unwilling to take the initiative to mention Jiang Shangzhen, who kept calling her sister-in-law. After all, she was disgusted by her words. At that moment, Chen Pinggan looked troubled. He stopped 10 steps away and asked again, "Are you really not going to talk about the rules before attacking? It's our first time meeting and there's no enmity between us. If I punch lightly, it's meaningless. If I use too heavy a spell, there will be casualties." Jiao Yu asked curiously, "Do you like to talk so much when you fight in the past?" "I don't like it. I didn't like it in the past." Chen Pinggan stopped smiling and held his saber with both hands. The tip of the saber was pointed forward. Regarding this matter, Chen Pinggan had once taught Ma Kuxuan how to behave when he fought for his life in a foreign land. The two big sleeves of Chen Pinggan's bright red robe seemed to have silk threads tying themselves into knots, binding the cuffs. The young man bent his back slightly, his body stooped, and his eyes looked up slightly. "But I don't like you all the time. What can I do? Miss Jiao Yu, why don't you teach me how to do as I please?" Jiao Yu looked at the young man's face and eyes. "Stop talking nonsense. Just come and kill me in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Jiao Yu raised her wrist and put 2 fingers together. The moon condensed into a lamp. With a light wave, the moonlight dissipated into the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was used to time both sides for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Suddenly, the moon filled the city and slowly dimmed at a speed that both sides could clearly see. It was as if the moon was gradually leaving the mortal world. Chen Pinggan smiled and squinted his eyes. However, he had already straightened his back. A guest from afar has a request. The host doesn't dare to refuse. No matter how good Jiao Yu's temper was, she was still annoyed by this person. The other party had clearly tried so hard to hide it, but he still had such a strong killing intent in his heart and such a heavy vicious aura around him. Yet, he still had to smile and talk like an old friend and reminisce about the old days. She said coldly, "You deliberately want to kill me, but you want to trick me into saving my strength for the fight. You're not particular." Chen Pinggan nodded and deeply agreed. With a slightly guilty expression, he said, "I'm from the shabby alley of the mortal world. You're from the bright moon in the sky. Miss Jiao Yu is a banished immortal in the book. Why are you being so particular with me? Isn't this Miss Jiao Yu bullying me?" It turned out that being able to talk to someone was a matter of joy in life. It really made Master Hidden Official so happy that he was about to cry. He remembered that in the book, there were people who liked to get drunk and drink but were sober, and there were people who cried when they were at a dead end. At that time, he only felt that the sage's realm was too high, and his vision was too small, so he couldn't understand why they cried. Back then, he felt that he would understand once he traveled far away and read more. When he found out why the ancients cried, he realized that it was better not to know. The ancients could still return the way they came from when they were at a dead end. Therefore, Chen Pinggan used his 2 blades and imitated the woman, patting her cheeks lightly. Every time Miss Jiao Yu was angry, before she attacked, she would habitually raise her hands and heavily pat her cheeks. After chatting with this fellow for so long, in the end, she didn't feel that the opportunity of the great Tao was with this person at all. She even said so many strange words to him, which really annoyed her. "You dare to imitate me now?" After Miss Jiao Yu patted her cheeks with all her strength, a clear radiance scattered from her cheeks, turning into countless rays of light. The moonlight that she collected and refined was like water, flowing like a long river of light. It ignored the heaven and earth restrictions of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Jiazi tent. The fine fragments of the moon were everywhere on half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Miss Jiao Yu, who was standing on the city wall, was stabbed by the two blades. One blade broke her neck, and the other pierced her heart. Of course, it was just Miss Jiaoyu's illusion. It was nothing more than a test of the opponent's blade speed and the sharpness of the blade. Miss Jiaoyu's innate divine ability was able to make Jiang Shangzhen, a sword cultivator in the immortal realm, use his innate flying sword to find the location of his true body. Even if this hidden official was at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was still in the unpolished Jade realm. Miss Jiaoyu could dodge and evade. She could also use her flying sword like an unpolished Jade sword immortal, or use thousands of spells like an immortal cultivator. If Miss Jiaoyu wanted to learn spells, no matter how exclusive or secretive one was, as long as she saw it once under the illumination of the moon, and as long as there wasn't too much of a disparity between their realms, she would be able to understand at least 70 to 80% of the true meaning within. It wasn't that Miss Jiaoyu looked down on the hidden official who was full of tricks. In the wilderness, there were many different ways to capture and kill. Among her peers, Miss Jiaoyu was undeniably the best. Therefore, in the secret records of the Jiazi tent, this cotton-clothed, round-faced lady had the reputation of being the world's armory. Talisman, flying sword, golden body Dharma form, mechanical puppet, great demon true body, immortal treasure armor, offensive heavy weapon, whatever I want, I will manifest. The material is none other than my moon. Miss Jiaoyu could even have the physique of an ordinary peak realm martial artist if she wanted to. Unfortunately, Miss Jiaoyu was limited by her current cultivation. Her martial artist physique stopped at the 9th realm's toughness. Furthermore, Miss Jiaoyu didn't like close combat martial arts. It was like the moon was in the mortal world, but the moon would only hang high up in the sky. The first Miss Jiaoyu who suffered 2 slashes from the dagger was the Miss Jiaoyu. Because Miss Jiaoyu had intentionally shaped her physique into that of a far-wandering realm cultivator, there were no accidents. The round-faced young woman in cotton clothing and cloth shoes. Once her illusion was shattered, the moon disappeared without a trace, and there was no trace of her. Although Chen Pinggan followed behind the other Miss Jiaoyu and disappeared in a flash, near the top of the city, before he attacked with both hands, there was already a strange phenomenon in one of his palms. A lustrous and flawless seal appeared out of thin air. In the center of the creation palm, imperial command of the 5 thunder laws. This 5 thunder law that arose at will didn't kill Miss Jiaoyu's illusion. Against an opponent of a far-wandering realm cultivator, there was no need to mobilize so many people. It was just that the lightning flashed. Before the 2 daggers killed the enemy, it had already illuminated an area of several hundred feet. It was to investigate the traces of the disappearing moonlight. If the 2 were to engage in close combat, even if there was only a slight collision, then Chen Pinggan would be able to gain the upper hand. The upper hand was just in case. Chen Pinggan had the hope of turning it into 10,000 people fighting on and off the mountain. If the enemy is 1 in 10,000, I will give you 10,000. Treat people with sincerity and treat guests with generous gifts. Say that your heart is as I wish. It was a pity that Miss Jiaoyu was too polite and didn't leave behind this flaw. That's good too. Otherwise, wouldn't the so-called 10 young people in the world be a disappointment? It would be too disappointing. Otherwise, what qualifications do you have to be ranked on the same level as her? Chen Pinggan was in the sky of the small world. His 2 daggers smashed a large mass of moon. Then, he hovered in the air and looked down at the top of the city. Miss Jiaoyu's figure split into 3. They were extremely far away from each other. Chen Pinggan had 2 intrinsic flying swords that truly belonged to sword cultivators, Sparrow in the cage and Moon in the well. There were also 2 Qi refinement warriors' refined flying swords, number 1 and number 15. In addition, there were 2 imitation swords of Sword Hatred Mountain's sword immortals, Ku Lei and Song Zhen. Chen Pinggan's mind stirred slightly. Ku Lei and Song Zhen moved as fast as lightning, heading straight for 2 of the ladies. Chen Pinggan himself used earth-shrinking mountain and river and instantly appeared several thousand feet away. To deal with one of the ladies who actually faced him and even took on a fighting stance, Miss Jiaoyu. Previously, that far-wandering realm physique couldn't even withstand a single blow. You changed to a peak mountain physique. Are you trying to measure the weight of your peak mountain physique? Do you really think I'm that Xiao Chuo? Just by looking at Miss Jiaoyu's first punch, even a careful person like Chen Pinggan who liked to think highly of his opponents would feel that her fist technique was too crude. Her intent was too fake and her foundation was too weak. Perhaps the only redeeming feature of this martial artist Miss Jiaoyu was that her speed was not slow. It felt a little like Yu Juanfu's Ask Fist back then. She was dressed in bright red. Her sleeves fluttered, and she held 2 sabers in her hands. She spun around and moved around. Fireflies were incessant as she chased after the enemy and cut through the world. The martial artist Miss Jiaoyu had a peak mountain physique and learned fist techniques. However, she could only retreat again and again. She could only dodge and dodge. Even though her movement speed was always slightly superior, Chen Pinggan had coincidentally appeared at the place where she was retreating several times. She was surrounded by danger. Her original intention was to lightly punch her opponent's body to test the toughness of his physique. However, with both of them using Ask Fist techniques, how could she succeed? They were both at the peak mountain realm. The difference between pure martial artists of the same realm was indeed too great. Just as her blade was about to pierce through the opponent's shoulder, Chen Pinggan actually twisted his body and changed to an elbow, casually smashing Miss Jiaoyu's forehead. Miss Jiaoyu slid back more than 100 feet. The pair of cloth shoes formed by the moon was smashed into pieces. When she stopped moving back, she wore a new pair of cloth shoes. That young man's body slightly tilted and then leaned back. Just like that, his back was exposed to the peak mountain realm martial artist Miss Jiaoyu. He looked at her with a smile and asked in a languid manner, "Is it not fun at all?" The martial artist Miss Jiaoyu was expressionless. The round-faced girl wearing a cotton-padded jacket had an additional beautiful robe on her body. Outside of the robe, there was an additional set of armor from the military school. The light of the treasure circulated, colorful and extremely dazzling. He couldn't recognize the robe, but he could guess some clues about the armor. Chen Pinggan opened his eyes wide and recovered some of his original character. He curiously asked, "Miss Jiaoyu, is the armor on your body the 7-colored sweet dew armor?" That's right, the desolate world isn't small. It has a long history that doesn't lose to other places. You also came from the middle of the moon. You're an immortal that even I can't help but envy. Could it be that other than 7-colored, you've also seen the sea of clouds and sunglow? His good friend Zhong Kuei read a lot and was very knowledgeable. Back then, he recognized the origin of the armor on Wei Xian's body at a glance. Buddha Kingdom, Flower Bud, Mountain Ghost, Water Fairy, Sunglow, Tsai, Sea of Clouds, West Peak. There were a total of 7 earliest ancestor sweet dew armors. Other than the West Peak that Chen Pinggan lent to Wei Xian, according to Zhong Kuei, it was said that only Mountain Ghost and Tsai were left. There were also records of them appearing in the world. The rest no longer existed in the world. The martial artist Kui Yu didn't say anything. She raised her fist again and hooked her finger at the young man who deserved a beating. No matter how hard your fists are, no matter how elusive you are with your dual blades, can you really kill people? The girl's eye seemed to be saying that if you have the ability to completely destroy this martial artist's body, then maybe I'll talk to you. Chen Pinggan thought about the West Peak dew armor that he luckily obtained. It was hard for him not to think about some people and things. Sometimes, he had to admit that the more he saw, the more he knew. It wasn't easy. It wasn't all good. Because it was easy to accept one's fate. Fortunately, Chen Pinggan had always accepted his fate. It was so that he could not accept his fate at certain moments. Otherwise, if the joys and sorrows of the world were accidentally intertwined, it would make the most careful person feel especially uncomfortable. Since the girl Kui Yu was asking for a beating, he had to show some sincerity. As a pure martial artist, if he was too fussy about the distance between men and women, he wasn't heroic enough. Chen Pinggan turned around and used the upper 5 realms heaven and earth sleeve to put away the pair of magical blades that were handy to him. He couldn't ask for more about the Q-seeking fist. Chen Pinggan couldn't wait for her to throw out 1,000 punches. With her peak martial artist's physique, she would smash it on his body. However, when Chen Pinggan suppressed his peak martial artist's physique to the lowest level, even if the martial artist Kui Yu was fast enough, she didn't have the slightest intention of taking the initiative to punch. It was obvious that she would either punch Chen Pinggan or use her physique, magical robe, and rainbow-colored dew armor to take a punch. If Chen Pinggan was perfunctory, Kui Yu didn't mind. After all, it was only the time for an incense stick to burn. Once the time was up, she would leave on time and leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, Chen Pinggan had no choice but to no longer hide his strength. Not only did he increase the strength of his fists, he also sped up slightly. With one punch, he shattered the dew armor that could not be identified as real or fake. With another punch, he shattered the robe that he did not know the name of. With the last punch, he shattered the martial artist's head. All of them turned into moonlight. Kui Yu knew that it was meaningless to test the young hidden official's 9 realms. Her figure dissipated on the spot. Her figure turned from 1 to 10 and scattered all over the half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There were 2 at the cliff and 1 at the top of the city. There was no longer the round-faced lady that was easy to talk to. Her figure was different. There was the golden body, the sword immortal, and the demon's true body. Even though she had merged with the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chen Pinggan still couldn't tell where Kui Yu's true body was. 9 fakes and 1 real? It could be all real or all fake. These existences that he didn't know if they were real or fake asked in unison, "Why didn't you use the sword immortals that walked out of the painting? Wouldn't it save more time and effort?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "The time for an incense stick to burn is actually very long. It's just that I have nothing to do, so I cherish every little bit of it." As he spoke, Chen Pinggan stepped on something and his figure slowly rose into the sky. This was because a huge imitation of the Beko Keikyung building appeared under his feet. It revealed its full appearance bit by bit. Finally, the peak of the Beko Keikyung building rose into the sky. It only stopped when it almost touched the top of the sky. The young hidden official, who was wearing a Daoist's crimson-purple heavenly robe, looked like a real immortal of the Beko Keikyung building. His Daoist skills reached the heavens, which was why he could stroll around leisurely. He stepped on the peak of the Beko Keikyung building step by step. Finally, he walked to a place where the most scheming people were fighting against each other. Chen Pinggan stretched out his hand and grabbed. He held a sword immortal banner and gently knocked it on the sky beside him. Rings of ripples appeared in the void, endless layers of rings. Kui Yu suddenly asked, "I'm not that Liu Cai. You seem a little angry. Do you have some guesses about that Liu Cai? Just because I'm not Liu Cai, it confirms some of your thoughts." Chen Pinggan was as calm as usual. He smiled casually and said, "How is that possible? Miss Kui Yu, don't be so suspicious. How can I guess a guy who can make Miss Kui Yu look all over the world and wear out many cotton shoes?" Half an incense stick's time had passed. Chen Pinggan instantly calmed his mind and focused. It was as if he had sunk into the bottom of an ancient well. His mind was quiet, as if he was wandering freely. His mind followed the ripples and scattered. He smiled and said, "Miss Kui Yu, as a demon cultivator, you have to be more careful with your name in the future. Otherwise, it's easy to reveal the foundation of the Great Tao. This is a taboo in the pugilistic world. You must remember. Kui Yu is too obvious. Why don't you learn from Fei Ran? Her literary talent is outstanding. She sounds like a refined scholar. After acknowledging her ancestors and surnamed Chen, it will be even better. Those 10 Kui you seem to have the competitive mentality of your virtue is 1 foot high, my devil is 10 feet high. 10 became 100, 100 became 1,000. On the city wall, she was everywhere. Among them, only one Kui Yu who showed her true appearance looked up at the towering building and smiled, "But I've already chosen my name. The world knows it. How can I say in the future? Besides, I don't want to change my name." Gusts of cool wind blew slowly high in the sky. The young man's clothes and sideburns fluttered together. He smiled and gave the answer, "In your next life." Kui Yu was not too afraid of Chen Pinggan's next move. She just couldn't help but frown. He was only the 11th. And the guy standing at the highest point of the fake Beko Keikyang building seemed to see through Kuiyu's thoughts at a glance. He said, "If it weren't for the fact that I'm here and have some advantages, I definitely wouldn't even be ranked 11th. Kuiyu suddenly wanted to get serious with him. She was no longer just trying. Chen Pinggan didn't say anything superfluous. He just slightly twitched the corner of his mouth. A playful look flashed by, but it just happened to be seen by Kuiyu. It seemed to be saying, "I definitely can't beat you to death. You can't beat me to death either. Then let's both be more serious and try again." 7:14. Chen Pinggan held a fully repaired sword fairy banner in his hand and stood at the highest point of the imitation Beko Keikyang building. In his own world, Chen Pinggan's eyes could see everything clearly, just like how a layman would engrave a notice on a cliff. Kuiyu seemed to have a special liking for the rainbow-colored sweet dew armor. Cultivator Kuiyu was the only one who appeared on the city wall with her original appearance. She condensed the moonlight with her natal supernatural power and put on the strange armor that seemed to have refined an ancient rainbow. She looked up at the young hidden official who was wearing what seemed to be a Daoist heavenly robe. The armor on her body was flowing with colorful light, like the elegant ribbon of a Wu family fairy on a mural in a Buddhist temple. Kuiyu quietly waited for the ripples of the sword aura to scatter between heaven and earth, confronting her bright moonlight everywhere. It was like two armies facing each other, with millions of soldiers and horses on both sides. Kuiyu was very familiar with the imitated Beko Keikyang building under Chen Pinggan's feet. It came from the adjacent bright moon of the master of the Lotus Nunnery. It was an ancient relic that the old demon gave to the last disciple of the Moon Tuor Mountain as a meeting gift in order to express his goodwill to the grand ancestor of the Moon Tuor Mountain. After Li Zhan was defeated and died, it was picked up by Chen Pinggan, who had not become a hidden official at that time. Obviously, he had received the guidance of an expert and was able to completely refine it. Was it the Daoist saint who guarded the Great Wall of Sword Aura in the past? However, would it be against the Daoist ritual to guide a Confucian disciple to refine the imitated Beko Keikyang building? Kuiyu knew that the other party was still trying hard to find the location of her real body, but she was still distracted by her thoughts. No wonder Mr. Zhu said that she was too lazy. However, Kuiyu intended to be more serious today because she was indeed a little angry. On the city wall, Kuiyu's moonlight doppelgangers were everywhere. One by one, the sword immortals took out their flying swords, the martial artists punched the Beko Keikyang building, the big demon's real body rose from the ground, or its huge body crashed into the Beko Keikyang building. The ripples of sword aura from the sword immortal streamer suddenly formed knots in various places along the path of all existences. Then, they formed a huge net. The threads were the tens of thousands of fine sword auras on half of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. It was obvious that in order to shake the White Jade capital, one had to first use their fleshly body, flying swords, fist techniques, or spells and divine abilities to break through the abundant sword auras that were everywhere. Their imposing manner was overbearing, and they weren't using any kind of camouflage. Therefore, when Shiyu took action alone, it was as if there was a great army in formation, joining forces to attack the White Jade capital. As for Kuiyu's original appearance, she flew up with the wind. The colorful clothes on her body broke the sword aura net along the way, and she was going to Chen Pinggan's vicinity. Chen Pinggan, who was in the pure jade realm, smiled. He raised one hand and took out a bright and magical Five Thunders seal from his palm. It suddenly became as big as a mountain and sank down in an instant. It overlapped with the top of the Beko Keikyang building. Chen Pinggan was not only on the top of the Beko Keikyang building, but also on the top of the seal. The high eaves of the building were like a road in the human world. There was a scholar riding a white bull with books hanging from the horns of the bull. Thousands of spells gathered and lightning intertwined. It was as if there was a heaven's tribulation gathering in the sky. If it was not in the Great Wall of Sword Aura, but in any other world, the demons, ghosts, and otherworldly beings below the level of Earth immortals would be scared out of their wits and their Daoist heart would shatter upon seeing the Beko Keikyang building, the thunder tribulation, and the deity in the sky. Chen Pinggan, who looked like a deity in the Beko Keikyang building and also like a deity, could only see Kuiyu, who was wearing colorful clothes and armor. His mind had already scanned the world. Chen Pinggan held the sword fairy banner and stepped out. He stepped on the seal firmly. Holding the banner in his left hand, he put 2 fingers on his right hand together. He faced the ground and gently wrote words. Although it was called the Thunder Dharma seal, it was regarded as the most supreme thunder spell. It was worthy of the reputation of thousands of creation. When the seal was out, it hung high in the sky. The scene shown by the spell was not only limited to thunder and lightning. From the seal script, bolts of thunder and lightning appeared in the sky. It was as if there were 16 heavenly thunder generals of the heavenly court holding whips together. Bolts of golden thunder and lightning fell rapidly from all directions. With a slight turn, they finally struck the big demons who were hitting the Baek Okekyung building. The moonlight shattered into dust and disappeared without a trace. The 5 thunder seal formed by Chen Pinggan's palm. Previously, in the prison, it was the demonic frost who showed it the right way. The tailor Twisting Heart helped to move the 5 thunder seal from the temple to the peak of a mountain where the lines on Chen Pinggan's palm were. The seal had a total of 6 sides. It was called the 6 full seals by the frost, also known as the moonful seal. Other than the missing heavenly seal script at the top, one side was blank. The bottom side was written in insect bird seal script with 16 words, 5 thunder clusters, total mastery of 10,000 arts. Cut 5 leaks, cardinal point of heaven and earth. Therefore, the origin of the 16 thunder whips that looked like the ancient gods were the manifestation of these 16 ancient seal scripts. Every insect bird seal script at the bottom of the seal seemed to be the center of a department of the thunder sect. On the other 4 sides, there were a total of 36 gods with closed eyes who had yet to open their eyes. The meaning of 4, 9, 36. The 9 words had a great meaning, so the inscribed portraits were all patterns of the Lord of Thunder and Mother of Lightning, the Count of Wind and the Lord of Rain, the Spirit General of Cloud, the Heavenly Lady, and the Heavenly Official. The yin and yang of heaven and earth were infinite. They were all in the seal mountain and in the palm that held the seal. The words that Chen Pinggan wrote at the moment were the words heavenly for the seal. The study at the foot of the mountain contained the heavenly and earth box that contained the ancient inkstone. The 5 thunder seal on the mountain that fell into Chen Pinggan's hands by chance should have both the heavenly and earth boxes. Chen Pinggan wanted to use this seal to fill in the gaps. He wanted to fill in the gaps for the final blank side of the seal. The second shopkeeper did not read much, but he did know a lot about seal engraving. So what if the moon is full and full? The heart is like the bright moon. When the 2 are connected, the loss will be full. The cycle of the great Tao has always been a cycle of profit and loss. I have been alone on the city wall for many years, but I have not complained about the heavens and others every day. I have not delayed refining the sword, drawing talismans, practicing my fist, and cultivating my heart. I have even done the refining of 300,000 words. Even if the landscape travelogue only had this much content, Chen Pinggan would still refine it even if it was 3 million words or 10 million word. If there was a chance in the future, he would use the alias of Cao Mo to travel the world. On the path of a talisman, I am also a refiner who has reached a higher level. On the city wall, there was a replica of the Baek Okekyung building. The true bodies of great demons shook this towering building, which was also Tao integration with the Great Wall of Sword Aura. They allowed the mighty thunder whips to smash on their bodies. The moonlight shattered and became full again. They did not seem to be tired and did not seem to be damaged at all. It was as if they shook the Baek Okekyung building even a little, they would shake Chen Pinggan's soul and Tao heart. There were also martial artists in the Golden Body and Far Travel Realm who were climbing the Baek Okekyung building and the city wall on credit. They quickly ascended to the sky. Each of them walked as if they were flying and climbed the cliff like apes. There were also golden bodies that Chen Pinggan did not know the origins of. Each of them was 1,000 feet tall. They held divine weapons and smashed the Baek Okekyung building crazily. Chen Pinggan's state of mind was slightly moved. He could not help but frown slightly. Isn't this credit a little too much? She's young but has so many tricks up her sleeves. A girl who looks silly but is actually very cunning. She won't have any friends in the Jianghu. You have your spells and supernatural powers as many as the hairs on a cow. I have my own special skills. Chen Pinggan stabbed the sword immortal Ganfalan in his hand into the ground. He moved as fast as lightning and fell from the Beko Keikyang building to the human world. The Ganfalan and the Dharma seal were both refined items. Naturally, they did not hinder him. The Ganfalan passed through them and disappeared in an instant. It landed in a replica of the Beko Keikyang building. After the sword immortal Ganfalan was nailed into the ground in the center of the city, the banner stood upright and the troops gathered. The sword immortals hidden in the Ganfalan appeared one by one. They walked out of the Ganfalan and shot out like shooting stars. They were either riding on their swords or holding onto their swords. They were in charge of intercepting and killing the martial artists who were attached to the Beko Keikyang building on credit. This time, the sword immortal's sword aura was much more imposing than when Li Jun had first used it. Chen Pinggan's attention was still on the matter of the seal. Chen Pinggan had already refined the 4 words of this Dharma seal as the heavenly money seal script. It was just that he did not really concentrate on it and did not use the mountain opening technique from the true alchemy manuscript. Therefore, the writing now was the first complete appearance of the 5 Thunder Dharma seal. Under the guidance of Chen Pinggan's handwritten words and his mind, the surface of the Dharma seal crumbled like sparkling snowflakes. Finally, there were 4 words, the water reveals the stone. When the words appeared, they were not big at first. They were only the size of a palm. Compared to the top of the Dharma seal, which was as big as a hill, it was negligible. Chen Pinggan lowered his head and looked at the 4 words. The first strange thing about this talisman was that after Chen Pinggan had suffered a great loss in the past, he chose to write the words in reverse this time. In addition, he borrowed the cultivation base of the pure jade state from the heaven and earth. In the end, it was not difficult to complete the talisman. It was completed in one go. Looking at the 4 words, Chen Pinggan smiled and squinted his eyes. He was indeed happy. It was as if the great Tao was far away and some high and mighty existences were far away but unreachable. However, since Chen Pinggan could write these 4 words today, it proved that if he continued on this path for 10 years, 100 years or 1,000 years, he would only be closer to those existences than the young man who carried a sword on his back and carried a wormwood boat. He was getting closer every day. One day, when he traveled the world, he would not need to look up at the real Beko Keikyang building. One day, when he traveled on his sword and visited the world, he would be on par with the peak of the Beko Keikyang building. Tsai Jiayue, who was originally flying towards Chen Pinggan and the 5 Thunder Dharma seal, suddenly changed her mind. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers shrank and was about to attack the sword immortal banner that was the core of the formation. Chen Pinggan, who had completed the seal in the sky screen, smiled and learned from Tsai Jiayue. Although he had lost his yin spirit and yang spirit and his great Tao had been severely damaged, Chen Pinggan was not too disappointed about it. I am still me. Chen Pinggan is still Chen Pinggan. I live in my heart for a long time and I am always in my hometown. The sweet dew armor, which was more like the Dharma robe worn by the cultivator Tsai Jiayue, made Chen Pinggan look at it in a new light. It was an unexpected surprise. Zhong Kuei once said that the most mysterious thing about the 7 sweet dew armors, including Shi Yu, was that they had some natal supernatural powers similar to the sword cultivator. When Tsai Jiayue was just close to the city where the sword immortal banner was located, 7 fairies transformed from 7 colorful ribbons. Finally, a rainbow hung in the sky. It started from where Tsai Jiayue was riding the wind and finally landed on the sword immortal banner. When the rainbow collided with the banner, the light was dazzling and splashed in all directions. However, the momentum was endless like a river flowing into the sea. The chi around the banner surged like waves hitting the reef. When the spiritual chi and the sword chi merged, the sword immortal banner began to tremble. After learning from Tsai Jiayue, there was also a Chen Pinggan standing on the top of the banner. One hand was behind his back and the other hand was in front of him. With a smile on his face, he looked through the rainbow and looked at the woman who was flying towards him. He smiled and said, "My little Beko Keikyang building has 5 cities and 12 buildings. Only this door is not open. Mist Sai Jiayue, please go somewhere else to enjoy the scenery. It was actually a Chen Pinggan who was wearing a green Daoist robe. His face was slightly older than the real Chen Pinggan. This scene, these words. It was likely that all the Daoist immortals in the world would not be happy to see or hear it. Sai Jiayue was not sure of the real identity of the middle-aged Daoist illusion. However, it did not matter to her if she knew. She herself had often overstepped her authority. For example, when she reached the top of the rainbow arc, she turned into the figure and face of the Lotus Nunnery Master. She reached out her hand and pressed. In the sky above the city, the sea of clouds condensed into a jade-white palm. There were lotus leaves on the palm. The moonlight was bright and the green lotuses nestled together. Then, suddenly, the lotus pond on the palm bloomed with countless snow-white lotus flowers. The middle-aged Daoist, Chen Pinggan, glanced at the palm and the lotus pond blooming. He smiled and said, "The great Tao is great. It is not the size of the image. Small, it is still small." The Daoist kept one hand behind his back. He formed a seal and flicked his finger. A speck of golden light slowly flew up. The lotus pond fell with the sound of thunder and the pressure of mountains. It was majestic. Every time the lotus pond bloomed, there would be a snow-white pillar of light descending. The middle-aged Daoist speck of golden light swayed like a bird flapping its wings in the wind and rain. It took the lead to welcome the snow-white torrential rain. Daoist, Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "As the law commands, go." The speck of golden light suddenly disappeared and arrived at the back of the palm that was facing down. There were already dragonflies on it. Regardless of whether it was the clash between the rainbow light and the sword immortal banner, or the mountain-like pressure of the huge hand, the appearance of the speck of golden light did not have the slightest bit of heaven and earth phenomenon. Logically speaking, it was useless. However, when the golden light stopped at the back of the hand, it made the snow-white torrential rain return. The flower bloomed first, but before it bloomed, the palm fell and retreated. The river of time flowed in reverse. It was like a competition of Daoist techniques between the middle-aged Daoist and the Lotus Nunnery Master. Sai Jiayue shook her wrist and put away the divine ability that she had learned after a few glances. The huge hand in the sky dissipated. She continued to focus on shaking the sword immortal banner. Not only was she a pure martial artist, but she was also a cultivator who could defeat 10 people with strength. This cultivator, Sai Jiayue, stopped and looked around. The danger was high as the sky. 5 cities, 12 buildings. Waves of lightning, wrapped in the mighty might of the heavenly Tao, smashed into the land under the Beko Keikyang building's jurisdiction, scattering the moonlight of the great demon's true body time and time again. However, the sword immortal banner was suppressed by the rainbow light. The number of sword immortals that came out of it was too few, causing the martial artists who ascended to Sai Jiayue to be unable to kill the sword light and slay the sword immortals. Sai Jiayue was already more than half of the martial artist's journey to heaven. Then, Sai Jiayue sensed something strange. This was the first time she felt this way. Chen Pinggan finally began to use his trump card. If Sai Jiayue guessed correctly, he was using one of his natal items. Inside the Beko Keikyang building, there were 5 slender martial artists, Chen Pinggan. They were either wearing straw shoes, carrying a saber, carrying a sword behind their backs, a wine pot hanging from their waists, a jade hairpin on their heads, or a scholar in green robes. At the same time, they appeared in the Beko Keikyang buildings and cities of different heights. Every Chen Pinggan was wearing one of the 5 colors of clothes. They casually killed those martial artists whose realms weren't high enough. Too slow. Punching is too slow. Like paper. Martial arts fist. Don't scratch the enemy lightly when you punch them. The 5 martial artists, Chen Pinggan, didn't stop punching. They shattered the bodies of the martial artists one by one, wrung their heads, or slashed down with a straight-hand knife, directly splitting the martial artists into 2. What a caring and protective second shopkeeper. Another warm and mellow voice fell from the sky into Sai Jiayue's heart lake. Mist Sai, you and the Lotus Nunnery Master have been neighbors for a long time, but I've never spoken to that Tianmu Taoist saint. Why is the Tao technique in your heart so weak and vulnerable? That's why it's better to find a wise master than a scripture master. Why don't you become my disciple and cultivate the Tao technique? I can take you in as an unofficial disciple first. I've always had a high threshold for accepting disciples. And I'm actually quite good at preaching the Tao. The appearance of your spell is nothing more than a vast moon. As the host, you're treating your guests separately. The foundation of the great Tao should be one. Why don't Misty be more sincere and take out the real supernatural power as a gift? Tsai was so annoying. He was quite capable, but he had too many strange words. She had never been so annoyed by a guy. Perhaps Tu Jiang Shangzhen, who chased after her for thousands of miles with a willow leaf, couldn't be compared to this Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan, who was standing at the highest point, suddenly stepped on the last two words written in the heavenly seal script, which belonged to the talisman. Previously, he wrote, "It was that order, Chen, Lu." Then, the complete talisman was Lu Chen's edict. Hence, Chen Pinggan stepped heavily on the two words Lu Chen, waved his hand and laughed, "Go." The two words Lu and Chen went to the top left and bottom right corners of the seal, the two words order and order went to the other two corners. The 6 full 5 Thunder Dharma seal was finally completed. Tsai's heart trembled, she knew that something was wrong. That 5 Thunder seal, which was like the opening of the Thunder Department's gates, suddenly fell to the ground with an unreasonable speed, merging with the city and the great Tao. It caused close to half of Tsai's illusions to be placed in the 4 words Lu Chen's edict at the same time. Tsai, who was standing at the top of the rainbow light, realized that only now did Chen Pinggan use the basic method of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, isolating the heavens and earth. At the same time, he brought out the 2 life flying swords, which were unknown but had a rough idea of their abilities. 3 big and small heavens and earth, detaining half of Tsai. Tsai sighed faintly. Indeed, annoying people have even more annoying methods. Regarding the Great Wall of Sword Qi's heavens and earth restriction, as well as the young hidden official's life flying sword, she was already prepared for the worst. However, she did not expect that this 5 Thunder spell full moon seal, which was used by people to increase the power of their attacks, would be refined into a cage by Chen Pinggan with just a few strokes. A martial artist who had just started to climb up the Beko Keikyung building, Tsai, and not the 7-colored clothed cultivator, Tsai, was responsible for retracting all the moonlight, turning back into a young woman with a round face. She was already in the small heavens and earth of the flying sword cage. The seal landed, the lightning disappeared, and the heavens and earth turned dim. It was like a chaotic land before the heavens and earth were formed. Even the towering Beko Keikyung building, the sword immortal banner, the middle-aged Daoist, and the 5 martial artists, Chen Pinggan, all disappeared. The young man in a bright red robe held a narrow saber in his hand and gently tapped his shoulder. He slowly descended from the sky towards the city wall with a bright smile. "Even if I can't completely kill Misty, I have to leave Misty on the city wall." The young hidden official spoke politely. However, in this small heavens and earth of the flying sword cage filled with sword qi, other than the path where Chen Pinggan landed, the flying swords dissipated on their own to make way for a bright red robe. The rest of the heavens and earth were filled with flying swords, forming a dense array from the sky of the small heavens and earth. Layer by layer, the tips of the swords all pointed at Tsai. Within 100 feet of Tsai, the moonlight was like water, blocking the flying swords. Tsai asked doubtfully, "You arbitrarily changed the purpose of this 5 Thunder seal. Don't you feel sorry for it? Because of this, the seal that had the potential to become an immortal weapon will not only be separated from its perfect state, its offensive power will also be reduced by half, and it will also lose the opportunity to become a sect seal." Chen Pinggan blinked his eyes, wanting to say something but hesitating. He seemed to be saying that Miss Tsai's question was too big and too difficult to answer. Tsai asked curiously, "Isn't it?" Chen Pinggan stopped tapping the saber and raised the saber on his shoulder. He complained, "Miss you and I hit it off. I won't allow you to look down on yourself like this. Half a month's credit or half a month's credit is fine. Don't tell me it's not worth the value of a sect's Dharma seal." Tsai blamed herself and said, Your talisman's method is too strange. I didn't expect that a seal restriction could be so strange. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked an even stranger question, can a person's self-blame kill? Again, Tsai raised her hands and slapped her cheeks heavily. Without Chen Pinggan's half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, no matter how strange his unpolished Jade Realm Chen Pinggan's method was, could it really stop a bright moon's travel? Chen Pinggan hung Tsai on his waist, stopped smiling, and stopped in the air. He put 2 fingers of his left hand together and gently pressed against the void in front of him. Finally, there was a faint light of a lamp. Chen Pinggan's 2 fingers slowly moved from right to left. Chen Pinggan narrowed his eyes and stared at the light. It became brighter and brighter, and finally became more and more like a sword. In the small world of the human body, there was a small golden figure gently holding the sword hilt. It rode the fire dragon all the way to Chen Pinggan's heart lake. Looking up at the sky, there was a moon hanging in the sky. Behind Chen Pinggan, there was an indomitable golden spirit. It was Chen Pinggan's golden body, but it was wearing a daoist robe and had a middle-aged face. The 4 words of heaven and earth converged into one place. The young man Chen Pinggan with a jade hairpin on his head stepped on 2 of the words. His smile was confident, almost arrogant. He had the awe-inspiring spirit of a scholar of our generation. The young man with straw sandals stepped on the 2 words Lu Chen, with a white jade hairpin on his head and a water character seal on his waist. First, he was in the pseudo-jade realm of unifying heaven and earth. Here, he let his imagination run wild, muttered to himself, and came and went alone. He reached the peak of Wu Fu Mountain by breaking his jindan. On this city wall, he became a jindan guest for the last time, and finally became a person of his generation in the eyes of the immortals on the mountain. Then, he memorized the fist technique shaking mountain manual, the talisman true elixir calligraphy, and the straightforwardly titled swordsmanship manual by heart. There was still one empty acupoint for opening the mansion but not for refining the natal item. There was still one left to return home. The setting sun went far away, and the flowers on the mosehang slowly returned. The moonlight around Kui Yu became brighter and brighter, and the moonlight became denser. Layers of flying sword formations formed by moon in the well's natal ability collapsed on the spot after being plated with a layer of moonlight. Kui Yu's figure was shrouded in the moonlight, like a small pocket-sized moon, and became bigger and bigger. However, Kui Yu suddenly frowned. Countless flying swords were destroyed by the sword formations, but somehow, the other party's flying swords were destroyed. However, the true one and only flying sword seemed to be quietly refined by this natal moonlight. Kui Yu immediately stopped thinking, and dispelled the idea of using the moonlight to forcefully open the formation and break through 3 layers of restrictions before leaving. Even if Chen Pinggan was now a sword cultivator in the unpolished Jade Realm, how strong could his sword be? In reality, was the 10 million flying swords really referring to the real Kui Yu? She started to gather the moonlight, and the moonlight around her became denser and denser. Try it. Kill it. Chen Pinggan suddenly reached out to hold the sword hilt and held it horizontally in front of him. The godly spirit behind him did the same thing, and it was exactly the same. Kui Yu, do you really think I don't know where you are hiding? I regard you as a wild beast in the wild world. You shouldn't treat me as a human being. Come to me and be my enemy. Please be more careful. Cut the moon in my heart with a sword. Please show yourself. Then cut your real body with a sword. Please die. I have a sword to ask, and I ask heaven and earth to answer. Start with the bright moon. Kui Yu picked the moon from the sky and returned to the human world. She went straight to the opposite city in a daze, which made Li Jun a little unhappy. Now he couldn't beat that little girl, but the key was that the other party was not bad in terms of birth and family background. Only when Li Jun was at the peak could he exchange his life with Kui Yu in the human world. Her round face was no longer very likable. Her carefree attitude and the look of don't bother me had once made Li Jun envious to the point of jealousy. Li Jun immediately rode his sword to the edge of the cliff and complained, "Why didn't you stop Kui Yu? What was so great about being blessed by the heavens and being blessed by the heavens? Can you break the rules of the Jiazi tent just because you can pick a moon from the sky? If we let our hidden official catch her and chat with her, wouldn't all our efforts be wasted in an instant? Now Li Zhan and the Dragon Monarch were standing on half of the city wall. The 100-sword immortals of the moon-supporting mountain had almost all rushed to the vast world, but Li Zhan was still dawdling here. As the direct disciple of the great ancestor of this world, he had lost the face of the moon-supporting mountain. When one of Li Zhan's senior brothers passed by the great wall of sword aura, he didn't even greet Li Zhan and directly rode the wind to the top of the city wall. The Dragon King condensed a vague silhouette with thousands of tiny streams of sword chi. The old man raised his sleeve, pointed his finger at the only moon left in the sky, and said, "There is one left. If you have the ability to take it down, I will let you go to the city wall on the other side. You can do whatever you want." The 100-sword immortals of the moon-supporting mountain were of course the gods' favored sons of the desolate world. But above them, there was a small group of people with hidden identities. They were young and had a high status. They were not recorded in the Jiazi tent. Other than the round-faced woman who made Li Zhan nag non-stop, the mistress of the moon in the sky, there was actually Fei Ran, Yu Sai, Ni Tan, Dooku, and others. Li Zhan sighed, "Dragon Monarch, oh senior, you and I have been friends for thousands of years. You should cherish it. Not only did you not protect me, but you also said such hurtful words. Can a jar of old wine withstand a few mouthfuls of yours? Always leave a way out. Geniuses never leave a way out. Picking the moon to the human world. In the past, the master of the Lotus Nunnery who refined half of the moon could barely do it. But because of the existence of the moon-supporting mountain, she didn't dare to do it. Of course, it was meaningless to do it. The moon was not in the sky. Using the geographical location to exchange for the timing of the heavens was a loss. It was detrimental to the cultivation of the great Tao. In the vast world, there were many paradises and blessed lands. The master of the Lotus Nunnery was ambitious. She tried to combine the moon in the sky everywhere. When the time came, the old demon would merge with the timing of the heavens and manifest the heavenly Tao with her true body. She was not a god, but she was better than a god. It was said that before the great battle, Zhu Mi once went to the sky and discussed the Tao with the master of the Lotus Nunnery. Zhu Mi laughed in the moon and said, "Why should we lose to the past this year? Why should we lose to the ancients? It was a pity that the wind and rain always blew away." The pitiful master of the Lotus Nunnery didn't even get to see the bright moon in the vast world. It couldn't be said that the master of the Lotus Nunnery was ambitious but not talented. It was just that Dong Sangeng's sword was too overbearing. Old man Dong's feat was not only to kill the master of the Lotus Nunnery, but also to completely destroy a part of the luck of the desolate world. It was like smashing a grain of grain rain money into a pile of snow money. Even if the snow money still fell into the pockets of the moon-supporting mountain, the difference in price was a real loss to the desolate world. If the moon-supporting mountain wanted to reconstruct a complete moon and hang the canopy in the sky again, it would cost a lot of money. Although the Dragon Monarch let the cotton-clothed round-faced girl land on the opposite side of the city, he had been paying attention to the situation there. If Kui Yu made any moves that crossed the line, he couldn't blame him for being merciless. As one of the top 10 youths in the world, his Tao was destined to be high and far. Of course, he was extraordinary. However, in the eyes of an ancient sword immortal like the Dragon Monarch, looking at these energetic juniors was nothing more than looking at himself in the past. Compared to Li Zhan, who was always absent-minded and lazy in his sword practice, Kui Yu's realm was high enough. He also had a unique ability, so he was able to break through the layers of restrictions and enter a no-man's land to meet the young secluded official. One had just returned to his hometown from the other party's hometown, while the other liked to be a watchdog for other people. A young man and a young woman of similar age from different hometowns happened to be among the top 11 youths. Li Zhan asked, "Are you chatting or fighting?" The Dragon Monarch said, "A single man and a single woman, dry wood and blazing fire. Do you believe it?" Li Zhan said with a cheeky smile, "Hurry up and open the restriction. Let me see. Seeing is believing. I want to see if the two of them have really stirred up the fire. When the time comes, I'll make a painting of immortals and find someone to help me send it to Ning Yao." At that time, Chen Pinggan might be killed by Ning Yarrow before Liu Cha. Wouldn't that be perfect? If Ning Yarrow attacked him with her sword, the secluded official wouldn't dare to fart. He could only stretch his neck obediently. That's what I admire the most about the secluded official. The dragon monarch glanced at the increasingly unfamiliar clairvoyance and shook his head. This time, when you and I meet again, there's only one thing that I have to admit. That is, you are indeed more pitiful than Chen Pinggan. You are indeed no longer the clairvoyance. At the very least, Chen Pinggan is staying here as a watchdog. No one thinks that it's funny. Maybe even Fei Ran and Wooden Clog will treat him with respect. The dragon monarch looked up at the sky. In the past, the three of them used to cultivate and climb the mountain together. In the end, their paths diverged to that mountain in the wilderness. He, the dragon monarch, didn't die at Moonbearing Mountain. His heart died at the moment when Chen Qingdou said he wanted to go to Moonbearing Mountain. The reason why he was still willing to go to Moonbearing Mountain with his sword was to give an explanation to his fellow felons who became felons. Chen Qingdou had died once in the Battle of the Moon-supporting mountain, and now he had died once again. Then what about this clairvoyance? Similarly, he had died once at the Moon-supporting mountain and then lost to Chen Pinggan outside the city. Li Zhen's daoist heart and the last bit of clairvoyant spirit that could be vaguely seen had probably died completely. The dragon monarch almost never asked about the same thing twice. But today, the old man made an exception for Moonbearing Mountain, and now for Li Zhen. In the last battle with Chen Pinggan, what did you see with that flying sword's natal abhina? Li Zhen smiled. One is not clairvoyance, the other is not like the dragon monarch. You still have the nerve to pity me. The dragon monarch changed the question. That person at Moonbearing Mountain, did he see the same result as you? Li Zhen thought for a while. I don't know if my master knows. Because I don't know anything at all. The dragon monarch no longer spoke. This Li Zhen really deserves to die. In the future, I'll take it as a final farewell for clairvoyance. Li Zhen didn't know if he didn't know the dragon monarch's intention, or if he knew, he wouldn't do anything. He just pestered, Senior Dragon Monarch, please open the restriction. Practicing the sword is so boring. He didn't expect the dragon monarch to really open the mountain restriction of the Jiazi tent. Li Zhen exclaimed and said, Beko Keikyang building, sigh. Master Hidden Official's resentment towards Qingming Tian is a bit big. This pure Jade Realm technique is really amazing. I can't afford to provoke it. Look, Master Hidden Official is starting to bewitch people again. Luckily, it's Sister Moon-bearing Mountain who doesn't think much. If it's Sister Moon-bearing Mountain, she will definitely be killed. Dragon Monarch, you are senior and knowledgeable. Do you know where Moon-bearing Mountain's real body is? Can Master Hidden Official's dog nose smell it? The dragon monarch listened to Li Zhen's chatter and thought of some old things that he didn't want to think about. Chen Qingdou's natal flying sword, duckweed, had long been broken in Moonbearing Mountain. Therefore, there was a saying that the wind rises at the end of the green duckweed, and there was a saying that a leaf of duckweed returns to the sea. Dragon monarch, natal flying sword, great ruins immortal tomb. Clairvoyance, natal flying sword, river of time. Therefore, in an old almanac that was thousands of years old, on the front page of the old almanac, there was a record of sword cultivator clairvoyance. The path of cultivation was the most bumpy, and he was targeted the most by those ancient gods. His good friends Chen Qingdou and the Dragon Monarch had been the Tao protectors of clairvoyance for the longest time. This was because the sword cultivators who had the most Tao protectors were the deceased sword cultivators who had been annihilated in the dust of history. There were once a few sword cultivators who had extremely high attainments in the sword Tao. Their sword skills were high, their sword intents flourished, and the majestic sight of their swords were enough to make the Dragon Monarch, who had long given up, feel ripples in his heart when he occasionally thought of them 10,000 years later. It was hard for the later generations to imagine that Chen Qingdou's aptitude was actually not the best among the large group of sword cultivators who rose and fell like a comet when he first started practicing the sword. It could even be said that he was ordinary. It was just that Chen Qingdou's fortuitous encounter was not bad. In the end, Chen Qingdou grasped it and held it firmly. He held that fortuitous encounter tightly in his hand like a sword. However, with Chen Qingdou's stubborn personality, he probably wasn't willing to be honest with anyone for the past 10,000 years. The sea turned into mulberry fields and the sea turned into mulberry fields. Humans tend to forget things when they get old. Li Jun tiptoed and looked at the battlefield, sighing, these two can really fight. They have all kinds of tricks up their sleeves. My eyes are dazzled. Endless spells, messy methods, and tit-for-tat confrontations on various battlefields. Li Jun suddenly asked, Chen Pinggan seems to have used his pure jade cultivation from the beginning. It doesn't seem like the style of our hidden official. The result of this battle won't be all talk and no action, right? Indeed, it was all talk and no action. The Five Thunders seal that hung high above the Beko Keikyung building had 16 words in it. Each word contained the true meaning of Taoism. The deities held thunder and lightning in their hands and whipped the earth fiercely. It made Li Jun a little absent-minded, as if a sword cultivator in the past had returned to the ancient battlefield through observation. Li Jun shook his head and dispelled this meaningless thought. Li Jun said with a look of regret, it's a pity it's not Liu Cai. As long as it's Liu Cai, with those two life-bound flying swords, coupled with a treasure temporarily borrowed from Moon-supporting Mountain, even if our hidden official is extremely careful, he will still suffer a crushing defeat. The Dragon Monarch sneered, you like to place your hopes on others. It's no longer observation. You don't even want to be a sword cultivator now? Li Jun complained, Dragon Monarch, what's wrong with you? Every time you talk to me, you're always so sarcastic. Why don't you arm wrestle with the hidden official? The Dragon Monarch was still paying attention to the battle over there. He casually gave an answer, I can't win against him in words. Why should I embarrass myself? Li Jun was speechless. On the opposite city wall, the two figures suddenly disappeared. Li Jun laughed and said, good hidden official. You finally can't wait to use your trump card. Sister Jiayue is too careless. It'll be difficult to get out of the pit after entering. The Dragon Monarch said, that Five Thunders seal was sent out by you. Li Jun smiled and said, Sister Jiayue wants to denounce me. She has to walk out of here alive. The Dragon Monarch said, you're already out of the well, but you want to be a frog at the bottom of the well again. Observation is indeed the same as your good friend Chen Qingdou. Both are equally stupid. Li Jun's expression suddenly changed. He no longer had the mood to bicker with the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch had already sensed that something was wrong before Li Jun. In an instant, Li Jun was hit by the sword aura and fell off the city wall. Li Jun was stunned at first. Then, he held the back of his head with both hands and let his body fall to the ground. He laughed and said, the Dragon Monarch used his sword to help someone. What a rare thing. The Dragon Monarch stretched out his hand and held the sword. He revealed his Dharma form. The sword aura swept across the sky and shattered the sea of clouds. The Dragon Monarch's sword aura and the many ancient sword wills seemed to be fighting for the great Tao. Not only did Li Jun not dare to land casually, but he also hurriedly used a protective treasure to resist the sword wills and sword aura that did not belong to the moon-bearing mountain. The moon-bearing mountain sword immortal embryos on the city wall, who were inferior in terms of talent and opportunity, were even more unbearable. They all used their life source flying swords to protect themselves. The Dragon Monarch's sword slashed towards the opposite city wall. He no longer held back. Otherwise, the credit would harm the foundation of the Great Tao. The Dragon Monarch did not mind this. She asked for it. However, the Dragon Monarch would definitely not let Chen Pinggan obtain the benefits of the Great Tao. Previously, he went to the city wall on credit. Whether it was chatting or fighting, it was the Dragon Monarch's arms to a homeless dog. After Chen Pinggan stabbed in his heart, the bright moon in his heart shattered. The figure of the moon-bearing mountain floated in the cage of heaven and earth. Although it was not all of the moon-bearing mountain, she was still a sparrow in a cage. Another sword. Chen Pinggan's true body and the god behind him slashed down together. Heaven and earth as one sword. The figure quickly condensed into a tiny speck of moonlight. The true body of the moon-bearing mountain was first slashed apart, then shattered, and shattered again. The moon of heaven and earth was round and round. The moonlight that was everywhere was turned to dust time and time again. The sword slashed down on the true body of the moon-bearing mountain. It was also the moon-bearing mountain's Tao technique. Chen Pinggan looked up and sneered. The dragon monarch's sword did not seem too fast. Above half of the great wall of sword chi, heaven and earth returned to normal. The dragon monarch reached out and messed up the chaotic sword chi and fragmented moonlight. He grabbed again. A pale-faced girl with a round face stood beside the dragon monarch. She said hoarsely, "Thank you, senior dragon monarch." The dragon monarch looked at the moon-bearing mountain and said, "Fortunately, the great Tao was not damaged much. I can take this opportunity to change my temperament and cultivate diligently. I should be able to make up for it if I cultivate diligently in the vast world for a period of time." The moon-bearing mountain nodded silently. A bright red figure with both hands in his sleeves stood opposite. He looked at the moon-bearing mountain and said with a smile, "I was careless and did not control my strength well. Miss Moon-bearing Mountain, please forgive me." The moon-bearing mountain had a doubt in her heart that she hid deeply. However, she did not say anything. Her great Tao was damaged and it was not easy. If it was not for the fact that her true body was unique and blessed by the heavens as Li Jun said, then ordinary martial artists would be rolling on the ground in pain. Those who cultivated Tao would be even more anxious. The future of their great Tao would be bleak. Li Jun hung on the city wall a little further away from the dragon monarch and the moon-bearing mountain. He looked at the other side and saw the hidden official raise his hand. In the palm of his hand, there was the purest pocket-sized moon in the world. It might even be able to compete with Chen Chuanan's moon in terms of purity. Chen Ping'an's palm moved slightly. The moon rose slightly, as if it was on the peak of a mountain in the palm of his hand. It was more than enough to make up for the loss he suffered when he shattered the moon with a single sword strike. The moon-bearing mountain said, "There will be a reward for today's battle." Chen Ping'an nodded and said, "Come again when you are free." "You are most welcome." Chen Ping'an's gaze moved to look at Li Jun who was sneaking around in the distance, and then he said with a smile, "Look at Miss Jiyu's gift when she came to visit, and then look at how petty you are. If it was me, I would have fucking killed myself long ago." Li Jun's hands were on the city wall. His body was hanging on the wall. Only his head was exposed. He looked pitiful and did not speak. The dragon monarch opened the restriction again. Chen Ping'an still had his hands in his sleeves. He nodded slightly and looked up at the moon-bearing mountain. He smiled and said, "Miss Moon-bearing Mountain, forgive me for not seeing you off." Chen Ping'an also had a strange matter that was neither too big nor too small. Why was this round-faced girl in cotton-padded clothes so lazy in the vast world? Did she not kill people? Li Jun leaped onto the city wall. Unfortunately, the moon-bearing mountain had already turned into moonlight and disappeared. She passed through the gate of the inverted hanging mountain and traveled thousands of miles. Finally, she merged with half of Tongyi continent's true body. Nowadays, the vast world and the desolate world were constantly clashing. Especially with Tongyi continent and Fuyao continent's Daos merging, the time was gradually converging. It was no longer a door away from the other day and night. The moon-bearing mountain had a mystery in her heart. Why did Chen Ping'an's second sword not seem to have used all his strength? Otherwise, even if the dragon monarch helped, the moon-bearing mountain would have to leave behind more moonlight. However, the round-faced lady could not help but feel sad. Half of her moonlight was gone just like that. On a mountain peak, the round-faced lady frowned. She then squatted on the ground and patted her cheeks. She comforted herself and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Don't cry, don't cry." Chen Ping'an turned and left. He did not expect the dragon monarch to attack again. It seemed like the dragon monarch was really angry this time. His body dissipated and reformed in front of him. Chen Ping'an laughed out loud. On the opposite city wall, Li Jun sneakily walked to the side of a grey-robed man. This moon-bearing mountain-bearing 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 mountain did not come here with his real body. The hidden official is really ruthless. He made a huge profit from the gamble. I'm convinced. The dragon monarch did not bother with Li Jun. He only laughed coldly. You dare to step on that name openly. Are you not afraid that the third sect master in the Baek Okekyung building will sense it? In the real Baek Okekyung building, a young daoist with a lotus crown on his head was walking on the railing. He raised his hand and looked into the distance. He laughed. Good words, good words. Good name, good name. Chen Pinggan sat on a city wall. His legs were dangling in the air. He held up a small round moon with one hand and flipped the dagger of Cao Zi that had been carelessly added with inscriptions in the later generations. The dagger came from Deer Mountain. It was engraved with the words Morning Dew. It eventually fell into the hands of a young man named Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan looked at the pocket-sized moon, smiled, and kept it in his sleeve. In the future, he would give it to his first disciple as a gift for breaking through the sixth state. If he had already reached the sixth state and broke through the seventh state, it would be difficult for his master. The dagger flipped between Chen Pinggan's fingertips and the back of his hand. Chen Pinggan suddenly stopped. He put away the dagger and placed his hands on the city wall. He looked up and muttered to himself. Fortunately, he was safe and saw the light of day again. As for the other sins, he was the only exception. When Alliance returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi from the Green Underworld, they met again in a foreign land. The two of them drank together. Alliance once said that Chen Pinggan was really a pity. You haven't seen the old scholar who seemed to have one before he spoke in the debate between the three sects. You haven't seen the high-spirited and high-spirited scholar with your own eyes. You haven't seen the teacher whose hair was slightly white and whose appearance wasn't too old. You haven't seen the young Kui Dong whose white clothes were whiter than snow and who held the black chess pieces. You haven't seen the young man who always held his head high after he made a mistake. You haven't seen the young Xiao Qi who liked to frown slightly when he was studying. Have you ever seen Liu Shiliu, who stretched out his hands and pressed down on the two heads to prevent them from fighting in anger? He grinned foolishly. Then, under the teacher's gaze, he slightly let go of one head so that the younger junior brother, Xiao Qi, could gently kick the unreasonable senior brother's were. In the end, the teacher acted as a peacemaker and said that it was okay. Xiao Qi crossed his arms in front of his chest and raised his eyebrows. He looked a lot like the teacher when he was teaching. The tall and slender senior brother Kui Dong would put his hands on his junior brother's shoulders and gently rest his chin on the angry young man's head. He said, "Forget it. You're the senior brother. You should give in to your junior brother." Xiao Qi would take advantage of the situation and smile at senior brother's were, shaking his head and saying, "Do I need him to give in to me?" When the left and right glared fiercely, the junior brother would immediately run behind the tall senior brother. However, when the senior brother let go of senior brother's was shoulders, Xiao Qi felt that something was wrong and immediately hid behind the teacher. The teacher opened his arms and protected the junior brother behind him. He took a step to the left and a step to the right to stop the second disciple who was unwilling to give in. That's right. Chen Pinggan had never seen it before. At that time, Chen Pinggan smiled and drank a bowl of wine. He said, "I've only heard about it from you. I can only imagine what I've heard about it. However, I'm very happy just from hearing about it and imagining it." Alliance saw the sadness that seemed to escape from a young man's smile and an empty bowl of white wine. Sadness was always so mischievous. He could not hide his eyes well and could not hold back the wine. In the end, Alliance drank the last bowl of wine. He was both emotional and comforting. He said, "When I left the Great Wall of Sword Chi, I seemed to have aged. Then one day, a tanned and skinny young man in straw sandals and a young lady in a red cotton jacket walked towards me. At that moment, on the city wall, Chen Pinggan also wanted to go back to his hometown. He wanted to walk with many people. The journey back home was long. No matter how many strangers he saw along the way, he wanted to take a good look at them. Chen Pinggan held the back of his head with both hands. He straightened his back and kept looking into the distance. 7:15. Chen Pinggan suddenly stood up and his vision cleared up. He cupped his fists respectfully towards a guest in the distance. Since his boss was no longer here, He was equivalent to half a guest and half a master of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Of course, he had to help treat the guest. Chen Pinggan looked over, and as far as his vision could reach, an unexpected old senior appeared on the vast land in the south. Chen Pinggan had no idea what kind of supernatural power the other party used to be able to directly destroy the mountain and river restriction that was meticulously set up in the Jiazi tent. Once the difference in realms was too great, it was useless to think too much. He was really envious of the old senior who cut off his own eyes and threw them into two different worlds. The world was so big, where could he not go if he wanted to? Who could stop him if he wanted to return to his hometown? Who would dare to come if he closed the door and refused guests? Indeed, this was the way of cultivation. When the dragon monarch saw this person suddenly appear, he felt as if he was facing a great enemy. A grey robe floated to the top of the southern city wall and condensed a blurry figure with sword chi. The dragon monarch did not speak and only stared at the only exception in the wilderness. This eccentric old blind man had been abiding by the rules for 10,000 years. He only guarded his own land and liked to order taboo big demons and golden-armored deities to move 100,000 mountains. He said that he wanted to create a clean and unobtrusive painting of mountains and rivers. The dragon monarch was afraid of this person but did not respect him at all. In fact, the dragon monarch and the old blind man had known each other for a long time. They knew each other very well and used to be good friends. It was just that they were old and could not become old friends. Li Jun was more tactful. He saw that the situation was not good and was worried that the mortals would suffer if the immortals fought. He immediately flew away on his sword and went north. He even hid at the gate and joked with the man holding the sword. In the end, he asked Zhonglu if he had wine to drink. Great Sword Celestial Zhonglu, who was sitting cross-legged on the hitching post, threw a pot of Rain Dragon Sect's immortal wine to Li Jun. He said that Xiao Chuo sent someone to send it. Drink it sparingly. I have accumulated more than 200 pots now. Li Jun feels that the customs of the later generations of the Great Wall of Sword Chi have really been ruined by our Liang and Yingguan, these foreign scholars. Although their swordsmanship wasn't that high, each of them was better at talking than the other. Li Jun drank wine leisurely, bent his fingers, and gently tapped the horse-tied column. There are a total of 4 columns in the front and back of the gate. Historically, they were used to tie the dragon, the ox, the horse, and the ape respectively. It's a pity that we have to win this door for now. Otherwise, that old man Yuan Shou who has been eyeing this place for 10,000 years would definitely break one of the pillars and take the other 3 for himself. Zhonglu laughed and said, in the end, it's because Yang Ji's lover can't beat your Shafu. Yuan Shou was one of the greater demons, and he wielded a long staff on the battlefield. His arms were long like those of monkeys, and he carried a string of rough stones in his hand. They were all majestic mountains that had vanished in the history of the wildlands. A greater demon named Yuan Shou had first used his innate divine ability to move them away, then refined them into a string of stone beads. Yuan Shou had gone to the wildlands this time. He had already been to the southeast Tongyi continent and the southwest Fuyao continent. Wherever he went, as long as there was a mountain with the ancestral hall, no matter how big or small it was, he would smash it with his staff. Li Jun jumped onto another ox-tied column at the gate and sat cross-legged like the great sword deity Zhong. He sipped his wine, thinking about how he could swindle a second pot. Zhonglu asked, your family's Dayue has 1 less round. She went back and forth twice on credit, and her aura is weak. Why? Did she fight with Chen Pinggan? She seems to be injured quite badly. Li Jun nodded and said regretfully, she only suffered a small loss. Sister Yu is so powerful, and it's easy for her to beat up the 11th place. She was really angry, and in just a few moves, she beat the hidden official until he kneeled and kowtowed, calling her grandaunt. Her reputation was destroyed in a day. Luckily, not many people saw this, only me and the dragon monarch. And I'm the kind of person who keeps my mouth shut, and I like to keep my words to myself. Unless someone invites me to drink, then I'll talk a little more. Zhonglu smiled and said, I shouldn't have invited you to drink. Li Jun said, I heard that you and Chen Pinggan are old acquaintances. And you've met each other many times. Zhonglu patted the dragon-tied column under his butt and said, "I'm just a gatekeeper. When foreigners come and go, they all have to meet me." When Zhonglu was defeated in the Battle of the 13th place, he was demoted to be a gatekeeper here. Li Jun raised his head and looked at the sky, gently put the wine pot in his hand on the top of the column beside his feet, and suddenly laughed in his mind. "Gatekeeper, Brother Zhonglu is right, but not all of it. There is a reason why a Zhangkan was lost in your hometown. And that little Daoist boy seems to throw a futon at random and sit near this ox-tied column every day to pass the time, but there is also a way to follow." Li Jun turned his head and said with a face full of pity, "You always seem to be so restless, so you always end up like this." Zhonglu actually threw a pot of Luhua Island's wine to Li Jun. Li Jun smiled in surprise and said, "I thought I wouldn't be able to drink Great Sword Immortal Zhong's wine in the future." Zhonglu said, "Li Jun, it's rare for you to speak the truth, so you should have wine to drink." Li Jun put the wine pot and the empty pot beside his feet, and for the first time, he looked a little sad and murmured, "It's better not to remember than to remember, and it's better not to know than not to know. Only the truly knowledgeable and enlightened people would really be afraid of the impermanence of the great Tao." Zhonglu smiled and said, "It seems that Chen Pinggan won the monthly credit game, and it made you feel bad." Li Jun reached out his hand and smiled at the great sword immortal who was drinking wine. "In the past, I was spiritually wandering around the Osmanthus tree, hanging down the hook of a poem in the human world. Now I look up at the bright moon, and the land's sword immortal drinks the heavens. How fitting. I'll buy you a pot of wine with a limerick. Don't let an old friend have no broom." Zhonglu waved his hand and said, "Get out of here." Li Jun sighed and had to open the pot of wine and talk with Uncle Huan silently. He didn't know why the old blind man came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. If the old blind man and the dragon monarch fought, it would cause the river to change its course, and it would be even more chaotic. Li Jun smiled again. "What does it have to do with me?" Li Jun cried again. "Why am I involved?" Zhonglu glanced at the young sword cultivator. It seemed that he didn't get any advantage over Chen Pinggan. The young hidden official who had been trapped in one place for a long time didn't lose his mind, but the disciple of the moon-bearing mountain who was free was about to go crazy. Chen Pinggan didn't keep standing on the high city wall. He took a step and his body fell rapidly. He wanted to land straight on the ground, but before his feet touched the ground, he was hit by the dragon monarch's sword without warning. The dragon monarch was too vengeful. Chen Pinggan had to use his mind to appear on a stroke of the city wall that was closest to the ground. He tried to get closer to the old senior. It was too disrespectful to talk to an old senior at the highest point. Whether the senior was calculative or not, it was the senior's magnanimity. Whether the junior was bothered or not, it was the junior's etiquette. It wasn't just for the old sword immortal and the old blind man. Chen Pinggan traveled the world, and it was the same everywhere. There was a listless old dog lying at the old blind man's feet. It was bored and raised its paw to scratch the ground. Chen Pinggan couldn't break the restrictions of the 60-year tent, or else he would have asked the dragon monarch to come and see his relative. The one on the ground. The old blind man said to the dragon monarch, "I won't fight. I just want to chat with the hidden official." The dragon monarch nodded. Although the old blind man had a bad temper, he always said what he said and was trustworthy. Then, the old blind man tilted his head, "The dialect of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, or the dialect of the desolate world? Which one is more suitable?" Chen Pinggan said, "It's up to you, senior." The old blind man smiled. Chen Qingdo really liked juniors who were outwardly but inwardly. Chen Qingdo didn't like to speak his mind to others. It had been like this since ancient times. Just like Alliance's early years, he crawled all the way up the mountain and blindly showed off in front of his house, saying that he was a man who only liked to drink alone. He must have a lot of stories. Of course, Alliance, in addition to bragging and flattering, saying that the host and guest were all men with stories, also wanted to cheat some old stories from him. Old stories of the past. The old blind man didn't let him do as he wished. As for the wine that Alliance brought, it would be a waste if he didn't drink it. The old blind man suddenly kicked the old dog at his feet and scolded, "An ascendant realm, if you don't have money, how can you not see money?" Or is there shit on the ground to eat? The old dog was almost able to dig out a piece of magical equipment of acceptable quality from the underground of the battlefield ruins. After a few rolls, it whimpered and simply lay on the ground without moving. Chen Pinggan smiled as usual. Indeed, a great demon of the Ascendant Realm and a junior of the nascent Soul Realm snatched some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Have some shame. The sickly old dog opened his eyelids and glanced at the young hidden official in a bright red robe. According to the sword immortals who were guests of the mountain, this young man was the master of picking up money. Old blind man, you are really blind. Instead of scolding outsiders, you scolded your own dog. The old blind man asked the young man with the most elegant words in the world, "How did you know where Qiyu was hiding? Qiyu has only been in the world for a few years, and Qiyu Mountain is hiding. There shouldn't be any records of her in the Summer Palace. I'm betting on what if." Chen Pinggan didn't even bother to use his inner voice. He directly said, "I almost activated 3 big and small worlds at the same time, but Qiyu was still calm and composed. She didn't even choose to use her natal moon to break the formation and exchange the great Tao with me. So she almost gave me the answer for free. She was also betting that I couldn't find her. I had to maintain 3 great formations at the same time, which required spiritual qi. She could be a spectator on the Heart Moon wall, so why not?" Chen Pinggan lightly clenched his fist and knocked on his chest. He smiled and said, "The distant horizon is right in front of you. What's closer than what's in front of you is the mental state of us cultivators. We have all seen the moon before, so we all have the moon in our hearts. It's either bright or dim. Even if it's just an afterimage of the Heart Lake, it can be the best hiding place for Qiyu. Of course, the prerequisite is that the difference between Qiyu and the opponent's realm isn't too great. Otherwise, she would be walking right into a trap. Qiyu can be so careless against a junior, but against a senior, she definitely wouldn't dare to be so rash." The old blind man nodded. He was much more meticulous than Chen Qingju when he was younger. Back then, among the many sword cultivators in the world, Guan Zhao was the one who thought the most. He planned before taking action. The Dragon Sovereign only knew how to fight and kill, showing off his edge. Chen Qingju liked to open his eyes and look at the world and the sky. He wanted to learn everything. As for his brain and heart, it seemed that he didn't have as many brains as Qiyu at the same age. That was why it was said that there weren't any good scholars. The old blind man asked again, "If Qiyu is willing to risk 1 or 2 tales of her life to break that strange flying sword of yours, what would you do?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and finally said telepathically, "If she can't do it, I'll let her go. I'll remove that sparrow in the cage and only maintain that moon at the bottom of the well. At most, I'll use the shattering of a 5 thunder dharmic seal to exchange for that 1 or 2 tales of her life to help me refine the moon at the bottom of the well. Even so, the deal won't be a loss. Using the essence of the bright moon in the sky to refine the moon at the bottom of the well and sharpen the blade." Even if Chen Pinggan only thought about it now, he felt that if he had the chance to meet Qiyu again in the future, they could still give it a try. Actually, Chen Pinggan didn't have much of an obsession with keeping Qiyu back then. Especially through the Great Tao manifestation when he used the flying sword to shatter the moon, Chen Pinggan roughly knew that Qiyu didn't kill many people in the vast world. Chen Pinggan also didn't have any strong killing intent. Previously, when Qiyu ascended the city wall, he treated her as a demon of the wilderness. Of course, Chen Pinggan would kill her as he pleased. This was because he was still on the battlefield. Chen Pinggan seemed to be facing the entire demon army of the wilderness. However, when it became a true battle, Chen Pinggan immediately changed his mindset. Furthermore, Chen Pinggan was also worried that Qiyu would fly into a rage out of humiliation. She would return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi with her full true body and fight to the death with him. Therefore, he stopped in the end and only took half of her life. When Chen Pinggan thought of this, he raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun, moon, and stars revolved regularly. That was originally the void where Qiyu cultivated. She plucked the moon and brought it to the mortal world. A bright moon with 20 parts. I obtained one of them. I am very satisfied. If it were in the medium-grade lotus root-blessed land of his hometown, it would be an extremely bright moon hanging in the sky. The Mid-Autumn Festival was a full moon, and the flowers were beautiful and the moon was round. Every year, on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the full moon would be like a large mirror. Everyone in the blessed lands would admire the moon as if they were looking into a mirror. Aside from themselves, they could see everyone they wanted to see. Of course, they had already agreed to give it to the first disciple as a gift for breaking through. Chen Pinggan did not feel any reluctance. On the ground outside the city, the blind old man nodded gently. Although this hidden official's identity as a scholar was unavoidably a bit of an eyesore, he was a young man who was smart enough. If he could hope for a better world, that would be even better. In history, there was a scholar who came from the vast world family. He first traveled the Great Wall of Sword Chi and then came to the 100,000 Mountains. His seniority was not low, and his cultivation was passable. After he found the blind old man, he said with certainty that scholars only needed to write about how the world was real. They only needed to write about how pitiful the people in the world were. They would not be responsible for how the people who read the books felt. They would not care if the people who read the books were in despair. They were so desperate that they became numb and did not care. They just wanted everyone to know how unbearable and unbearable this world was. In the end, the blind old man who was annoyed by his words did not care about anything else and slapped him half to death. It was not that the blind old man was angry. Those words were like, "You can go wherever you want." The blind old man could not be bothered with those who were not his son or disciple. It was just that he broke the rules by coming to the door of the mountain. He even dared to come empty-handed. He had to leave something behind. As for why he was only half to death, it was not that the blind old man was merciful. It was that the old ancestor of the family had rushed over and saved the remnant of his soul, bringing it back to the vast world. There was also a gloating Alliance on the side, with an expression that said, "I didn't do anything." Later, Alliance returned. It was rare that he did not drink and said a few words. He said that such a legendary work, no matter how well it was written, was still not good enough. He also said that he was a coward and wanted to drag the readers to share the unbearable pain in his heart. At that time, the blind old man asked him why he did not write it himself. That son of a bitch just leaned against the wooden door and ran his hands through his hair. He said that he had seen too many writers who did not write with a pen. In the mortal world, they only wrote with life, shining brightly. The long story was thousands of years, and the short story was dozens of years. Chen Pinggan saw that the old man was silent for a long time and could not help but ask, "Senior, is there something you want me to do this time?" The blind old man put away his thoughts and shook his head, "I'm just here to take a look." The old dog only dared to curse in his heart, "The blind old man has lost both of his eyes. Look at your grandpa. It somewhat missed that son of a bitch Alliance." The blind old man was only at his wits' end when he met that bastard. Chen Pinggan suddenly bowed with his hands clasped. The blind old man smiled and said, "What, are you trying to encourage me to work harder?" Chen Pinggan straightened his back, "Junior is grateful to Senior for your great disappointment, but I can be disappointed alone for 10,000 years. There was an ancient saying that the towering mountains were the result of the unfairness of the heavens. This old man, who had been imprisoned for 10,000 years, felt that it was unfair. The blind old man nodded, raised his skinny hand, and scratched his cheek. For the first time, he smiled, "Very good, I almost couldn't help but beat you half to death. You are indeed smart and know how to cherish your fortune. Otherwise, the dragon god and Liu Cha would not have come to find trouble with you." Chen Pinggan smiled bitterly. This old man, who could make the sword immortal boss pay a visit twice, did not seem like a joker. The blind old man turned and left. Indeed, he just came here to take a look and chat for a while. As for the dragon god, the blind old man had nothing to say. Presumably, the other party was the same. Old friends from the past were like strangers. The old dog of the Ascendant Realm followed behind the blind old man. The dragon god also dissipated and returned to an empty robe. Grey robe. Chen Pinggan suddenly shouted, "Senior, how is Alliance?" The blind old man did not turn his head and said, Being a tortoise holding a mountain, the dog is very happy. Chen Pinggan was both worried and relieved. It seemed that he did not need to think about Alliance coming often. Chen Pinggan took a last look. The mountain and river restriction had been reactivated, but what he saw in his heart was the moon-supporting mountain, opposite the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The mountains and rivers were different, but the old man was fine. He wanted to drink again. Chen Pinggan first sneakily took out a pot of wine from Flying Sword 15, and then sneakily moved into the Heaven and Earth small world in his sleeve. Just as he took out the wine pot from his sleeve and was about to take a sip, the Dragon King smashed the wine pot and the wine together. Chen Pinggan was used to it. His figure flashed and he returned to the top of the city wall. He walked like the disciple, his shoulders and sleeves swaying. He said loudly that the stinky tofu was delicious and that the stewed old dog meat would be even better. Chen Pinggan did not know that he could not see the world outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The blind old man, on the other hand, could clearly see the scenery on the city wall. The old dog took advantage of the blind old man's good mood and muttered, "I didn't provoke him. We just met once, and he's already thinking about my meat. Hateful, hateful." The blind old man sneered and said, "Are you worthy of provoking the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Who gave you the courage?" The old dog did not dare to retort, only obediently wagging its tail. On a piece of land 1,000 miles away from Moon-bearing Mountain, the spot where the blind old man had stopped had been temporarily marked as a forbidden area. There was a pot of fine wine there. The blind old man had purposely left it there. The great demon guarding moon-supporting mountain didn't move the wine jug. They turned a blind eye and let it sit on the ground all by itself. Even though they had already confirmed that there was nothing strange about the pot of wine and that it was just an ordinary pot of wine. None of the great demons touched it. For 10,000 years, the strong reigned supreme in the wilderness. The blind old man who ruled a region was one of the few 14 realms in the world. Now, after Xiao Chuo's trip to the ancient well abyss, there was another one in the wilderness. However, she had fused with the wilderness through fate, and not purely with her intrinsic flying sword. The 14 realms were too mysterious and unfathomable. No one could ask what the difference between the two was. In fact, one could ask Alliance at the foot of Moon-bearing Mountain. However, who would dare to provoke him and add fuel to the fire? Did they really think he could not leave Moon-bearing Mountain? Tuoyue Mountain and a Liang were both suppressing each other and minding their own business in a delicate situation. After all, it was Alliance himself who was unwilling to give up that path and came to Moon-bearing Mountain. A great demon female cultivator who was considered senior apprentice sister Liz Hen according to seniority, with the appearance and figure of a great beauty, came to the chaotic void at the foot of Moon-bearing Mountain. She looked at the Dharma image of a Confucian sitting cross-legged in the distance. He used a large number of golden characters as a praying mat. He looked like an outsider who had come to borrow the mountain to cultivate. She could not understand why this man would make such a choice. Mr. Jew of the world of literature had once explained to her the true meaning of every man for himself. Therefore, she could not understand why this Alliance would destroy his own cultivation. When the sloppy man saw the female cultivator, he immediately sat up straight. "Sister newly made up, why are you still wearing the same makeup as when we first met?" The female great demon who had changed her name to newly made up relied on her memory and then frowned. "Bullshit. Did she hit an iron plate with her own nonsense?" Alliance was the least afraid of this situation. With a face full of affection, he said, "It seems that Sister newly made up still remembers the first time we met. It comforts my heart. How many good men are worthy of Sister newly made up to remember for 100 years? Newly made up sneered, "If you were to make a different choice, how many swords would you use to kill me?" Alliance was a little embarrassed. This old woman really knows how to talk dirty. Even I can't stand it. Newly made up did not understand. She only thought that this man was daydreaming again. She diverted her attention to control the sword intent to suppress the void anomaly under their feet. Alliance felt that this was a rare opportunity. It was time to use his trump card. It was rare to meet again. My handsome appearance is still the same and my swordsmanship is even better. I think that sister must be used to it. Then let's have a bit of a scholar and a beauty. Alliance coughed to moisten his throat. Unexpectedly, Newly Made Up sneered, "Shut up. This man once traveled the wilderness alone on his sword. Due to the constant trouble he caused, many great demons witnessed his sword-riding posture. He supported his waist with his hands while loudly reciting a poem. He glorified it as a sword immortal and a poet immortal. One had to know that behind him, there were still great demons who were constantly chasing after him." Alliance sighed. A beauty who did not understand romance was the most disappointing. Newly Made Up asked, "Since you have such a realm, why don't you cherish it?" Alliance said, "I can answer sincerely, but Sister Newly Made Up has to listen to me first." Newly Made Up nodded. As expected, there was no surprise. The man slapped his knee and recited a poem with a smile. He did not smile much, but his voice was loud. "This is the 3 farewell songs that I, Alliance, created. The path of Shu is difficult. About to drink, sleepwalking Tianlao's farewell. Playing the pipa, song of everlasting regret. Bestowed with ancient grass to bid farewell. Grandson of the emperor, without a home, painting is presented to General Cao. If it weren't for the topic, it would have been Mount Mugong, paid salary, 150 days and nights to the moon. It's also not bad. Washing the troops and horses, presenting flowers to the minister, unrivaled by the riverside. It would have been better if it were San Chuan Monastery, rising 10 rhymes. Good fellow, such thoughts are gushing out like a spring, like the wheels of a cart that can't be stopped." "Impressive, impressive." Newly Made Up said, "Are you done talking nonsense?" Finally, Alliance nodded. His expression was like a smile. He clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. He muttered to himself, "What a good after Jiao Sheng cries, there is no one left. What a good drunk as a horse falls, do not laugh. Gentlemen, please take a look." Newly Made Up quietly waited for the answer. "Why did you, Alliance, not cherish the 14th realm of a swordsman?" "Because I cherish this 14th realm very much." Alliance did not act shamelessly. He smiled and said, "Unfortunately, Sister Newly Made Up is not young and has not traveled far enough, so you don't understand. After all, it is difficult for a non-swordsman to understand." Newly Made Up was silent. Whether it was a swordsman or a swordsman, the world recognized them. Only this man who tried too hard to pretend to be a cultured person was truly annoying. She always felt that there was no need to be like this, just be a swordsman. Newly Made Up had once asked Mr. Ju, if there were many people like Alliance in the vast world, what would he choose? Mr. Ju laughed and said, "Then I won't come to your hometown." And the reason why Alliance was because there was only one Alliance. It was said that the reason why Alliance wielded a sword and ran rampant in the wild world many times was because he wanted to find Ju Mi. In the past, the vast world was not successful and could only cry with ghosts and gods, that Jiao Sheng. But Ju Mi was still unwilling to see him. Alliance suddenly stood up. With a solemn expression, he recited in a low voice the words of a book that he had read when he was young and had obtained the will of a great deity early on. "See 10,000 li, wander the great wilderness, have the courage to break the earth, raise the heavens. Clouds and dragons change, spring flowers blossom. Good fortune is in my hands, is it in my heart?" All of Alliance's words turned into golden characters that were as big as mountains and smashed into the abyss below the golden futon. The characters revealed the golden dragon. Spring flowers appeared in the white clouds and suppressed the evil aura that soared into the sky. The scholarly sage, the vast righteousness. His mouth contained the heavenly law, and his words were law. Deep underground, there was a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering movement. It seemed that the path was blocked and could only temporarily retreat. But the remaining momentum still slowly spread to the golden futon. Newly Made Up only felt that it was shocking. The man wiped his head with both hands and asked the great demon of the moon-supporting mountain with a smile, "Is a scholar fierce?" You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.